231. Ing to salvage reputations and status, or before the hysterical fantasies and neuroses of culturally repressed Southern belles. Or why, when a black man like Dr. Perry refused to be intimidated or run off, the system's last dependable resort was the sex, race, and white womanhood card. After the dismissal of his last appeal, the woman whose testimony had convicted him recanted to Dr. Perry. She was going crazy, she said. It was on her conscience, promises and threats had been made. But she was now willing to testify truthfully. But it was too little too late. The doctor was off to jail. After his parole July 1960, Dr. Perry's professional difficulties continued. But the brother was neither beaten nor broken. Listen to how this decent, supremely wronged man evaluated his experience. In 1961, he told Jim Foreman, "Anything I've said about the rights of man I believed then and I believe now. I have not changed. I've been a doctor. I've practiced medicine in this county for 9 years. I've now been without my license for 2 years. I've been a convict in a state penitentiary. I've been an exile from home. And it hasn't changed me. The community's made me feel good. Most people think of what I did as a sacrifice. Well, I think we all should sacrifice something, all of us. I think most people, black and white, know it was a frame-up. Surely, I think I must do my part. I don't think I'll ever get through doing my part. I never had the honor of meeting Dr. Albert Perry, but I cherish the utmost respect and admiration for the brother's spirit. But still, nobody has ever been made to pay for what was done to him so long ago. Even now, someone should still be made to pay." While the railroading of Dr. Perry was still going on, a series of unrelated racial incidents brought Robert Williams his first notoriety in the national media and his suspension by the NAACP leadership. First came the infamous or world-famous kissing case. Boy, talk about showing your worst face to the world. At the time I was a junior in high school. I well remember the surge of absolute outrage that swept the black community when this story broke. It was every bit as intense as the response to the acquittal of Emmett Till's murderers in Mississippi had been a few years earlier. Here's what went down. One evening in October 1958 in Monroe, a young girl mentioned to her parents that in the course of playing house she had either kissed or been kissed by one of her little playmates. I have no idea what this child could have thought as she watched her father storm out of the house, shotgun in hand, in search of the alleged kisser. Or when she saw him joined in this undertaking by a posse of similarly armed. 232. Nashville, a new direction. Neighbors. Or at hearing her mother declare to the press that she would have killed the boy herself had she the chance. Providentially, before any of these wrathful vigilantes found him, the kisser kindly reassured the mothers that with good behavior the boys might be released before their 21st birthdays. Later, once the story broke nationally and after Robert Williams had traveled to New York to further publicize the outrage, the NAACP retained attorney Conrad Lynn to represent the boys. They had by now been in juvenile jail nearly 3 months, during which time their mothers had not been permitted to see them. Then the incident became an international embarrassment after the story ran in the European press. International committees were formed. Prominent foreigners uttered denouncements. Petitions from thousands of indignant Europeans reached the White House. The North Carolina Attorney General is reported to have publicly complained that he might be forced to release the boys because of the propaganda. Whatever the reason, after they had spent some 6 months in jail, the state quietly released the 2 boys. Neither explanation nor apology was given. Again, Bro Williams had taken the country to the court of international opinion. Also an important precedent had been set. The NAACP, however belatedly, had taken its first sex case. The next year came 3 incidents in rapid succession, which broke the proverbial camel's back. A black woman working in a hotel was kicked down a flight of stairs by a guest. In a new spirit of militancy, the sister pressed charges. Shortly thereafter, a mentally impaired black man was arrested for the attempted rape of a white woman. Mobley was brain damaged after being injured in a workplace accident. Next, a white man was arrested and charged similarly, with attempted rape. Except that this victim was black. That the white man was even arrested is in itself interesting. That the woman was 6 months pregnant might have had something to do with it. The man had entered her house and attacked her in the presence of her son. He then pursued her into the yard, where the attack was witnessed by a white neighbor, willing to testify. Perhaps not least, though, the anger in the black community was so intense that Williams had been hard-pressed to 233. Prevail on his men not to go after the alleged attacker in force. Whatever the reasons, charges were preferred. Since he's been charged, Williams is reported to have argued to his troops, "We must at least give the courts a chance." However, all 3 trials concluded within days of each other with predictable results. The hotel guest who had kicked the black woman down the stairs walked. The brain-damaged black man, convicted and jailed. Within hours that same afternoon, the white man was cleared of all charges. Having counseled his followers to give the system the benefit of the doubt, perhaps Williams felt particularly ill-used, even betrayed. In context, his statement from the steps of the court seemed to me and my friends in the movement both logical and perfectly justified. Not at all unreasonable. He said, in part, "If we cannot take those who do us injustice before the court, it becomes necessary to punish them ourselves. We cannot rely on the law. We can get no justice under the present system. Since the federal government will not halt lynching in the South, and since the so-called courts lynch our people legally, if it becomes necessary to stop lynching with lynching, then we must be willing to resort to that measure. We must meet violence with violence." The media coverage, predictably, was sensational and essentially devoid of context. Myself, I had no problem with Bro Williams's position then, and I have no problem with it now. We come from a long line of patient people, but inevitably there comes a point. Among my peers in the movement, as for a great many in the African nation, Brother Williams had simply been stating forthrightly what we all were feeling. We may not have adopted his position on self-defense then, but within the ranks of the young movement was a great deal of sympathy for it. Not so, however, from the NAACP leadership, which promptly engineered Williams's suspension. I believe they would have expelled him if the rank and file would have gone along. Anyway, once the suspension was up, his people immediately re-elected him. By the time I met up with Paul Dietrich and Bill Mahoney that fall, Robert Williams had become a hunted fugitive and taken political asylum in Cuba. The triggering event had happened while they were in Monroe, at the very moment they were being rescued from the mob at the courthouse by Williams' men. News of the mob had spread through the city and surrounding black communities. And as is usually the case, the news was well attended by rumor: a Freedom Rider had been killed. The demonstrators had been mauled. Injuries and deaths had occurred. An angry crowd of black 234. Nashville, a new direction. Men, many armed, had gathered around the Williams home. He had just about succeeded in calming and dispersing the crowd when a car driven by a white couple blundered onto the scene. In his version, he took the frightened couple into his house for their own safety because the crowd was angry and volatile. After about an hour they drove away. The couple later claimed they had been detained at gunpoint. The government charged that Williams had held them as hostages. There's no question that guns were present at the scene, but Williams insists they were never menaced or coerced, and that once the crowd dispersed, the couple had left of their own free will. Howsoever, Williams, his wife, and May Mallory, a sister from New York, became fugitives. Bro Williams would spend 10 years in exile in Cuba, then China, and Tanzania, before returning to America in 1970. All of which served to invest his name with the patina of legend. So there I was in the summer of 1961 with the generals in Nashville in the middle of the debate over the future of the movement. trying to think through the next stage of our struggle amidst everything that was happening. But of course it wasn't all theoretical debate. We were, after all, activists, so we just had to have an action project. The Nashville leadership obligingly came up with one. At a large supermarket on the edge of the African community, the shoppers were almost completely African, but none of our people were employed there. Reportedly, the staff didn't always show respect or courtesy to the shoppers. So this store was a natural target. As soon as the sessions ended in the afternoon, we'd throw up one of those "don't shop where you can't work" picket lines. A few of the Nag brothers were on the line: Dion Diamond, John Moody, Reggie Robinson, and I'm not sure who all else from DC may have come by. But, apparently, our attitude and presence were noticeably different from those of the Nashville core group. Though nonviolent, we weren't exactly passive in the way we carried ourselves, especially the sharp-tongued Dion. Other young people and adults from the community were beginning to come out on the line, and they, unlike the leadership, hadn't had the rigorous training in Gandhian philosophy the Reverend Lawson had been offering for almost 2 years. Crowds of white hecklers began to gather every evening. When these whites would shout threats and racist insults, the new folks would tend to stare them down or even answer in kind. But technically we were maintaining nonviolence on the line. Dion and I spent a lot of time together. We were staying in a little African-owned hotel close to the Fisk campus. Between the hotel and the campus was a small movie theater, also African-owned. We passed it every evening. The sister taking the tickets was strikingly beautiful. A young sis. 235. Our age, or younger, she was so fine. A radiant, warm smile, velvety black skin, and a soft, deep voice with slow, musical southern cadences. And there she was every evening when we passed. We noticed her. She noticed us. Dion and I eventually got to know her. We'd tease her just to see her smile and hear the music of her laugh. Dion, being Dion, got competitive. Yo, man. The sister digs me, man. It's me she's smiling at. Ain't that right, sister? Oh, ma sister, I'd say, have mercy. Don't hurt this fool. Leave him in ignorance. Let it be our little secret. She'd smile and pretend to be embarrassed, unable to choose between two such fine gentlemen. Then a group of brothers off the corner started to mutter. They it seems had eyes for the sister too. The usual American stupidity. Turf and territory. Attack any stranger coming into town rather than, as said in Africa, welcoming the stranger from another village. These youths got a little bolder every evening. Dion, I warned, them boys getting ready to touch us. That's only cause they don't know us, man. Once we tell them who we are, they ain't gon' touch us. You'll see. He brushed it off. So, one night I'm rapping serious to the sister, hoping to get a date, when the block boys came up and mumbled a bit rough. So I told them, look, I know you wondering where I came from. What I'm doing here and like that. Well, I'm from New York. You know we ain't got none of the segregation in New York. Yet here I am fighting these crackers and the police. And y'all who live here ain't doing squat. But it's me you wanna fight. Why me and not Mr. Charlie? That stopped them short. Y'all the ones down there at the store. Yeah, we the ones down there. WL, you know, we be up for that. Except one thing, man. We don't go for none of that nonviolence stuff. You know. Dion had come up and was listening. Hey, Stokely, he whispers, let's organize these brothers. So the conversation begun. Finally we told them. Well, you don't have to practice nonviolence. We ain't goin' ask everybody to be nonviolent. We are nonviolent. That's our choice, but you ain't gotta be, so long as you find a way to struggle. That's all. Nonviolence is hard, it ain't for everybody. But the fight is everybody's. You don't have to do what we do. As long as you fight. We're not gonna tell you how to fight, as long as you do. Everybody's gotta be in the fight. So the brothers began to talk and to organize themselves. When we saw them, they'd ask about the demonstrations and keep saying how they. 236. Nashville, a new direction. Wanted to do something. We said, you gotta do what you the spirit say do. After that, the vibes on that block changed. The young lady in the booth told me they'd even started to speak up for me. She said they told her, he's a real down brother, girl. You need to check this brother out. Anyway, a few days later, a Friday evening, I think we were picketing and the crowd was large, loud, and real hostile. Threats, insults, very loud. And a lot more police than usual. But the cops were just standing around watching and beholding, as Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer would say. But doing squat while the crowd got louder and bolder. You could feel that something was fixin' to happen. The ringleader was one big, loud old boy who had everything evil to say. Each time I'd pass by, I'd look dead into his eyes and just grin at him. A special nonviolent picket line grin I'd developed for the Nazis in D.C. Then, I'm passing in front of the store window when I sense in my peripheral vision a shape bearing down fast. I start to move away while turning to see. Before I can turn, he charges into me and slams a forearm upside my head. I staggered, thrown back by the force. As I fell, my legs flew up like a scissors kick in soccer, and my boots shattered the plate glass window. Boom. As I hit the ground, I rolled away as sheets of glass came crashing down where I'd been lying. The whites started pointing at me and yelling, "He did it. He ain't nonviolent." The hoods rushed down on us, followed by the cops, making arrests. Of course, you know who got arrested? Just as the police van was beginning to move, pandemonium broke out. There was an entirely new sound. I looked back and saw cops and white folks scurrying around, dodging bricks and bottles. The mob scattering in panic. Turns out it was the young brothers from the corner. Apparently they'd found their own way to struggle. When the brothers saw us arrested and being thrown around by the cops, they came down throwing bricks and bottles and whatever else they'd stockpiled. While we were being booked, John Lewis and some of the Nashville leadership went off on me about the window. Dion and others pointed out that I'd done nothing, merely nonviolently allowed the assailant to knock me down and into the glass. Somehow, Dion and I were designated troublemakers and put in the same cell. According to the cops, we were leaders of the disturbance. How they arrived at that I didn't understand. Probably because of the window and Dion's irrepressible mouth. He simply would not be cowed. Dion's fearlessness would soon give me courage. I've had a lot of experience in jails since this time. But this one? Whoa, it was unforgettable. This one was very, very strange. We're in the cell, unable to get to sleep. About 2 o'clock in the morning we hear footsteps approaching. I turn over to see a young white cop. 237. Staring at us. He's holding a pump-action shotgun, which he loads. As he does this, he's staring at us and cursing. Dion and I exchange glances. Now what? So you the two little sons of bitches who started this, huh? Wall, tonight you some dead niggers. I'ma kill your black He cocks the gun, cursing all the while. His eyes are bloodshot and staring as he moves the gun back and forth, first on me, then on Dion. We are frozen. Dion in one corner of the cell, me in the other. The gun swings from one to the other. The cop is ranting and cussing. I'm stiff as a board trying to watch the guy's eyes, his trigger finger, and the yawning muzzle of the shotgun at the same time. I watch as it swings away and back over to Dion. Then I hear Dion's mouth. I cannot believe my ears. Come on, you cracker so and so, shoot. Pull the damn trigger. Ain't nobody scared of you. Shoot. I'm ready to die if you bad enough. Shoot, white man. Do it. Dion just goes off, and as I see from the corner of my eyes, he's steadily advancing on the gun. A veritable torrent of language flowing out of his mouth, defiant, challenging, non-stop language. Talk about putting me through changes. 1 minute I'm sure I'm dead, the next I'm absolutely certain that I've gone out of my mind. I can't believe Dion. I remember thinking, F God's sake, Dion, shut up. Please. This man's drunk. He's crazy. You fixing to get us killed, Dion. The cop stares at Dion, begins to tremble, and swings the gun back over to my corner. What could I do? Having no choice, I start up too. Yeah, cracker, go ahead. Pull the __ trigger. We ready to die? Are you? Pull the trigger. The policeman really started to shake then. Which was, if anything, worse. Now 2 voices are coming at him. Silently he lowers the weapon, turns, and walks away. I sink down on my bunk, listening to the footsteps recede. I can't describe the range of emotions. Fear. Anger. Disbelief. Relief, then exultation, then anger again. At Dion. I will not repeat exactly what my first words to him were in effect. Dion, you crazed so-and-so, that's my life you messing with. You understand that your crazy self damn near got us killed? Me, said Dion. Me crazy? Negro, we alive, ain't we? Did he pull the trigger? Boy, you should be kissing my feet for saving yo shiftless life. Best you never forget this, Negro. When in doubt, just follow me. Always follow the kid. For some reason, I found myself laughing. You da man, bro, I'ma follow you. I'ma follow you. Crazy ass Dion Diamond. 238. Nashville, a new direction. As we got out of jail, there was a big meeting at which the Reverend James Lawson presided. A mass meeting of just movement people, in his church in Nashville. It seems that just about everyone was there. The point of this heavy meeting, as we soon discovered, was to try Dion and me for causing the violence at the demonstration. Both of us, but especially me, even though Dion had had a bigger mouth in organizing the brothers off the block. It was all very solemn. A real tribunal. John Lewis was the most outspoken, but the entire Nashville leadership was quite vocal. They were just calling me out by name. Very stern lectures. There was even talk of expelling me from the nonviolent movement. That got my attention. Hey, now, this be serious, Jack. I sat quietly, trying my best to look calm. But my mind was racing, organizing my defense. Actually expelled from our people's struggle? I was worried. I mean really nervous. I said nothing, trying my best not to show how utterly wretched I felt. So miserable in fact that it never even occurred to me to question whether this group even had the right to expel me. I thought that if these guys who I respected so much, this splendid new family, were to decide they wouldn't have me, then what could I say? I knew I'd continue to struggle, but with whom? I never stopped to think that Nag was probably too ornery to let anyone else expel one of us. They'd probably take me back. So I had a bad couple of hours. 20 years old and expelled from the first movement I'd found that really touched my soul. I prepared my defense and waited. But slowly, oh so slowly, the tone of the meeting began to swing when SNCC people from the other cities and the younger people began to speak up. Listen, yo, they began to say, we really don't have the right to tell the whole community how they must fight. Yeah. We can use nonviolence as our means, but that's only us. If other folks want to use other means, can we stop them? That's elitist. Maybe, but on our demonstrations we can. Wow! My hopes began to revive as different voices began to be heard. I could feel the kangaroo court atmosphere gradually lightening. Then old Freddie Leonard jumped to his feet. Hey! The fact is a lot of us agree with Stokely. In fact, we wanted to throw some bricks and bottles too. We getting real tired of our mamas being insulted and our heads being whooped. THA's right. There was a chorus of amens and right-ons. Finally, the Reverend Mr. Lawson adjourned the meeting. I think that 239. When he and John Lewis saw that the sentiment of the meeting had changed and seemed about to challenge the principles of total nonviolence, they forgot about condemning me. They just adjourned the meeting and forgot about it. If memory serves, that was about the end of it. But I learned a lot. Naturally, I was most relieved. And I want to make something clear, I had no resentment toward either the Reverend Mr. Lawson or John. I mean, you simply had to respect their courage and their principles, even if you didn't embrace them all quite so absolutely. And the incident taught a valuable lesson that I've always made a point to observe. When you're involved in action with another group on their turf, you have to be absolutely sensitive to their political discipline and values. You've got to. Unless prepared to do that, don't become involved. Absolutely. I've been guided by this principle ever since. While we were in Nashville that August, something happened in Atlanta. A small thing, quite unremarkable. A serious, quiet-spoken, serious, Harvard-educated young teacher from New York got on a bus for Cleveland, Mississippi. Robert Paris Moses was accepting an invitation from a remarkable man named Amzie Moore to come into Mississippi to work on voter registration. The only defense Bob carried with him was a direct number to the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. In undertaking this little trip, Bob was going against the conventional wisdom of the older civil rights groups. Mississippi was, they felt, a closed society that had either murdered, intimidated, or run off every black who had ever tried to organize resistance there. They told Bob that it was far too dangerous and primitive a place to send organizers into. Not with any hope of survival, much less success. Bob is reputed to have said, but that is only a hypothesis, untested. Someone has to test it. That's the scientific method. So he went in alone. Bob not only tested the hypothesis and survived. He succeeded in building one of the most dramatic grassroots, populist organizations in recent American political history. When the Nashville seminar broke up, Reggie Robinson and Chuck McDew would go to join Bob. I was quite torn, but promises to my family prevailed. I headed north for my sophomore year at Howard. 240. Chapter 11. To school or not to school? Much was pulling me back to Howard that fall. When I got back from Nashville, I'd again reassured my father that, whatever happened in the movement, I'd first finish school. Besides, I relished the atmosphere of intellectual ferment on campus. True, I was still wrestling with the career question, medicine or something else, politics. But I enjoyed some of my courses, respected many of my professors, and really enjoyed the Caribbean and African friends I was making. Most of all, I really looked forward to hooking up with the NAG circle and catching up with movement news. Now a sophomore and a movement veteran, I was a very different person from the entering freshman of a year ago. I'd been down into the South, done hard time in jail, and had stories of my own to tell. Besides, and very important, there was that self-possessed young lady from Tougaloo who had seemed to stay on my mind all summer. So there was a lot to engage me at Howard. And yet, during that first semester my attention was seriously divided. Bob Moses, whom I was yet to meet, was in Mississippi in a place called Amite County. Two D.C. friends, Reggie Robinson and Travis Britt, had gone to struggle with him there. Also Dion had stayed south to work for SNCC, and Hank was taking the year off for Corps. The front lines of our struggle were in the deep South. I'd had my first real taste of it and definitely wanted more. But I had promises to keep. So I was back in school, but for how long? Mary Felice Lovelace seemed as happy to see me again as I was to see her and felt no need to hide it. I always liked that about Mary, she was very direct. Even though she'd stayed on my mind all summer, I found her even more attractive than I'd remembered. Hey, I did find her prettier than I'd remembered, but that isn't what I mean. I'm talking about her manner. She was smart, with a quietness and reserve that could be mistaken for shyness but really was confidence. She was funny and warm and affectionate. But also serious, fiercely loyal, and on matters of principle. 241. Very single-minded. In fact, she could be quite stubborn. And she was black and proud of her people. That fall Mary had a studio course all afternoon on, I believe, Wednesdays. I was free then and ended up spending every Wednesday afternoon holding her paints and handing her brushes and keeping her company while she painted. That way, we got to know each other and soon became inseparable. We were each other's first love, and all during my college years, she was my only love. We remained close until the movement drove us apart and she married John O'Neill. John, also in the arts, was creative director of the Free Southern Theater and a funny, really decent brother whom I've always respected. Mary's presence was a strong incentive to my staying in school. But even so, it was far from a done deal. That first month I kept wavering with every new report from Amite County. The first thing I heard was that Bob Moses had had his head busted in the street. When I heard the details of that, my respect for Bob increased. Later we would come to understand that his response to the attack was typical of him. It had taken him about 3 weeks to identify 5 or 6 brave souls in the community willing to come to a voter registration class. On his way to the meeting he was attacked and his forehead was split open by a blackjack. Bob got up, went home, washed his face, dressed the wound, put on a clean white shirt, then hurried to the meeting. After which he went to the police and proffered criminal charges against his attacker. Of course the cops couldn't believe that a nigger, even a crazy northern one, would actually bring charges against a white man. When I heard that, I knew that sooner or later I was going to stand alongside this brother in struggle. With each new report, it kept building. 242. To school or not to school? The next news was that Travis, after taking a group to attempt to register, had been beaten unconscious on the courthouse steps in a town called Liberty. My suitcase got packed and unpacked one more time. Then, a week later, when the next group went, the SNCC worker John Hardy was knocked unconscious, pistol whipped by the registrar while his back was turned. That same week some people fishing in the Big Black River pulled out a sack weighted with stones. Inside the sack was the decomposing corpse of what had once been a black man. All of this within the first month of Bob's arrival in Amite County. The fate of SNCC's first Mississippi project was clearly hanging in the balance. So why were we in school? Shouldn't we all be heading south to reinforce Bob's hard-pressed troops? Then, very shortly, the terrorists changed tactics and upped the ante. If you notice, except for the corpse in the river, all the violence had been directed toward the organizers, the outside agitators. But seeing that SNCC was not intimidated or likely to be driven out, the Klan decided to send a brutal message to the local folk. Mr. Herbert Lee, a respected farmer with whose family Bob had been staying, was murdered in broad daylight and in the presence of witnesses. A member of the NAACP, Mr. Lee was a leader, along with E.W. Steptoe, of the voting drive in Amite County. It was September, cotton picking time. Mr. Lee had taken a load of his cotton to be ginned. He was sitting in his truck in a long line of neighborhood farmers, black and white. The killer E.H. Hurst, a childhood playmate of Mr. Lee's and his next-door neighbor, was a state representative and a known Klansman. Hurst got out of his truck, pistol in hand, walked up to Mr. Lee, and after a few words, shot him in the head. The body lay for hours in the dust where it had fallen. That same day a coroner's jury brought back a finding, justifiable homicide. Some black farmers who had been present were coerced to testify that Mr. Lee had threatened Hearst with a tire iron. There it was, the one thing that Bob had feared the most had become a reality. This was a crucial moment for him and for SNCC. A soul-searching time, a morally and spiritually harrowing time. Bob was willing to risk his own life, but was he prepared to risk the lives of the people he was organizing? If I hadn't come, those children would have a father tonight, he said. What was our moral responsibility in such situations? It was an issue we in SNCC would have to confront time and again, wrestle with and ultimately resolve. And where was the federal protection? Voting is a federally protected right, the government had assured us. A short time later Bob got an unequivocal answer to that question. Here is how it happened. Lewis Allen was a neighboring farmer, a quiet Christian man, not much. 243. Involved in the movement. I called myself keeping out of that mess, he said. He had been at the gin that day, sitting in his truck behind Mr. Lee's. He'd seen the murder. The police had ordered him to say that Mr. Lee had brandished a tire iron. It was a lie, but he had been in fear for his life. But, he said, he was a Christian man and his conscience gave him no peace. It was a sin to tell a lie on the dead. He knew Mr. Lee for a decent and brave man. He respected him. So he was sick at heart for his false witness. It was a sin and a shame to slander the dead, Mr. Allen said, so let the fur fly with the hide. I'm gon' tell the truth. But to whom? Certainly not the local police. So whom? Bob accompanied Mr. Allen to the FBI office in Memphis. They held out no false hopes. If it came to a hearing in Mississippi, they said, they could not protect any witness. Besides, what was the use? No Mississippi jury was going to convict a white politician anyway. Best Mr. Allen keep his mouth shut and learn to live with his conscience. Which might have been honest. Except that by the time Mr. Allen got home, there were threatening messages, "Nigger, you a dead man. We know where you been." So much for federal protection. Maybe the feds couldn't protect this honest citizen, but did they have to rat him out? After he was badly beaten by a sheriff's deputy, Mr. Allen abandoned his property and fled the state. A few years later, he quietly ventured back to complete the sale of his house. He never made it out again. Like his friend Herbert Lee before him, his body was found lying shot to death, in the dust of his front yard. Another early lesson for SNCC. Another moral burden for Bob. All this during my first semester back. It was not at all clear that I was going to be able to resist the pull of that violent, primitive place. At home over the Christmas break we had another long family discussion. I again agreed to stay the course in school. Which I would do. But, at the end of each academic year, the moment my last exam was turned in, I would be on my way to Mississippi. We would all receive another important early lesson from a really sweet young brother in the incoming crop of freshmen. A lesson in political survival, the viciousness of my hometown police, and the callousness of the courts. The young brother's name was Khalid Sayed. A Muslim out of Harlem, Khalid would be NAG's first political casualty. When he first started showing up to meetings, this brother really stood out. First of all, he looked all of 15 years old. Then too, he always wore a suit and large horn-rimmed glasses like Malcolm's. A quiet, thoughtful brother, he also stood out in NAG because he was so unvaryingly polite and serious, almost formal in his manner. 244. To school or not to school? At first, Khalid'd just show up at meetings, saying little but listening and watching every discussion carefully. If a book or essay was mentioned, Khalid would have it read by next meeting. He took in everything. I can still see his serious, expressive eyes behind those glasses turning to each succeeding speaker like someone at a tennis match. I began to sort of look out for the brother, partly because he looked so young, was so serious, and also because he was my homeboy from Harlem. In fact, all we veterans kinda adopted him as a younger brother. From his name and deportment we figured he was from a Muslim family and was at our meetings trying to sort out the different ways one could be a black man in this country. Because, naturally, Nag's confrontational integrationist posture would have been at considerable odds with the nation's ideology. Whatever the case, Khalid had been a constant, quiet presence at all meetings and volunteered for any mundane task that came up. Pretty soon he was at all our demonstrations. I recall his being badly gassed with us in Cambridge, Maryland, later on. Then, at one of our early meetings one year, I think it was the semester after the March on Washington and the Cambridge campaign, someone missed him. Hey, someone's missing. Where's Khalid? No one could remember seeing him. Dig, man, the brother is Muslim. Could be he's had second thoughts about the movement. Maybe he isn't in school. Folks do flunk out, you know. Hey, not Khalid. That brother was seriously booking. Well, we gotta check it out. At the next meeting, someone, I think Cortland Cox, reported, Khalid's not in school. The brother is in jail. Yeah, that's right, the slammer. Remember those idiots, call themselves militants, who got themselves busted, talking about blowing up the Statue of Liberty. The meeting seemed in shock. There were groans, shouts, and anguished expressions. Say what? Oh, hell. No. Not that sweet little brother, oh, man. But a newspaper clipping outlined this so-called plot. Sure enough, among the arrested was Khalid Sayed, student, 18. People were angry and grieved. At first, our anger was directed mostly against whoever had involved the young brother in this harebrained nonsense. Man, the Statue of Liberty. What was the point of that? When the trial opened, that anger only increased, though it changed direction significantly. We were able to follow it because it received prominent, sensationalist front-page coverage in the Washington Post and 245. The New York Times. The chief prosecution YMS turned out to be the one in the group with the most militant rap. Under cross-examination the witness admitted to having supplied the idea, some guns, and the explosives. On the stand at the beginning of his testimony, this Negro identified himself by his slave name and occupation. He was a New York City police detective. The naked entrapment was, even in the New York Times report, blatantly obvious. Yet all the accused were convicted and given long sentences, clearly we thought, to send a message to young black militants. The detective/provocateur was warmly commended by the judge. I don't know what ultimately happened to our young comrade. Nor do I know what happened to that contemptible, conscienceless excuse for a black man, the cop provocateur. But I do know what should have happened to that traitor, were there any justice at all. I think I know the message they intended the case to send to young Africans. It was, however, not the message we took. Just the opposite, in fact. Simply recounting this travesty I can again feel the outrage, the murderous rage that settled on us as that trial unfolded. With us, all they succeeded in doing was creating some embittered black youth. I have never forgotten what it taught me about excessively vocal militancy and police agents in our organization. At the end of that first semester there was a meeting in Atlanta, I think, and some folk from NAG went. But our family always spent that holiday together, so I went home, despite the thoughts of Mississippi swirling in my head. When I returned to school after the Christmas break, I don't think I had even finished unpacking my mother's ironing when Pride, an African down the hall, called me to the phone. I was hoping it was Mary Felice, but Pride said, "No, my brother, I think it's your mother." Which seemed unlikely since I had only just got back. I guess I must have forgotten something at home, I thought. It was a Sunday evening, January 21, 1962. I could hear and feel the upset in May Charles's voice. Finally I heard what she was telling me. My father had died that afternoon. I could not believe my ears. Adolphus Carmichael was barely 40 years old, a wiry, industrious man full of energy and life. His death took everyone completely by surprise. I maintain that he was worn down and driven to an early grave by the pressures of racism and capitalism in this country. My father literally worked himself to death providing for us. My father's sudden death was a crisis for us all. Shock would be about the best word. Total and unexpected. First, complete surprise and disbelief. A bad dream, not real. Then numbness and disorientation, like sleepwalking. A shock for all of us, and of course one can't quantify such things, but I think it was hardest for my mother and maybe my baby sister, Janeth, who had particularly glowed and flourished in her father's love. Besides suffering the loss of her first love and helpmate while still a young woman, my mother now had to face the financial vacuum created by his death. Which she did. She saw that we kept the home our father had made us and that the children were educated. Coming home from the funeral, she told me, "And as for you, go right back to school. That's what your father wanted. I'll manage." Which finally resolved the matter of school for me. There was no longer a choice, movement or no, I'd have to finish at Howard. I returned to school and immersed myself in study and the politics of the campus and neighboring states. I think the movement distracted me from brooding too much about my father. I would experience, for example, serious and brutal campaigns in Cambridge, Maryland, and Danville. 247. Virginia, during my time in school. Carloads of us from NAG would regularly drive south for SNCC meetings. That semester after my father's death, if memory serves, I took Introduction to Philosophy with a brilliant young brother named Conrad Snowden. After that course, I was hooked. I loved the clarity and logic and especially the intellectual discipline, in short, the habits and elegance of thought that was philosophy. So I changed my major. Besides, since I'd already had most of the required science, I figured I could always return to medicine after graduation if I so chose. But the movement would take care of that. To help the family, I, like most other Howard students, had to work. But even here, in the kinds of work I did, the movement was a factor. Unlike most of the guys, I never drove a cab at night, waited tables, or manned the lobby desk in white apartment buildings. The National Council of Negro Women had a support system to help activist students stay in school. Ed Brown, Cortland Cox, and I received work scholarships for which we counseled and advised youth in the high schools. I can't remember the name of our school, but I recall it had a basketball court upon its roof. Also, an important NAG advisor and supporter was a craggy-faced Yankee named Warren Morse. A socialist, Warren was an official in a fast-growing local union and hired us for his organizing drives. Ed, Cortland, Butch Kahn, and I would get up at 5 a.m. and spend a few hours before classes handing out leaflets and talking to workers as the early shift changed. Warren made a point of hiring NAG folk. After I graduated, Phil Hutchings got my job. Warren was our ally and supporter. He has remained a good friend. After he retired to the mountain wilds of Vermont and I was based in Conakry, we continued to correspond regularly. In yet another unusual work study, Professor G. Franklin Edwards had designed an experiment/course in which some of us participated for academic credit, and as I recall, some kind of tuition waiver. Professor Edwards had designed a study examining the nature and causes of different kinds of resistance among black youth. On the one hand, the positive political resistance presumably represented by the sit-in student types, i.e., us. On the other hand, the self-destructive, antisocial resistance expressed in youth crime and juvenile delinquency. The study entailed, among other things, bringing representatives of both groups together to examine how they related. We met inside the Norton Reformatory, the district's high-security youth jail by another name. I'm not sure what the study revealed. But Ed, John Harper, Cortland, and I had no difficulty becoming quite friendly with the young criminals. Especially with one remarkably intelligent young brother, said to be a particularly vicious murderer. As far as fundamental attitudes, we 248. To school or not to school. Found little that separated us. The real difference, so far as we could see, was just opportunity and education. That's all. I remember that I told a group of those inmates about the hard men's in the Mississippi jails. The ones who'd refused to attack us. They liked that story. One of them said, "Don't surprise me, man. I think same thing would happen here too. Dudes may not say it, man, but they dig what you guys be doing. You all be representing us, man." It was always sad to leave the brothers locked up inside while we headed on back to campus. There but for the grace of God. Despite all this work, the bulk of the financial burden of my education remained on May Charles's shoulders. Only this year did she produce a bunch of Howard receipts and explain how she'd managed to pay them. That year, an uncle of hers in Canada had died, leaving $3,000 to each of his young relatives. May Charles deposited her share toward my education. Each semester, after she'd paid that bill, she would struggle to replenish the little cash before the arrival of the next one. 249. Chapter 12. The Hearts and Minds of the Student Body. Now that it was clear what I'd be doing for the next 3 years, I turned my attention seriously to campus politics. Since we had no official presence on campus, NAG knew that we'd have to infiltrate recognized student organizations. I've already mentioned the newspaper. The real plum, though, because it had money and a degree of legitimacy, was the Liberal Arts Student Council. As Deep Throat rasped to the journalist, "Follow the money," which is what we did. We targeted the council. Tom Kahn shrewdly got himself elected treasurer. An ally, Vernon Gill, became president with our support, while a couple of other NAG people and I were elected to the council. The idea was to find, as Tim Jenkins before us had done, progressive, politically effective ways to use the student activity fees that the council controlled. One such effort we called Project Awareness. Project Awareness was certainly the most visible political initiative we were able to launch with the Student Council's resources. In ways we had not anticipated, it also proved one of the most personally affecting to us in NAG. Tom Kahn, at that time one of our most experienced activists and a shrewd strategist, was treasurer of the council that year. As floor whip, I got quite good at organizing the votes. So, we got the council's unanimous approval for Project Awareness. Student Affairs, however, greeted the proposal with suspicion, correctly sensing NAG's fingerprints all over it and consequently assuming subversive intent. Well, they were half right. But really, nothing was subversive about the project, unless free speech and open discussion of ideas is subversive. Or perhaps it was simply that the proposal included none of the approved and traditional uses of student funds, balls, cotillions, beauty contests, or homecoming parades. It proposed to raise campus awareness of social issues by staging debates between well-known advocates on opposing sides of controversial questions. 250. The Hearts and Minds of the Student Body. We were, of course, careful to couch the proposal in the most high-minded of academic values. Freedom of inquiry, open debate, full discussion, and from the most rigorously nonpartisan posture. Hence the debate format. Even so, the idea completely confounded the bureaucracy. This, after all, was unfolding at a Negro college within a shout of the Capitol and in the dark shadow of McCarthyism. The bureaucrats delayed the proposal, stalled, obfuscated, and eventually bucked it all the way to the president's office, where President Nabright, to his credit, approved it in principle. However, each debate had to be individually approved. Although I can remember no speaker actually being rejected outright, in each instance so many questions were raised, clarifications requested, and such general nervousness evinced, that never until the last minute was it clear whether any program would really happen. That taught me a lot about the dependency in which white America needed to keep our community. Naturally we were enraged. Not at the nervous Nelly administrators, but at the totalitarian political racism of a system that needed to impose this kind of dependency, control, and fear upon our elders. I was venting about this to a brother from Alabama in the cafeteria one day. The brother, whose name I think was Laverne, put things in historical perspective for me. "Hey, ma man, that ain't so bad. My daddy went to Tuskegee, man. And he told us that there the administration warned students not to walk around campus with they books in they hands, man. Yeah. Check this, brother man. The white folks might not like seeing no niggers with no books, you dig? And the faculty? Man, some of them had decent cars. But whenever they had to drive out of town, man, them dudes put on chauffeur caps. THA's right, chauffeur caps, bro, so the crackers wouldn't know them fine cars belonged to them. Them cars was too good for black folk. Shoot, ma man, now here you come talking about socialism and free speech and ain't nobody come to lynch yo black butt? Or put you out of school? That's American progress, my brother. It may have been progress or it may only have been geography. Hearing stories like that daily, we in NAG vowed that ours would be the very last generation of Africans in this country expected to buck dance, shuffle, or tom for white folks' approval. Bet on it, the very last. We were real clear on that. And, of course, quite wrong. Unexpectedly though, our first debate the venerable and respectable socialist Norman Thomas. 251. And an ultra-conservative columnist called Fulton Lewis III proved a huge critical success. Socialism or capitalism was a show-enough public relations coup so far as the administration was concerned. The Washington media, which usually paid scant attention to Howard beyond some occasional patronizing advice, not only came on campus but were full of praise. The press liked the high intellectual tone of the debate and Howard's courageous affirmation of academic freedom. Once white folk approved, administrators visibly preened and, for a few days, even smiled warmly at us on campus. Which did not mean, however, any lasting reduction in the level of administrative anxiety and vigilance. When we proposed the debate integration or separation between two black radicals, NAG's political mentor Bayard Rustin and Nation Ofloslam Minister Malcolm X, administrative anxiety resurfaced at full flood. And, help us, Jesus. Or better help the beleaguered bureaucrats, for next year we propose to bring a prominent, card-carrying member of the Communist Party USA onto campus. The subject was Is the Soviet Union a Progressive Society? Herbert Aptheker, radical historian and editor of Political Affairs, the theoretical organ of the CP and a historian of black people, was to debate Saul Mendelsohn, also a historian and a member of the National Committee of the Socialist Party. Hui. Trouble, blues, and trouble. Talk about anxiety and confusion, as the Hilltop made sure everyone knew, Dr. Aptheker would be the first known communist to speak at the university under official auspices. As you can imagine, it wasn't easy. The poor bureaucrats squirmed and wriggled and bucked it all the way up to President Nabright, who courageously approved it. Approved is almost certainly the wrong word. He allowed it to happen. The dark shadow of McCarthyism was still long in the city. Tom Kahn immediately congratulated the university for its far-sighted commitment to academic freedom. Its endorsement of the right of students to hear a diversity of views places Howard in a category with Harvard, Oberlin, Antioch, and other top schools that have traditionally been havens of free speech and open inquiry. Yeah. Well. But those were private schools, not a black institution under the thumb of every jackleg know-nothing Dixiecrat demagogue. President Nabright was a brave and principled man, but his mama didn't raise no fool. His response to Tom's encomium was a masterpiece of Washington speak. To wit, this is something that Howard is not participating in. However, we would be interested to see what develops. These things require much thought and an involvement of many factors. Howard has no position on the matter and neither do I. Be interesting to decode that, but bottom line, the debate went forward. One other person stands out. Professor Emmett Dorsey, head of the government department. For both Con. 252. The hearts and minds of the student body. Trover Syal debates the Aptheker and the Malcolm X. When everyone else was running for cover, Professor Dorsey agreed to be our moderator. The Malcolm/Bayard debate has, of course, now become legendary. To this very day, whenever and wherever I meet people who were at Howard with us, that is what they seem to remember first. Just a few years ago, party business took me to Nigeria. I needed transportation in a small town in the east. A middle-aged professor gave me a ride. "Bro Ture," he said shyly. "Don't you remember me? I marched with you in Washington." I was at Howard. Truthfully, I didn't remember the brother. Then his face lit up and he smiled. "I'll never forget," he said, "the night you guys brought Malcolm X to campus." Neither have I. And I've had similar conversations with Howardites I've met all over the African world, Jamaica, Trinidad, Ghana over the years. At that important time for us in NAG, Bayard was very much a real presence, a political mentor. We admired his freewheeling activist spirit, his radical tenacity and resourcefulness under pressure, and his tactical dexterity and debating skill as a public speaker. At that time we also accepted his analysis of the movement, essentially a socialist critique calling for a united front among American progressives, particularly the labor movement and the black struggle. Bayard's was radically different from Malcolm's public position at that time, and I think we expected Bayard to win the debate hands down. What actually happened was different and instructive. Project Awareness was NAG's only official public project, funded and approved by the university. So it had, as we intended, a visible effect and presence in university life, but its unintended effect on us in NAG was even greater. To understand this, one must understand something else about the realities of the time as it affected us young Africans, and not only at Howard. Then as now, if you were young and black in this country, you were always looking for honorable terms to define yourself and your relationship to the society. What in this white republic truly represented you? With what or whom could you identify? And where did one look to find them? If one did not find these figures and values within one's immediate circles, family, friends, school, or church, you were not going to find them anywhere else, certainly not in the public media. Until the movement came along, we Africans, unless athletes or musicians, were rarely to be seen, except on the local news being accused of crimes. Back then, when an African appeared in the programming, it was usually one stereotype or the other: a servant, a grinning clown, a buxom Aunt Jemima. Occasionally a responsible Negro spokesman, a Roy Wilkins or a Whitney Young, might make an appearance. But whatever he, and it was invariably a he, had to say would be addressed to the sensibilities and expectations of the white establishment, corporate and political, never to us. It was a kind of preemptive self-censoring. Which is why Bro Malcolm could make such a good rhetorical living dogging these so-called Negro leaders, as he called them. So our generation never expected to find much that represented what Dr. Du Bois had called our spiritual strivings in the American media. The exclusion of racial minorities generally, and militant and intelligent black voices in particular, was near total. We used to say in NAG, a free black mind is a concealed weapon. And someone would always add, yeah, and the media going make darn sure it stay concealed too. This exclusion was so complete that Jet magazine even ran a small weekly column alerting Africans to every TV program that was going to show a black face, any black face, that spoke a single line or sang a song. It was usually a short column. But then there was sport. Twice a season, when the Washington Redskins played the Cleveland Browns, the dorm TV room was jam-packed, and not because of the color symbolism of the team's names either. And every black body, no matter where he came from, was a Cleveland fan. Why? Because of the peerless, the incredible, the transcendent Jim Brown. An African who was so absolutely and undeniably superior in what he did that even the racist press called him superstar. And besides which, beyond athletic dominance, Bro Brown was a socially conscious, outspoken black man. But in this media-imposed white curtain, there were two notable breakthroughs. Whenever Jet gave a heads up that either of two young black men would be on, you had to push and wedge your way into the TV room. Standing room only, bro. And James Baldwin and Malcolm X never disappointed us. Clearly, especially as you look at the procession of grinning, styling, empty, obscenity-spewing black faces merchandising commodities on the media today, sometimes less can indeed be more. Even though Jimmy and Malcolm, superficially at any rate, appeared dramatically opposed in their messages, which come to think of it was probably the reason they were on TV in the first place, they were important to us for the same simple reason. Unlike the responsible spokesman, unable or unwilling to risk offense to white patrons whose support. 254. The hearts and minds of the student body. They hoped to win. Malcolm and Jimmy were free black men. They spoke the truth as they saw it. They never apologized for us. They attacked, eloquently, every demeaning definition imposed on our people. They made no concession to racist arrogance or ignorance. They never backed down. And they took no prisoners. Clearly, obviously, and demonstrably smarter than their white interlocutors, they refused to play Mr. Bones or Mr. Tambo *, but took them to school, put them under heavy manners, and instructed them sharply and sometimes, much to our delight, painfully. In the dormitories at Howard, and I'm certain at other black colleges, young Africans of our generation had our attitudes informed by their examples. I don't know if these two brothers ever fully understood just how much they meant, how crucially important, how painfully necessary, their kind of bold representation in those times was for our age set. I certainly hope they did. We never tired of watching them. Well, you know, they weren't on that frequently, so every time was an event. And whatever the program or setting, the scenario was always the same. Either a media personality or a collection of them, all white and by their own definition experts on everything. Certainly more intelligent, better informed, and more sophisticated than their Negro guest, whom they fully intended to instruct and lecture on the realities of the American race problem, official version. Their condescension and smugness would be palpable, at first. Then of course came the show we had all gathered to see and come to expect, the ambush and dismemberment. The visible wilting and melting away of their arrogance as Jimmy or Malcolm carved up and demolished the edifice of unexamined clichés, platitudes, and evasions by which they pretended to describe racial realities in the country. This rarely failed to happen. And what was sweetest about it was this: the more supercilious the host, the more satisfying was his public discomfiture on national TV. Hey, what is going on here? This is not, repeat, is not happening. Why, this ungrateful burrhead never even went to college. Here, I put this darky on TV and this is the thanks I get? Two different things were going on. The first was an illustration of two observations Jimmy Baldwin had made when he came to talk to us at Howard. Black Americans have the great advantage of never having believed the collections of myths to which white Americans cling. And white Southerners delude themselves that they know the Negro. Nothing could be further from the truth. Negroes, on the other hand, know white people very well because we have had to observe them very carefully. Our very lives depended on it. Stock buffoons from blackface minstrelsy. 255. The other factor was the abiding superficiality of the media experts on everything, who had, before the show, most likely devoted all of 15 minutes of thought to the issue of race. Then they would presume to lecture highly intelligent black men who on those questions were living experts, having confronted, analyzed, and reflected on racism their entire lives. So what could you expect? Had it been a boxing match, Any competent referee would have declared no contest and stopped the carnage. But we ate it up, Jack. Yes, we did. Project Awareness introduced us not only to Jimmy and Malcolm, but also to other prominent artistic, intellectual, and activist figures from the older generation. I'm talking now about folks like Harry Belafonte, Sidney Poitier, John Zero Killens, and Ossie Davis. The kind of folk you respected greatly but never imagined you'd ever get a chance to meet. What was surprising about this was that without exception these accomplished elders seemed glad to meet us. They seemed to approve of what we were doing, to take us seriously and even to respect us, or at least what we, as sit-in students, represented to them. On occasion, much to our embarrassment, one of these celebrities might say, on meeting us, something like "Aha! So you are the guys I've been reading about, the ones raising so much hell? I'm real proud of you guys." Something like that. Well, you can imagine how that made us feel. But happily the activists Jimmy, Harry, Bayard, and Malcolm never said things like that. They showed us their care and support. By taking time to talk with us. By their advice and mentoring. By their evident concern, the willingness to raise bail when necessary, to rise to our defense as needed. To us the value of this support across generations was beyond measure. So whenever I meet students, any young people really, who are serious about struggle, I always try to do likewise. To advise, strengthen, and encourage them in any way I can. The debate would be the first time I would be seeing Malcolm X up close. Bayard we already knew. Sometimes when we had a large demonstration, he'd come and afterward always lead a discussion. Sometimes he'd bring an African leader. I recall at the time of Zambian independence Bayard brought the new president, Kenneth Kwanda, whom he introduced by his praise name, the Lion of Zambia, to speak to us in Nag. So we knew Bayard well. But Malcolm, the racist demagogue regularly demonized all over the white press, who was making his first appearance at Howard, was a real novelty. We met him when he got to campus. Thelwell interviewed him for the 256. The Hearts and Minds of the Student Body newspaper, then brought him over to a little dinner we had organized for our guests. Upon his appearance in the small dining room the atmosphere abruptly changed. Suddenly the room became totally silent but strangely charged. The clatter of silverware, the hum of conversation, everything just stopped. All heads turned to the door. There he stood, smiling almost diffidently in the doorway. Tall, slender, his horn-rimmed glasses glinting, the expression of his lean face alert, carrying himself erect, with a formality, a quiet dignity, in his posture, yet beneath it an unmistakable warmth. Without doing a thing for a moment he simply commanded the entire space. "Salam alaikum, brothers and sisters," he bowed. "Sorry if I'm a little late, but your young editors turned me every which way but loose. They were without mercy." He politely declined to eat with us, explaining that for religious reasons he ate only one meal each day. He sat a little apart taking cup after cup of black coffee and our endless questions. Malcolm had a presence, something you could not miss but neither could you quite name. It was a noticeable life force, an energy field, an aura, something quite unlike that of any leader I'd ever seen until I had the honor of meeting President Ahmed Sékou Touré. El Comandante Fidel Castro Ruz is a leader who also radiated a similar personal magnetism. Now, Dr. King had great charisma, once he started to speak. That was the power of Namo, the African spoken word, God's trombone, but before Dr. King unrolled that magnificent voice and revealed the eloquence of his moral force, he could be standing in the room and you might easily not notice him. But if Malcolm or Sékou Touré or Fidel Castro stood completely still and silent in a large, crowded room, everybody knew it, Jack. Yes, you did. There Malcolm sat, drinking coffee and answering our questions, and with every answer his stock rose, as much because of his manner as his answers. He was unfailingly courteous, treating each questioner and his or her question with wit, care, and a great respect, which put everyone at ease, only somewhat at ease, not entirely. Because at the same time he always radiated a ripple of tension, a banked power, and a quality of alert, guarded watchfulness that really was like a great cat's. And everyone present could feel it. One small but electric moment made an impression on me. The only administrator at the dinner was Dean Patricia Roberts. That she was there at all tells you why we all admired her. The dean was an attractive lady, close to Malcolm in age. Dean Roberts challenged something Malcolm had said and a sharp, if formally polite, 257. Exchange ensued which both seemed to enjoy. Then, Malcolm made a sally, I forget exactly what, and gave the dean a long, challenging look accompanied by his slightly ironic grin. Their eyes locked for an instant. Then Dean Roberts, before she looked away, actually seemed to blush and emit something that sounded suspiciously like a soft giggle. Dean Roberts was one self-possessed, strong, consummately cool African lady who rose to unprecedented heights in U.S. establishment politics. A career in which she encountered presidents, heads of state, cabinet secretaries, and such other highly placed miscreants. I'll wager none of them ever succeeded in inducing Patricia Roberts Harris to blush and lower her eyes. Ever. The opinion of the overwhelming majority of the audience was that Malcolm won the debate. We were surprised, because as I've said, Nag expected Bayard's position, which we generally shared at that time, to prevail. But it was, no question at all about it, Malcolm's evening emotionally, rhetorically, and dramatically. Bayard subsequently told his biographer, Jervis Anderson, that he had organized the Howard debate at Malcolm's request. According to Anderson, during a conversation on a Harlem street corner, Malcolm had lamented that although he was being invited to speak at Oxford, Harvard, and other great white colleges, Howard, the capstone of Negro education, had never dared invite him. Bayard allowed as how he could organize a Howard appearance for Malcolm, but it would have to be in a debate format. I'd never heard this version until recently, but it certainly seems to explain a puzzling impression that some of us had at the time. I can't remember who spoke first. But I do remember Bayard doing two things that were totally uncharacteristic. 1. He spoke quickly and almost perfunctorily when his turn came. There was none of his theatricality or his usual fire or for that matter his analytical rigor. In fact, I doubt that he even used all his allotted time. He ran down his usual democratic socialist, integrationist class analysis of the American scene. The reasoning and the logic were there. The passion and fire seemed missing, there were two moments of transcendentally Rustinian gamesmanship. Having concluded what seemed a hurried, rather cursory initial presentation, Bayard paused, then fished out and consulted his timepiece. I believe, he announced, I should stop here. Because I am fully cognizant that the minister has by far the more difficult and untenable argument to construct. Second, after Malcolm had spoken, Bayard again graciously but uncharacteristically conceded his rebuttal time to the minister because it seems quite apparent that it is he whom this audience really needs to hear at considerably greater length. Say what? No one has ever seen. 258. The hearts and minds of the student body. Bayard yield time, microphone, or a platform in any debate before or since, come to think of it. But this should not in any way detract from the brilliance of Malcolm's performance. Not in the least. On that platform that evening Malcolm was so remarkable that I can say that he won the debate. Clearly. Clearly. He won the debate. However, Malcolm did not convert me or anyone else in NAG that evening. See, if you had to characterize NAG's politics at that stage, you'd have to say we were radical reformists, but evolving. We were secular and militantly confrontational within the framework of a nonviolent activism. Our intention? Merely to push, prod, and pester American social practice into greater conformity with the nation's high-minded, much ignored constitutional rhetoric and its democratic principles. No more, no less. Being young and idealistic, we still thought this possible. A hard struggle, yes. A long one, yes. Painful, certainly. But at least, possible. Or so we hoped. And definitely worth fighting for. So we did not expect to be converted to some fundamentalist theological worldview and a political and social solution based on racial separation. Notice I said social, not cultural. So we weren't converted. But I for one certainly learned something of lasting importance from Malcolm's performance that night. Over the past 2.5 years I'd been immersed in much that inevitably was informing my view of the world. I'd been exposed to the excitement, the hope, the optimism and the real problems of emerging Africa. To a sustained conversation politically, culturally, intellectually on blackness. I'd experienced Southern black culture and Howard Hente elite. I'd done time on a Mississippi prison farm and walked many a picket line in hostile country. But intellectually my general political worldview was still anchored in the principles of my high school Marxism, essentially a European theoretical context, albeit a revolutionary one. But what Malcolm demonstrated that night in Crampton Auditorium on the Howard campus was the raw power, the visceral potency, of the grip our unarticulated collective blackness held over us. I'll never forget it. A spotlight picked him out as he strode, slim, erect, immaculately tailored, to the mic on an otherwise darkened stage. When he uttered the traditional Islamic greeting of peace, Salam alaikum, the answer came roaring back at him from the center of the hall. Wz alaikum as salam. Then Malcolm went into his introduction of himself. I think I remember it exactly after 35 years. It was classic theological nationalism. 259. Salam alaikum. I come to you in the name of all that is eternal. The black man. This time, the deep roar came from all over the hall, and it was visceral. Before you were American, you were black. Roar. Before you were Republican, you were black. Roar. Before you were Democrat, you were black. Biggest roar. After each variation a roar of affirmation. The hairs tingled on the nape of my neck. The audience just erupted around me, I mean erupted. It seemed entirely spontaneous, a sound somewhere between a howl and a roar. As if this gathering of young Africans from the continent, the Caribbean, America were freed to recognize their oneness, to give loud affirmation to something they were being educated, conditioned really, to suppress and deny, our collective blackness. Malcolm's talk was, as I recall, well received. He recapitulated his reading of American history with his unsparing indictment of its recurrent racism and brutality. In this, Malcolm's oratorical approach was as simple as it was effective. A single, repeated powerful line of indictment followed by a capsule of historical evidence. To wit, the American white man is the world's greatest racist. The American white man is the world's greatest killer. The American white man is the world's greatest liar. The American white man, world's greatest, rapist, thief, deceiver. After which this one was always sensitive for me. He attacked the unmanliness of leaders who would watch white men brutalize their women and children while professing nonviolence, % are nonviolent with those who are nonviolent with us. But we are not nonviolent with those who are not nonviolent with us. Course, with this, all the brothers in the room who'd never been on our picket line suddenly found justification for their absence. But it was powerful. I recall being most impressed by the philosophical way he concluded, saying in effect, "My stand is really the same as that of 22 million so-called Negroes. It is not a stand for integration. The stand is that our people want complete freedom, justice, and equality. That is, respect and recognition as human beings. That is the objective of every black in this country. Some think that integration will bring this about. There are others who think that separation will bring it about. So integration is not the 260. The hearts and minds of the student body. Objective. Nor is separation the objective. The objective is complete respect as human beings. The only difference among so-called Negroes in this country is not in the objective, but in the method through which this objective should be reached. Obviously those are not Malcolm's exact words on that night. But they are close, and they are Malcolm's words. They state the gist of his closing argument at that debate as I remember them. As I recall, upon his conclusion almost the entire room was on its feet, I first among them. That this message should have been so enthusiastically received by an audience most of whom were being so heavily programmed for integration and upward mobility in the American mainstream may have seemed something of a contradiction. But, as Junebug says, if you don't understand the principle of eternal contradiction, you ain't going understand diddly. Certainly the crowd's response did not prefigure any sudden influx of Howard students into the nation. It was simply refreshing for young Africans to hear someone stand up and so fearlessly describe the real America black folks knew and experienced daily. Especially in a setting usually so relentlessly cautious, guarded, and overly sensitive to the delicate sensibilities of the same white ruling class responsible for perpetuating our people's oppression. In fact, I cannot remember the media's response to this debate or if they were even present. The other program I remember most vividly was during the next academic year, 1963. No debate, but a symposium. This one was no way as controversial, but proved no less profound in what it taught me. The subject was literature, more precisely, the role of the black writer in struggle. What I hear they call today the culture wars. Naturally we invited Jimmy and his friend Lorraine Hansberry. Am your conscience. Jimmy Baldwin, it is the responsibility of the Negro writer to excavate the real history of this country, to tell us what really happened to get us where we are now. We must tell the truth till we can no longer bear it. Again, another great public relations success for the school so far as the white media were concerned. But the most thorough and perceptive coverage came in the WNSHINGTON Afro-American, a weekly then edited by a militant young editor named Chuck Stone. As our group was leaving the auditorium, a tall figure wearing shades and a trench coat with upturned collar rose from a seat in the last row and started to slip out. Why was this tall brother wearing shades at night? Hey, that's Sidney Poitier. Cortland Cox said. Man, you crazy. But it was. When I heard that all these cats were going to be together in one place, you know I just couldn't miss it, was what he said. Ed Brown, Cortland, and Butch Kahn shared a little apartment on Clifton Place, and somehow we hadn't presumed to plan anything for such distinguished visitors. We all ended up there. Being DC, the liquor stores were long closed, but Ed, of course, knew a bootlegger. Another anonymous drop-in was at the symposium. I never saw him myself, but others did, and later Malcolm X confirmed to me that whenever I hear that this little brother is going to speak in any town where I am, I always make a point of going to listen, because I always learn something. Malcolm made no secret of his admiration for Jimmy Baldwin. I believe, he once told Jimmy, that if I am the warrior of this movement, then you are its poet. Hui, let the church say amen. The impromptu gathering afterward was the most memorable part of the evening. Our older writer brothers reasoned with us like family. We glowed, strengthened by their regard and evident concern. And these accomplished elders all seemed so at ease in that small, ragged student apartment. Remember now, this was November 1963. We had 3 years of struggle behind us. So was the March on Washington and Dr. King's dream. John F. Kennedy had recently been gunned down. The national mood was sore, tense, and uncertain, as was our mood. One theme kept recurring from these men of respect. Essentially this: in our generation we could not do what you are doing. We're glad that you can. 262. The hearts and minds of the student body. Proud that you do. But we worry for you. You young people need to be very, very careful. We ain't asking you to stop, but are you quite sure you really know the things this country is capable of? Turns out we didn't then, but it wouldn't be long. The high point of our reasoning came as the sun was rising after we had literally talked the night to death. It fell to Jimmy Baldwin to summarize with his usual clarity. Well, here we are, my young brothers and sisters. Here's how matters stand. I, Jimmy Baldwin, as a black writer, must in some way represent you. Now, you didn't elect me, and I didn't ask for it, but here we are. Everything I write will in some way reflect on you. So, what do we do? I'll make you a pledge. If you will promise me, your elder brother, that you will never, ever accept any of the many derogatory, degrading, and reductive definitions that this society has ready for you, then I, Jimmy Baldwin, promise you I shall never betray you. There was a brief silence. Then aloud yet. I know most people's eyes had tears in them. I think every one of us there took that pact seriously. Recently me and Mike Thelwell discussed that moment. Thelwell said, you know, Jimmy was probably the one who took it most seriously. He never betrayed us. You remember this? This was a newspaper clipping from 1968, 5 years later. If I'd seen it at the time, I had no recollection. And I think it's something I would certainly have remembered. Black Power was under vicious media fire. Brother Rap was being hounded with incitement to riot charges. I had just returned from Africa and had had my passport lifted by the government. I was being mercilessly pilloried in the press for allegedly calling for revolution. Jimmy was writing from Paris and the headline read, Baldwin batting for Carmichael. Brave, loyal Jimmy. I saw immediately how the column recapitulated much of the discussion that night 5 years earlier. I first met Stokely Carmichael in the Deep South when he was just another nonviolent kid, marching, talking, and getting his head whipped. Those times now seem as far behind us as the flood, and if those gallant, betrayed boys and girls who were then using their bodies to save a heedless nation have since concluded that the nation is not worth saving, no American has any right to be surprised. I've never known a Negro who was not obsessed with black power. Those representatives of white power who are not hopelessly brainwashed will understand that the only way for a black man in America not to be obsessed with the problem of how to control his destiny and protect his home, his women, and his children, is for that black man to become in his 263 own mind, that something less than a man which the Republicalishes always considered him, and when the black man, whose destiny and identity has always been controlled by others, decides and states that he will reject the identity imposed on him, and control his own destiny, he is talking revolution. Now I may not always agree with Stokely's views or the ways in which he expresses them. But my agreement or disagreement is absolutely irrelevant. I got his message. Stokely Carmichael, a black man under 30, is saying to me, a black man over 46, that he will not live the life I've lived or be corralled into some of the awful choices I've been forced to make. And he is perfectly right. Yes, indeed, small, slender James Baldwin was a constant brother, a warrior spirit. He kept the faith with our generation. Check this. As the struggle developed in the 60s, we began to hear more and more about a generation gap in America. As technological developments change the general experience of each generation, that gap seems to be widening. But, between my age set and our adults, sure, there were inevitable generational tensions. The usual suspects, differences of style, musical tastes, language, perspective, tactics, and attitudes, yes. But there was a bedrock, a solid platform of understanding and respect. I do not recall or believe that us's were ever alienated one generation from the other. There was never an unbridgeable gap of understanding and sympathy. To us that was a particular affliction of white America we Africans were happy not to have. But now, when I listen to our youth and to people my age, I get the impression that this American disease may seriously be threatening our community. I truly hope not. We Africans don't need it and cannot afford to let it happen. Because my age said, the generation of the 60s, needs desperately to see in our young people the serious commitment to struggle that our elders were happy to recognize and encourage in us. A generation that came of age in struggle and that now commands resources our parents never dreamed of should, and I believe would, embrace joyfully and support a coherent, creatively radical movement among our youth. And I know how much our youth, as we were, would be inspired and encouraged if they could feel the support and respect from their adults that we enjoyed. Far too much history needs to be passed on and better understood, and way too many dangerous and crucial new struggles are to be waged, for our generations to be alienated from each other. But, I can see that things are not so clear for youth today, the enemy not so exposed and easily visible. As the mystic revelations of Ras Tafari sing. 264. The hearts and minds of the student body. The enemy is around you, seeking to devour you. That's why today's youth, who are no less daring, no less venturesome, and no less interested in our people, our struggle, and our heritage than we were, truly need our guidance and our support. They live in confusing times. We need clarity and each other. Pass it on. We received a unique political education on that campus proudly there on Hilltop High, as the alma mater phrased it. Certainly not the education my parents had envisioned. Think of May Charles going off on poor Mr. Bekenstein back at science for suggesting that politics was in my blood, but nonetheless an invaluable education in the contradictions and ironies of Black American politics. Certain questions, persistent ambivalences, kept coming up in one form or another. Questions that, at first anyway, never seemed to get answered definitively. Some came with the territory of being 19 years old. Some from being 19 and an activist. Still others came from being 19, activist, and African-born in America. And particularly with being that age and of that race in that time. Only now do I see clearly that one source of these ambiguities was our constantly being told by adults of the unprecedentedness of our generation. So that for us there were at first no models or guidelines. As the movement gathered strength, any fool could see that the society would either have to change seriously or kill us all. That was clear. Whether the society wanted to or not, it would not, could not, remain the same. That too was clear. But in what ways would it actually change? That was the problem. Real change? Token change? One persistent view we kept hearing: you young folks will have such opportunity. Such interesting opportunities. I envy you all. Many, many more opportunities than we ever had. How I envy you. Now is the time to be young. You are a favored generation. Yeah. But boil it down to gravy, what did that really mean anyway? That we conform to all the attitudes, values, and style of corporate America. Try for graduate school at Harvard and hope, assuming that this would really be a viable option, to integrate an otherwise unchanged establishment? Or did one have to continue standing outside, as my grandmother would have said, pelting stone and flinging rock? Or was there yet a third way, an honorable way, to be in it but not of it, as Tim Jenkins was proposing? 265. Some of the age set, those of our peers you never saw on a picket line, took the first path. They buried themselves in the library and positioned themselves to take advantage of opportunities that the movement would open up. Many of them did well for themselves, allegedly proving that the system works. But for many of us a whole lot more was seriously wrong with America than the mere fact of our exclusion. Remember the rhetorical question: who wants to integrate unto a sinking ship? I.e., a fundamentally brutish and unjust system? This was the issue, our brother Jimmy would say, the fearsome conundrum, that we all of us in the movement would have to wrestle with during these years. The first case involves Dean Patricia Roberts. We respected her even before the Malcolm debate because the year before the debate, Mary Lovelace had decided to wear her hair in public as the good Lord made it. This was at least 2.5 years before the Afro style would sweep the African community. Of course I thought Mary looked absolutely beautiful. But, Those colored Victorian spinster ladies, the dorm mothers. They panicked. There can be no other word for it. Strangely threatened at the sight of a head of natural African hair, they absolutely panicked. And having panicked, eminently respectable, usually motherly ladies become real mean, yard dog mean. Chilly, are you crazy? Don't even think of leaving this dorm with that wild African bush on your head. Girl, best you go put a scarf over that rat's nest. If your mama know what you're doing, she'd die of shame. I'll even give you the money to get it done. No, she couldn't go among decent people looking like that. It would disgrace her family, the school, and all black folk. If that crazy girl did not get some sense, there would be nothing for it but to expel her from the dormitory. Of course, all this did was get Mary mad and the rest of NAG up in arms. Today it seems absurd. It is easy now to laugh at this level of false consciousness and backwardness. But then it was a show-enough crisis and a battle of wills. Even if I hadn't been in love with Mary, I'd have been angry. But I was in love, and as Ed Brown said, madder than the preacher when the mule kicked his mama. I was all for throwing a picket line around the women's dorm. But mad, really, at whom? At the deepest level it was pathetic. At those suddenly hysterical old ladies so completely alienated from themselves. Helpless captives to an aesthetic imposed by racist arrogance. Most pathetic was that they truly believed they were actually acting in Mary's best interest. That they were protecting the values and the 266. The hearts and minds of the student body. Precious few hard-won gains of the better class of Negro people. Until young Dean Roberts intervened. Both Mary and her afro stayed in the dorm. After that we regarded the young Dean as a strong ally among the bureaucrats. Sidney Poitier was then America's first shown-off black matinee idol, the Denzel Washington of the early 60s. His name meant box office and the brother made a point of only accepting roles that portrayed our people with dignity. Handful though they were, the few black actors of the time who occasionally made it into film: Harry Belafonte, Yaphet Kotto, William Marshall, Woody Strode, Yvonne Dixon, later to be joined by Jim Brown, had that principled sense of responsibility. This of course was before the wave of blaxploitation films showed us graphically that not all motion is progress. Particularly for black folks in Hollywood. Poitier's movie Lilies of the Field, for which he would win an Academy Award, was about to open nationally. Prior to general release a series of showings were scheduled in major cities, the proceeds to benefit the civil rights movement. So naturally NAG was invited to the DC fundraiser in a fancy downtown theater. We could not otherwise have afforded the price. It was a major social event. The star would be in attendance and the liberal establishment black and white turned out in all its finery. A group of us in our jeans were standing in the lobby feeling a trifle uneasy amongst the affluent, elegantly turned out Washington players and wannabes. Then in swept Poitier himself, surrounded by a crowd of dignitaries, assistants, and media types. When he saw us across the lobby, he stopped, took a second look, pointed at us, broke into that incandescent matinee idol smile, and strode over to hug and greet us, much to the amazement and envy of the assembled dignitaries. We even were a little surprised too. It was an extremely nice gesture. I was impressed that the brother even remembered us from the Malcolm debate. But he was always good that way. The next year he and Belafonte would come to Mississippi to support SNCC's summer project. Then, and this is the real story, in comes Dean Roberts, looking fine. She too comes over, and of course, we start to signify. Oh, Dean Roberts. Oh, best looking lady in the house. You looking good, Dean. Show is good to see you out supporting the movement. Show hope you keeps on going, one step at a time. Keeps on going? Exactly what's that supposed to mean, guys? Well, Dean Roberts, progress, yours. Having made it to a respectable movement event like this, with affluent white folk and a Hollywood celebrity and all, maybe you'll make it onto the picket lines one day. There's demonstrations next weekend in dash come on. You guys know how much I support the struggle. But we 267 have to make intelligent choices here. Some of us work best from the inside. I am much more valuable to you working where I am than out carrying a sign. You understand that some folk have to stay on the inside, pulling strings, don't you? It was a strange moment. We had been teasing, but the dean was serious. I was not sure whether she thought we completely believed her, or even whether she completely believed herself. In Washington, people were always hinting at influence in high places and their quiet work behind the scenes, which, of course, by its very nature could neither be seen nor verified. I figured this to be more of the same, the usual DC bougie cop-out. Besides, what kind of insider influence could a mere Howard Dean have in the racist beltway politics of the time? We all liked and respected the dean, but we'd heard it all before. So I was skeptical. Well, as it turns out, I sure was dead up wrong on that one. I discovered this 9 years later when the incoming Carter administration announced its cabinet, and there was our dean, the first African woman cabinet secretary. One of the memorable experiences that touched on this inside/outside question came later that spring. The campus paper had created a brief stir in the DC media with a story about a gymnasium under construction on campus. This story would bring the movement squarely onto the placid campus. Big time. Why this should have been the case is interesting and instructive. Consider, the year is 1963. The funds for the gym come from the federal government. The contract is awarded by the General Services Administration. John F. Kennedy is still president for another few months. Brother Bobby is Attorney General. The administration, self-proclaimed leader of the free world, is constantly being embarrassed internationally by evidence of the domestic racism being 268. The hearts and minds of the student body turned up by the movement. So much so that they have evolved a formula that is trumpeted daily into Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and into Black America. It goes something like this. Unfortunately, some pockets of prejudice continue to exist in some areas of American society. However, the official policy of the U.S. government is one of full democracy and racial inclusion. The federal government is in total and vigorous opposition to all lingering vestiges of racial or religious discrimination in American life. Racial discrimination within all federal institutions is strictly prohibited. So, whatever racist mischief Mississippi State's writers might be up to, one does not expect to encounter racism or even tolerance of racism within the federal government itself, right? However, what the student newspaper reported was that our new gym was being built at a black school, under federal contract, by segregated labor. Of the 10 or so local labor unions working there, only 3, the carpenters and the laborers, were integrated. The 2 laborer locals were for some unfathomable reason virtually all black. But all the building trades craft locals, the iron workers, steam fitters, sheet metal, plumbers, and electrical workers unions in the district and Baltimore were lily white. The Hilltop reported that an official of the electrical workers had offered this explanation to the Civil Rights Commission: Negros are all afraid of electricity, while a plumbers union spokesman told investigators that Jews and colored folk don't want to do plumbing work because it's too hard. We'd all known the story was coming, but I was hot, especially because of my father. It brought back vividly the many bitter conversations I'd listened to between my father and his friends about their experiences in the building trades in New York. So while the racism should have been expected, it was shocking and insulting to encounter it on our campus. And under federal auspices. What made it even worse, if that were possible, was that DC was a majority black city. One where the only real industry was the building trades, from which our people were systematically being excluded. The ironies and insults abounded. The Hilltop also reported that our administrators had raised the issue in the past, only to be completely dissed. The paper reported, University officials told the Hilltop that the university had no control over the awarding of contracts for university buildings. The federal government, through the General Services Administration, is responsible for letting the contract and supervising all stages of construction until the finished building is turned over to the school. 269. There had been, it was disclosed, numerous meetings between the university and representatives of the unions and contractors in an attempt to correct the situation in university construction programs in the past. Quite obviously to no avail. A separate story in the same issue announced the funding of a university project to improve social conditions in the rapidly deteriorating surrounding community, where black male unemployment approached 40%. The Hilltop editorials took no prisoners. It is difficult and painful to believe that a situation so antithetical to the professed goals of this institution, so utterly subversive of the principles and ideals upon which Howard University is predicated, is allowed to continue. The GSA, in awarding this contract as it did, is guilty at best of negligence, at worst of a cynical and cavalier insult to this university and everything it represents. President Kennedy should know that sincerity is indeed subject to proof, if within the bureaucracy of his administration, there is a policy of softness towards segregation, he is wasting his time and ours. The newspaper and the student government sent pained, indignant, but detailed letters to the GSA, the President's Committee on Equal Employment Opportunity, and the contractor, and we waited. Boy, on this issue all the students were hot. Most of their career aspirations were based on the feds following through as promised to open up job opportunities for them on federally funded projects across the nation. The ironies abounded. Almost all of our newspapers' ads came from defense corporations with fat federal contracts proclaiming themselves equal opportunity employers. So students were aroused. How could they not be? The hypocrisy was clear. The racism of the unions, clear. The complicity of the federal government, clear. The disrespect for us, the school, our administrators, and black people in general, blatant. But here's the real irony, for NAG, in purely political terms, it was the perfect issue, and we worked it like a Delta mule. So why didn't we feel triumphant? In this case, Muhammad didn't have to go to the proverbial mountain, the mountain had indeed come to Muhammad. Like it or not, the movement had draped itself firmly around Howard's ivory tower. Dang, y'all done brought that mess right up on campus now, ain't you? Yes, we had. 270. The hearts and minds of the student body. While we waited for a response to our letters to the two federal agencies, mobilization on campus went on. The agencies did not reply to us, but to the media, they were unaware. They were investigating, etc. Except that we found a year-old report from the Civil Rights Commission that had clearly documented the racism in the Baltimore/D.C. unions. The Student Council passed a resolution calling for university-wide demonstrations. Vernon Gill, LASC president, sent copies of the resolution to the media and the two federal agencies. We waited. Then a funny thing happened, which to this day I can still neither explain nor understand. Word came quietly. I can't remember who brought it, but I can remember the lowered tones in which it was delivered. The executive chairman of the President's Committee on Equal Employment Opportunity, a black man, would meet with us. Say what? With us? A bunch of students. Why? We hadn't sought such a meeting because, truthfully, it hadn't occurred to us. So who was this guy anyway, and why did he want to see us? We were told that he was the most powerful black man in the federal government, that's who, Hobart Taylor Jr. A Texas lawyer, he was a protege of Lyndon Johnson's, LBJ's eyes and ears on the committee with responsibility and full authority to enforce compliance on all federal contracts. He had the full support of the vice president, and as the committee's first black chairman, his appointment was proof of the administration's seriousness about ending discrimination on federal contracts. Wow! Impressive. And he wanted to meet us? But why? Couldn't be that the brother was going to ask us to cool it, could it? Nah. He'd have to be crazy and you didn't become the most powerful, etc., by being dumb. So, why? It could only be a victory. You know, a courtesy, to give us a briefing before the announcement. We should be honored. Think so? Well, what else could it be? But why was the meeting scheduled for 8 p.m.? Well, he a busy, important man. Now, of course, I understand that it was of a certain genre of Washington meeting, one of those clandestine gatherings that never appear on any official schedule, but which one reads about years later. So, full of anticipation and questions, us goes, a group of us. I remember Tom, Mike, Cleve, Ed Brown, Cortland, and I don't know who all else. But we presents ourselves at some massive federal building at exactly 8 p.m. Obviously expected, we're met and whisked inside in no seconds flat, through echoing, deserted corridors of power and into a large, imposing, otherwise empty office, where the most powerful black man is sitting at a large desk. 271. He turns out to be a stocky, open-faced, affable, youngish brother wearing a sharp suit and a welcoming smile. We exchange pleasantries, shake his hand, congratulate him. Brother Taylor, it's really good to see one of us so well placed, etc. Yeah, it sure do my heart good to see one of us is messing in such high cotton, Ed growls at his most folksy. We joke that this may be the most black folk ever to gather in that room. Almost certainly the first all-black meeting there ever. Almost like a building occupation, huh? Mr. Taylor seems relieved that we're smiling when we say that. And then down to business. We listen for the announcement, which does not come. In fact, we can't really understand what the brother is saying. It is not that his language is lawyerish or obscure. Each sentence is clear enough, but oddly oblique, nothing is adding up. But we all get the idea that we are being sent a message. That the brother is clearly trying to tell us something. But what? I even begin to be a little paranoid. Why is the brother talking so strangely? Can the place be bugged? I find out later that I'm not the only one who had that thought. Looking back, I now recognize the source of the problem. It was as if two different people, two masks, were talking to us. One being a loyal older brother and a committed black man, the other being the chairman. One trying to show us reality, the other repeating the official line. But by the time he's finished we are thoroughly confused, so we ask directly. It's been over 35 years, so I can't remember exactly who asked what, but it went like this. Okay, brother chairman. You are telling us that current federal policy is against discrimination in government contracts, right? Yes, absolutely, the executive order. Oh, yes. Great, executive order, the policy. But is there the will? This is serious, right? I mean, it will be enforced, right? The will? Oh, definitely, there are people in this administration who are real serious on this. Real serious? Generally speaking, yes. Good, good. And this is the agency that has that responsibility, and the authority, to enforce the policy. Yeah, we do, we have. The authority to enforce compliance. That's right. We sure do. Well, theoretically anyway. Silence. Theoretically. Theoretically, yes, it's complicated, there are powerful forces, but theoretically, yes, statutory authority, yes. Okay, brother. Then what about the Howard Gym? We got the policy, we got the will, and we got the agency, so. Well, as you know, that's being investigated. 272. The hearts and minds of the student body. Investigated? But that's a matter of record, the Civil Rights Commission report. Do you have any doubt? Doubt? Me? No. I know it, you know it, the government knows it. Negroes are excluded. No doubt. And that is against policy, right? Right. And, you do have the responsibility to enforce policy? I mean, that's your main job, right? Right. So, will you pull the Howard contract? Well, no, that's not going to happen. But you do have the authority, you could. I mean, if the facts warranted, you could pull a contract, right? Well, theoretically anyway. That would be extreme, though. Complicated, there'd be repercussions, there are considerations, powerful interests, important people, who'd not be happy. But can you at least threaten? You know, make some motions, scare them a little. Maybe, perhaps, we'll see. Can I ask this? Has the committee ever intervened? On a contract, you mean? Pause for reflection. Well, can't recall that it has. Not yet, anyway. Why not? As I said, there are some important people who wouldn't be very happy. And so it went. Round and round it goes, where it stops, nobody knows. Finally, a light shined. So we go back over the territory. Just to make sure we understand. You're telling us that government policy prohibits discrimination on federal contracts? Absolutely. That the exclusion of Negroes on the Howard contract is not in dispute? Absolutely. On that and every other contract in the district. And that you and this agency have the responsibility to enforce? That's right. But that there is nothing you will, can, or intend to do? All of the above, at this time. Why? Well, there are some very powerful people. Powerful people? Who? Where? In the administration. Slight nod. The party. Barely perceptible nod. In business. Nod. Well, who are these people? Let's just say, some very powerful people. 273. We thanked him and left, wondering just why he had called us in the first place. Somehow, though, no one thought to ask that question. Damn, that was weird. Wasn't it? Kafkaesque. What the hell was it all about? Beats the crap out of me. But, you know, I think the brother was really trying to tell us something. Yeah. I got that feeling too. But what? I kinda somehow feel sorry for the dude, you know. Sorry? For the most powerful Negro in Washington? Yeah, me too. Man, that was some weird. So much for working on the inside, eh? You sure got that right, brother. Soon though I'd get another slightly different lesson on the subject. We went back to campus to inflate the rhetoric and mobilize the students. The student council president, an ally named Vernon Gill, said that since the feds had failed to acknowledge or answer letters sent in the name of the Howard student body, the council was calling for a massive demonstration at the building site on March 22. Not only that, the student council had set up a committee of mobilization, and many fraternities, sororities, and the student councils of all 5 schools had pledged support. So if there was no reply by March 16, demonstrations would commence on the 22. All of which was totally unprecedented. This was the official student government and a host of recognized student organizations. And the action would be on campus. Consequently, our administrators couldn't deny or finesse Howard student involvement on this one. What would they do? And, more to the point, what would the Kennedy administration do? As the days ticked by, we kept issuing statements. Nothing happened. At about 11 o'clock on the day of the demonstration, which is supposed to begin at 1, a few students are beginning to gather on campus. Thelwell and I are in the newspaper office going over the issues and planning strategy. Along with Gill, both of us are supposed to speak at the rally before the demonstration. NAG has already decided that it will be a dignified, peaceful march for the benefit of the press, not a confrontation. We don't want student civilians hurt or arrested. By then, after campaigning all over the South, we considered ourselves soldiers in the struggle, or as a song had it, in the army of the Lord. Then a phone rings and we are informed that the President's office is looking for us. President Nabright wishes to see us. The quick-wit editor who took the call said she would try to find us. On that campus the President was a remote, lofty presence. Neither of 274 the hearts and minds of the student body. Us had even so much as spoken to him face to face before. This can't be good. Man, he's going to try to get us to stop. No, he won't, he knows we can't do that now. Yeah, but suppose he orders us to? Damn, why don't we just don't go? Say they couldn't find us. We go after the demonstration. We can't do that, it's sneaky, we ain't kids, goddamn. Yeah. But why do we have to go now? We go after the demonstration, it's easier to get forgiveness than permission. You know that? Yeah, but that would be disrespectful. Besides, Nabright isn't the enemy. We gotta go now. Why would he wait till the last minute? He's smarter than that. He knows that this way we would almost have to defy him. Well, we have no idea what kinds of phone calls he's been getting. Remember, there are powerful people, and there's always the budget. So we don't go. We gotta. No, we don't. Not now. What if he tells us to fold? He won't. He might. Let's hope he doesn't because we can't. Look, we won't be disrespectful or defiant. We'll be polite but very clear. And take the consequences. What choice do we have? Yo, tell the President's secretary we're on our way. So we put on our game faces and walk across the campus, past where students are beginning to gather. Neither of us have been inside the President's office before. The door to his inner office is closed. The secretary says he's expecting us. We should knock and go in. We pause, look at each other. Thelwell seems to be stifling a sudden grin. What's funny? We knock and open the door. The President is at his desk, signing letters. We stand there till he looks up. With you in a minute, he says. We can read nothing from his face. Then he rises and walks toward us. Young men, he has a husky, southern voice. You all done? Why, I think you done just right. You done exactly right. He holds out his hand. I take it. Thelwell looks about to faint from relief. These folk, shoot. I tell M. I keep telling M. All this talk about civil rights, why it don't mean a dad burn thing as long as a man can't get hisself a decent job to support his family. Hell, y'all done just exactly right. Both of us are speechless. A little embarrassed. We just shake his hand and mumble modestly. And, he said, that demonstration y'all planning. I guess you can claim a victory. By now one of these should be waiting for you over in your office. He handed us a document. The letterhead said U.S. Department of Labor. Washington, D.C., March 27. Secretary of Labor W. Willard Wirtz acted today to require contractors and unions building the gymnasium at Howard University to comply with the non-discrimination clause of the construction. 275. Contract. If they fail to do so, the Secretary said, he will ask the Justice Department to enforce compliance. Secretary Wirtz acted in his capacity of Vice Chairman of the President's Committee on Equal Employment Opportunity and in accordance with the executive order issued by President Kennedy in 1961. We are now convinced that persuasion alone will not produce the action required. He referred to attempts to influence contractors and unions to end discrimination at Howard University and in government construction in the district. Investigation, he said, has shown that qualified Negroes are available to do such work and to enter craft apprenticeship programs. The secretary gave the unions 10 days to begin compliance or the matter would be referred to the Justice Department. Walking back across campus, I asked Thelwell, "What were you grinning about, at the door? You noticed? It was literary. You wouldn't understand. Negro, don't be playing that. Invisible man. You know, send this Negro a little further." So we had a rally where about 2,000 students showed up. We did what politicians always do. We claimed a victory. The matter was never referred to the Justice Department and no one ever explained to us the changes agreed to. But it was a splendid victory, on the inside. I believe the electricians may have taken on 3 Negro apprentices that year. 276. Chapter 13. Mississippi. Going home. They say that freedom is a constant struggle. When we left Parchman Prison in July 1961, many of us knew that we would be coming back. If not to prison, then certainly to the Magnolia State. We had been learning a lot at Howard, that was our laboratory. We learned even more in NAG, that was our on-the-job training. But Mississippi was my real education and SNCC my alma mater. In Black Mississippi I was blessed. Mississippi first taught me the pain and the joy of struggle. It crystallized my politics, opened up my eyes, and taught me how to organize. SNCC introduced me to the brotherhood of shared danger within bonds of loyalty. Yes, it did. But the struggle in Black Mississippi first brought me face to face with the best in my people, their patient courage, quiet nobility, and the beauty and power of an enduring culture that had brought them whole through centuries of slavery, poverty, and unspeakable oppression. In meeting them, I would meet the best in myself. Yes, indeed. In high school I'd read this phrase somewhere, "The South is every Negro's old country." I can't recall which famous black writer said that, but at the time I figured it applied only to Africans born in America. Because even folks born in Harlem or Newark would have grown up with their family's Southern stories and memories. Made sense. But of course it had to be different with me. My extended family being Caribbean, our ancestral stories had a calypso rhythm, an island accent, not a blues beat. The South wasn't my old country, so I thought. So why was I engulfed by an almost nostalgic sense of recognition and homecoming? The place neither looked, sounded, nor really even felt like the Trinidad of my childhood, but I sure felt very strongly that I'd come home. I could feel it. But I couldn't explain it. It was a gesture, facial. 277. Expression, an attitude, a personal style and spirit, and these almost always in older people. The first time I heard anyone else try to describe that exact feeling of recognition was Mrs. Hamer, some years later when she came back from Guinea. And guess what? My second time having that same feeling as strong was 4 years later when I first was in Guinea myself. There in the Mississippi Delta's vast, almost eerie flatness of cotton lands, in its small hamlets and rural churches, on its dark, dusty plantation backroads, from its fetid jails and the cattle prods and blackjacks of brutal polices, in the drive-by shootings and midnight bombings of night-riding Klansmen one saw the best and worst of which human beings were capable. When I say I learned a lot in Mississippi, that's the Lord's truth. But you know, the truth is, I probably unlearned twice as much, which is just as important, in some ways perhaps more important. So this chapter is not an account of SNCC's Mississippi campaign. That can be found elsewhere. This is more about what I learned and unlearned there and the people from whom I learned it. Because, by the time I would leave Mississippi, I would be clear on what my life's work was to be. I had discovered what I was an organizer and that the movement was my fate. Greenwood, Leflore County, the Delta. By the time the school year was over in June 1962, Bob Moses had moved his operation from Amite County into the Delta. One could call Bob's move, as we did, a strategic withdrawal or a tactical relocation. In SNCC we never used the word retreat. But, Truth be told, Bob and his organizers had sure enough been run out of SNCC's first Mississippi beachhead down in Amite County. The jailings, beatings, bombings, and finally the murder had, as intended, paralyzed the local community. For the moment nothing more could be accomplished there, so Bob and them had to move. But we would be back. Chuck McDew, last one out and locking the Freedom House for the last time, left a note for the Klan, polices, or other interested parties, SNCC done snuck. But only to resurface in the heart of the place they called the Delta. And this time, SNCC would not be moved. Bob and his troops had learned a thing or three. As they say, experience runs a hard school. Which is how it came about that the new base to which I reported that June 1962 was in the city of Greenwood in the county of Leffler. The Greenwood SNCC office was 4 blocks over from the Black High School. Which must still have been in session because no sooner had we arrived at the office when a group of high school students came trooping in, all laughing and excited. Soon as they saw us strangers, a carload of us had driven over from Atlanta. The teenagers became shy and fell silent. 278. Mississippi, going home. And wide-eyed. So I went over to talk and ended up with a place to stay. The place that would become my home for the next 3 years whenever I was there. I was captured by a rangy, long-legged 14-year-old, dark and pretty with smooth, lustrous Wolof skin, an animated expression, and huge, expressive eyes. Miss June Johnson decided that I was to stay with her family and nowhere else. When I met the family, I discovered that her mom, Mrs. Lulabelle Johnson, took care of the 12 children of the family. Yet there was always a bed and something to eat for me in that house. That was only the first of many lessons that would, one day, inevitably steer me back to Mother Africa. I became close to the Johnson family, the parents, the grandmother, and the children. In fact, I felt like a family member, and all the Johnsons became stalwarts of the movement in Greenwood. Over the next 4 years, Mrs. Johnson would take care of a great many SNCC people coming through Greenwood. She always called me her son. The Delta itself was not to be believed. Day after day you could sit in the middle of it and not believe what you were seeing or hearing. The landscape was my first experience in unlearning. It was unlike anything I'd ever encountered. Quite literally one vast, flat, unbroken cotton and soybean plantation. A friend from Howard I took on a tour of the Delta wrote about the experience. In its precise geographic meaning, refers only to the wedge of land between the Mississippi and Yazoo rivers but extends in popular usage to most of the northwestern quarter of the state. The area of the Delta coincides almost exactly with the 2nd Congressional District of Mississippi, the home of Senator Eastland, the Citizens Council, and of the densest population of Negroes in the state. What can be said about this place that will express the impact of a land so surrealistic and monotonous in its flatness that it appears unnatural, even menacing? Faulkner comes close to expressing the physical impact of the region. Crossing the last hill, at the foot of which the rich unbroken alluvial flatness began as the sea began, at the base of its cliffs, dissolving away in the unhurried rain as the sea itself would dissolve away. This description suggests the dominant quality, a flatness like an ocean of land, but within the vast flatness, a sense of confinement, a negation of distance and space that the sea does not have. And there are the rivers in the east, the headwaters of the river called Big Black, and sluggish tributaries, the Schooner, Yallabusha, and Yacona, which flow into the Tallahatchie, which in turn meets the Sunflower to become the Yazoo, which was called by the Indians the River of the Dead. The Yazoo flows south and west until it meets the Mississippi at the city of Vicksburg. I once entered the Delta from the west, from Arkansas, over a long 280. Mississippi, going home. Narrow old bridge that seemed to go for miles over the wide and uncertain Mississippi. It was midsummer and a heat that seemed independent of the sun rose from the land. The slightest indentation in the road's surface became a shimmering sheet of water that disappeared as you approached it. The numbing repetition of cotton fields blurring in the distance wore on one's nerves and perceptions. This has been called the richest agricultural soil in the world. So it may have been, but it also is tough and demanding, no longer boundlessly fecund. It now yields its fruits only after exacting disproportionate prices in human sweat and effort. An old man told me, for every man it enriches it kills 50, and some folks joke that the Delta will wear out a mule in 5 years, a white man in 10, and a nigger in 15. Which describes only the physical impact of the place, not the primitive economic and racial realities of the society. Unlearning. I had understood going in that the Delta was impoverished, in fact the poorest section of the poorest state in the Union. Hell, no. No, no, no. The Delta was in fact very, very rich. It produced great wealth. It was agribusiness on a gigantic scale, highly productive, heavily government subsidized, and based almost totally on the equivalent of slave labor. Our people's slavery. I must be fair, it wasn't really slave labor. Plantation workers, all black, were paid $3 a day from cane C to cane T. In 1961, the Delta was rich, it was only the people who were poor. Dirt poor. 19th century poor. Third world, to use the favorite term of the US media, poor. Working on voter registration, I would meet some black folk who did not officially exist. This is 1960s America I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who had been born, lived, worked, married, had children, and would die on the white man's land where they were born, without their birth having been registered anywhere off that plantation. No agency of the state had any official record of their existence. I don't know how widespread this was, but I did meet people in that situation. Some of them had never ventured farther than 20 miles from the plantation of their birth. Until, that is, the owners began to speed up mechanization so as to turn them off the land. Education. Hey, in some of these counties the first schools for blacks had hastily been built in 1954 after the Brown decision. They didn't even bother to call these squat, ugly concrete block structures schools, they were designated Negro Attendance Centers. Truth in labeling, Mississippi style. Medical care? I can still remember a SNCC field report from Panola, a county that was really just one large plantation. The SNCC workers were distressed by the running, chancre-like sores on the faces and limbs of black children. The adults on the plantations felt that when the children, 281, entered the fields to work the cotton, the pisan entered any little scratch or break in the children's skin and ate away the flesh like acid. We also discovered that people could typically pass their lives on these plantations without once being examined by a doctor or trained nurse. I'm talking about human conditions so primitive and brutal for black people that visitors from the north invariably responded with shock, pain, and disbelief. Oh, my God, this can't be happening in America. No, not in the 20th century. Hey, better believe it. The elaborate and expensive machinery was nothing but America, the crop dusting planes, the massive tractors, the huge cotton picking machines, were 20th century corporate America in spades. And this was no hidden aberration lying below the radar screen of America's social conscience. This arrangement was not only tolerated, this exploitation was heavily subsidized by the federal government, making every American taxpayer, white and black, complicit in the brutalizing of their kin. Then there was the complex network of ownership uncovered by Jack Minnis's SNCC Research Department. These plantation factories must have been very profitable investments. One was owned by the corporation supplying electricity to Boston, Massachusetts. The majority stockholder of another was Her Majesty, the Queen. Yeah, you heard me. None other than Elizabeth Regina, Queen of England, Empress Oflondia, and by the grace of God, majority owner of one of the largest Mississippi plantations only slightly evolved from outright slavery. Until I left Mississippi in 1965, this eerie, brutal landscape that seemed so completely oblivious to the passage of time would be my base. Yes, I were just a learning and unlearning, as Mr. Hartman Turnbow might have said. But the most important thing Mississippi first taught me was to really love my blackness. Not that I ever hated it, but really to love it, that's whole nother question. Like everyone else in America, I'd been hearing how beaten down. 282. Mississippi, going home. Backward, and slow the Southern Negro was. They'd been booked and scorned, oppressed so long and so hard, they'd had all humanity, all pride and resistance, beaten out of them. They'd been reduced to shuffling, scratching their woolly heads, content to bow, grin, and drawl "Yes, boss" to any white man. Sounds familiar, right? Besides which, having retreated into a pie-in-the-sky religiosity, the Southern Negro would wait for death or the Lord to deliver them. Not exactly promising raw material for militant struggle. Consequently, we idealistic Northern students would have to save them. We were, in effect, modern missionaries bringing enlightenment to the benighted Negro. Now, I'd never exactly believed any of that crap. That had not been my experience at Howard, nor in the New Orleans Project, nor the Mississippi jails. But it was in the air. It was implied in the ignorant questions of smug white reporters. It was, and continued to be, the subtext of the media coverage. But it was flat-out nonsense. Utter nonsense. I met heroes. Humble folk, of slight formal education and modest income, who managed to be both generous and wise. Simple, homespun, unlettered, hard-working, self-respecting men and women, sterling Brown's people, who took us in, fed us, instructed and protected us, and ultimately civilized, educated, and inspired the smart-assed college students. I could go on for a long time about the courage of our local peoples. But why reinvent the wheel? You can now consult some excellent books on that subject. To be as we were, young and black, and to have the opportunity to work with and get to know women like Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, Mrs. Annie Devine, Ms. Victoria Gray, Ms. Susie Ruffin, Mama Quinn, and Ms. Lula Bell Johnson was more than a privilege. It was a benefaction beyond price. I count myself and my SNCC friends very, very lucky indeed. Because of women like these, some strong men, and the spirit of community we found there, an amazing thing happened, something one would have thought impossible and quite unbelievable. How is it possible to live surrounded by extreme privation, amidst the most brutal material poverty, in an atmosphere of unrelieved tension, with your life in real and constant danger, and yet day after day find yourself at your most focused and fulfilled, your spirit at peace? Every day to find terror. Bal. *Ture particularly recommended 5 books, and Moody's Coming of Age in Mississippi's John Dittmer's Local People, Charles Payne's I've Got the Light of Freedom, K. Mill's biography of Fannie Lou Hamer, and Elizabeth Sutherland Martinez's Letters from Mississippi. EMT. 283. Ansed by exhilaration? But incredibly enough, it happened, it did. Ask anybody who was there. When dosing me with her bitter bush medicines, Grandmother Cecilia used to encourage me, "Boy, what don't kill you will surely strengthen you." Well, some of us were surely strengthened, a few of us it killed. Many others bore no visible wounds but were permanently damaged. We call those our walking wounded. They don't come by ones, they don't come by twos. The strong men keep coming, strong men coming on, the strong men, coming. So very much to unlearn. I figured, of course, that I already knew all about our history. Why, I even considered that was part of my mission, to teach the youth our true history. Well, sitting at night and listening to some remarkable older men talk about their lives, the things they had seen and done, things that had happened to them and their families, the many different kinds of struggles and strategies they'd tried, the economic heroism of their very survival was an education. An education in endurance and resourcefulness. These were some brave, Smart, solid, centered, infinitely hard-working men, who understood their lives fully. What emerged from their stories was that their people's poverty was not accidental or inevitable. And that the racism around them was not simply random acts of irrational prejudice by individual whites. That the evils of Mississippi racism were the expression of a systematic, public policy by the state designed to effect. 284. Mississippi, going home. And perpetuate the subjugation of black people. That in an American state, the government was, and had been, waging open warfare physical, psychological, economic, and military against half the population simply because they were black. And, that this warfare had been conducted for 100 years openly, within full view and with the complicity of white America, from the president on down. And gon' lie to you, son, that's the way it be down here. Yeah, you say, so what's new? You're not saying you didn't know that? Course I knew it, abstractly, from books. But I never began to really feel it until I looked into the eyes and lined faces of men like Amzie Moore, Mr. Dewey Big Daddy Green, Mr. Hartman Turnbow, Mr. E.W. Steptoe, or Mr. C.C. Bryant and listened to their voices telling their stories. Then our history became real to me. Sometimes the one thing that is the most glaringly obvious is the thing everyone overlooks. Something so blatantly obvious no one seems to see it. Well, I'm sure y'all remember the racist mantra that was conventional wisdom of white America or Jim Crow. It goes something like this. When two races are unequally endowed but occupy the same area, the only logical, wise thing to do is to separate them. Thus each could develop at its own pace. The superior race will not be dragged down or polluted by the inferior, while the less competent one can also proceed in its own limited way, without being overwhelmed and made to continually confront its own inferiority by forced competition, which it can only lose, with the superior race. Even if you're too young to have heard that particular version, I'm sure you've been hearing its contemporary version from the current generation of right-wing racists who seem to have hijacked the political discussion in white America. Now I can't think of any African I ever knew who believed that bullcookie. But one heard it so often from educated Southerners that I had to assume that they, and white folk in general, must really have believed it. Then one evening I'm unable to sleep and everything I've been seeing and hearing about the great state o' Mississippi is running around my head. The entire, elaborate structure of discriminatory laws and statutes. The succession of Mississippi plans designed to keep the Negroes in their place. Because, make no mistake about it, the single, central organizing principle, the major civic concern upon which the social, economic, and political arrangements of the entire state were predicated, was white advantage and black subjugation. And that was clear. The hierarchy of social status, the protocols of racial etiquette and exclusion, the codes of manners and behavior, were all racially determined and 285. Painstakingly designed to crush my people's spirit. An entire apparatus of law and practices created for one purpose, to encumber and impede black progress. No other earthly reason. None. Like South Africa under apartheid. Oh, wow, I yelled. What could have been more obvious? Them crackers don't even think we inferior at all. They can't. The entire organization of the state was indisputable proof of that. If you so sure a people are inferior, you don't need to spend the time, energy, and obsessive effort creating this barricade of economic and educational impediments and political restrictions. For what? To keep an inferior race in their place? Surely, if you know they inferior, then you simply leave them to stagnate, anchored in place by the weight of their own incompetence. So that's not it? They scared of what might happen if we had a fair shake. AIE, by their deeds shall ye know them. From that moment of insight a lot of things began to fall into place for me. Language, and especially the spoken word, has always had a serious hold on me. From my earliest childhood I've been just fascinated by words and the sounds and rhythms of words and our people's voices. I still am. Our people take pleasure in wordplay and in the rhythms, tones, and music of spoken language. Us Jess loves to play with our language. Where do you suppose Dr. King's eloquence came from? And I wasn't the only one in SNCC who came to appreciate the soft cadences and slow music of Southern black speech. In fact, we used to make jokes when, after a month or so, some visiting white graduate student, even a doctoral candidate or two, would begin to sound like unlettered and ungrammatical sharecroppers. Imitation, they say, is the highest form of flattery. For me it was a pleasure and instructive to listen carefully to the skillful way our people use language. Once, I remember, I was talking to this older man, a field hand, outside his little house. A car came into view raising a cloud of dust in the distance. Oh, son, best you step inside the house for a spell. I stood inside the door and listened as the plantation owner blustered and berated the brother about outside agitators, gratitude, and voting. The brother assured his employer that he knew nothing about that mess. He had no more use for it than a rattlesnake. Their last exchange was classic. It went something much like this. J.T., the boss asked earnestly, answer me this, have we ever abused or mistreated you? Will, Captain, I can't really say as you has. Nah sir. Nah, you knows, I surely couldn't say nothing like that, Missa Charlie. Good. And ain't I always treated you fair? And I always been right with you. 286. Mississippi, going home. Captain, the brother said thoughtfully, as though searching his memory, you know, I got to say you has. Yes I sure gotta say that. I could never look in your face and say yo hasn't been good to me. Nah sir, I sure would never do that, Sue. JT. The boss beamed, confirmed in his own benevolence dash you a good old boy. Mighty kind of you, Sue, JT agreed. He watched the car drive out of sight, then turned to me. Son, tell me one more time where that meetin' is to be. When I first heard Mrs. Hamer talk about how disgusted the people were, I had no idea at the time that her description would become such a part of popular vocabulary. We be sick and tired of this mess. Fact is, we sick and tired o' being sick and tired. But we keeps on, and we keeps on, 'cause we got to keep on keeping on. And again in Atlantic City at the 1964 Democratic National Convention, when she told the Democratic leadership, we didn't come here for no 2 seats, for all of us is tired. I seriously doubt that Hubert Humphrey or Walter Mondale recognized the many layers of meaning, the complex levels of political wisdom and ironies, compacted into that simple little sentence. The day I told Mr. Hartman Turnbow how 3 generations of movement women Mrs. Hamer, Annalie Ponder, and June Johnson had been beaten in the Winona jail, his face grew overcast, his voice thoughtful. You know, son, he mused, water seek the low places but power seek the weak places. Another time he told me, soon as the leaves turn color in the fall, Evra Peckerwood in Holmes County and his pappy, they calls they self goin' a hunting. They be after them lil ol' squirrels and rabbits. With them, huntin' be a tradition and a practice. But, you know somethin'? If e'en them lil critters had some guns of they own? Why, I bet you the very next day they be mighty few white men's left in this county be calling they self hunters. So if I had me Bob Moses job, why I'd get me some guns and I'd sweep all the way from Holly Springs right down to Biloxi. Mr. Turnbow never staged his march from Mississippi's most northerly town to the sea, but after he tried to register and some white fellers tried to burn him out, I were not being nonviolent. I had me my rifle and I commenced a popping. When the sheriff accused him of attempting to start the fire himself, Mr. Turnbow asked, Sheriff, now why would I try to burn my own house and I don't even have no insurance on it? A few days before or after his friend Mr. Herbert Lee was gunned down, slight, wiry Mr. E.W. Steptoe went to the Liberty Courthouse to register. The sheriff, gun conspicuously in hand, challenged him. What business you got here, Steptoe? State your damn business. Mr. Steptoe, looking from the gun to the lawman's eyes, said mildly, Wall, Sheriff, if 287 lives, I reckon I'm goin' reddish to vote. And he stepped right on past the hulking lawman. My people, oh, my peoples. We had a Freedom Day in one of the Delta towns, the first one in that county. One old lady, dressed in her Sunday best and exuding determination and pride, had walked the line in the blazing sun all morning. After taking and failing the test, she was asked by a reporter how she felt. Right proud, she said. Why, Sue, I feels downright proud. Because, as she explained, even though we ain't what we want to be, and we ain't what we goin' to be, I thanks God Almighty that we sure ain't what we was. I've got the light of freedom, I'm gonna let it shine. And, of course, there is the Reverend Mr. Hume and the Governor. It was before my time but had deservedly become legendary. Only days after the Brown School decision, the Governor, it was Miss Baker who provided the metaphorical wings. Her calm, rational presence and evident confidence in us gave us faith. We could do this. But it really was the core freedom rides which we had made ours and the Kennedys' sudden interest in black voter registration that promised us what little start-up money we had, or thought we would have. Though, as Jim Foreman would be quick to point out, let the record show, that the bulk of this liberal VEP money that the Kennedys had been dangling before the movement continued to go to the 298. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. Older adult organizations. And this long after it had become crystal clear that the organization with the most staff working full-time and most creatively on voter registration was SNCC. I guess we students were a cheap date. $100 of VEP money could pay the salaries of 10 of our field secretaries for a week. I doubt whether the NAACP or SCLC could have hired 2 people for that. At the same time, other questions equally or even more fundamental had to be engaged. Questions we had to ask ourselves and continue to ask ourselves over the life of the organization. Ask and be prepared to have the answers change and keep on changing as the organization grew in size and influence and as political conditions changed around us. We may have all arrived at the same jumping-off place, but we had reached that place from very different starting points and by slightly different routes. So we had to find common ground on which to agree. Just what is SNCC? Organizationally, politically, philosophically. What are its goals, purposes, and means? How do we understand ourselves? What is our role? How would SNCC be different from the NAACP? From SCLC, were we kidding ourselves and really just trying to found an institution after all? Something intended to outlive us? Thanks largely to Ms. Baker, those questions got answered in ways that allowed us to bond together seamlessly, at least for then. But, as I've said, these questions would also persist over the life of the organization and even beyond. Because, up to today, wherever 10 or 12 SNCC veterans are gathered together, these questions will certainly raise their gnarly old heads. Fresh and contentious as ever. For if, as Chuck Jones put it, we had to learn to fly before hitting the ground, we also had to decide the style and trajectory of that flight. Just what kind of bird were we, buzzards or falcons? The answers we came up with gave the organization its identity and evolving character. Which of course had everything to do with the people we were or imagined ourselves to be. The urgency of these same questions had made those endless all-night discussions which had begun in Nashville so exciting and intense. I'm not going to even try to recapitulate those debates now. What is important is that they came out of the absolute necessity to define ourselves as we went along and to keep doing that. The process this gave rise to and became a large part of the organizational culture. In fact, before long, left intellectuals began analyzing SNCC's ideology of participatory democracy and our anti-leader philosophy. Both concepts were held up as SNCC's prescription, if not for organizing society at large, then certainly for running a radical political organization. Especially participatory democracy, that became the new left mantra, there. 299. Answer both to representative democracy and democratic centralism. We always laughed at these theoretical formulations. Because this wasn't SNCC ideology or any kind of advanced social theory. I mean, we never proclaimed that the organization had to proceed by consensus rather than majority vote. Or, as C. Gubug, Cox would ask, where is it carved in stone that decision-making has to entail all-night debate until consensus is attained? I have seen no graven tablets. Well, it just happened that way. Why? Because it had to. Because it could not conceivably have happened in any other way. I don't understand why people couldn't see that. Check out the situation. You've got 20 or 30 very different young people in the room. All have taken time out of school because this is where they want to be. Nobody is being paid to be there. Each is in some way a rebel. These be some stubborn folk. Most are leaders back at their schools. None are particularly good at taking orders or allowing themselves to be intimidated. And if they don't believe in something, you can flat out forget it. But they do believe generally in what the group is trying to do, which is to fight injustice and end racism. Many will have shared dangers together. So they like and respect each other, particularly the courage and commitment. The level of education varies, but the level of intelligence is high. Unusually so. But the level of involvement is even higher. There are some strongly held views. Some will become famous. A few will become politicians. A number will officially be declared geniuses. Some will go on to distinguished careers. Some will never make it back to school, and some will never fully recover from the stress and danger. But as a group they are some very, very interesting young people. So far as the young organization is concerned, nothing, but nothing, is written in concrete. So how are decisions to be made in such a gathering? Decisions that folk will honor and be bound by? The notion of an authority figure, leader, or group of leaders issuing orders is laughable. No person or group has authority to fire anyone. Close majority votes won't work because what if the minority seriously disagrees? Nobody is gonna risk his or her life for a program or policy with which he or she seriously disagrees. I think you begin to see the dimension of the problem. All you could do is talk it out. Whatever time that takes. And because folks really respect each other and the purpose that brought them here, and because the issues are deadly serious and decisions have to be made, and because people are indeed earnest and the talk is interesting, folk hang in. Most everybody contributes something to the discussion, if only questions at first. Gradually, very gradually, shared understandings, an analysis, and language acceptable to everyone begin to emerge. Then someone, sometimes but by no means always Ms. Baker, summarizes. Okay, now, are we agreed that? Can we say the 300? A band of brothers, a circle of trust. Following. Do I hear objections? Bingo. Consensus. Joy, happiness, hugs. A sense of unity, accomplishment, relief. But it's being SNCC, there's always going to be one, but I thought we said. I still don't understand why. Groans, muffled curses, and we have to back up and start over from whatever the point of objection was. But, you know, for quite a while it did actually work like that. If only because there was no other way it could have. Of course, I never claimed to have been the most patient African in the world, and sometimes my impatience would show. But once, very gently, Ms. Baker pulled my coat. Stokely, you know, you're going to have to learn to be more patient. But, Ms. Baker, some of these people just loves to hear themselves talk. I know them, they be testifying and posturing. So, let them. They will get to the point. Not everyone can be as quick as you, Stokely, but everyone is as important. I know that, Ms. Baker, but still. Of course it's important that we all agree. But it's just as important that we all understand. However long that takes. WT have to work with people where they are. Now some folks don't say much. But you watch them. They are listening very carefully. And thinking. Some are dealing with these questions for the first time. But they are learning and soon they'll be speaking. In SNCC, they have to feel free to speak and that's important however long it takes. Ms. Baker was right, and as you can see, I've never forgotten that conversation. It became an article of faith for me in all the organizing I've done during my life. Because what came out of that process was more than an organization or even a philosophy. It was really a culture, a way of dealing among ourselves and with the people we were trying to organize. Somewhere along in there very early we took to calling ourselves a band of brothers and a circle of trust. Which I believe we were. But participatory democracy was neither theory nor ideology, it was simply necessary. There were real issues to resolve, a clear role to define, a collective identity to agree on. So far as structure, we had only 2 officers, a chairman who spoke for the organization, and an executive secretary, who did the administrative work. There was also an executive committee of, I believe, some 21 people, which was supposed to set policy, but that was a joke. Not because we didn't respect the committee, or because it never met or took a vote, that I remember, but because no one was ever quite sure who was on it or who wasn't. It did not matter. Whenever the executive committee met, whoever happened to be around and felt like it simply sat in and spoke his or her piece. I can't remember any staff member present ever. 301. Being challenged nor, come to think of it, any policy that it handed down. I mean in early SNCC. Offices didn't matter but we really respected our officers. Jim because he worked so hard, was deeply committed, resourceful, and really fought hard for the survival of the organization politically and financially. John because he was brave and had paid some serious dues. Besides, he seemed to actually like going around reading speeches that reflected what we were about. That, at first, was about all the national structure that we needed or wanted. How we understood ourselves and our roles evolved naturally out of those legendarily long meetings. Here are some of the hard questions we wrestled with and the conclusions we arrived at. Of course, and lucky for you, the long, winding discussion that got us there cannot be reproduced here. What is SNCC really? We are a collection of mobile organizers. We go wherever there is a need, when we are invited, stay only as long as we are wanted, and serve the people's needs as they tell us. So, we do anything? No. We help the community do as much as they are willing to do, within reason and SNCC principles, as long as it serves the struggle. Serves the struggle? To empower the people to represent themselves and liberate the community. What aren't we? SNCC is not a membership organization trying to organize local chapters or build an institutional membership base. We organize the people to speak in their own interest and try to leave behind us strong leaders and organizations forged in struggle. We are not one-shot mobilizers who come in to lead and speak for the community. Mobilizing hundreds of people in mass demonstrations and arrests, then leaving the community to pick up the pieces when media attention shifts. Our way is to live in the community, find, train, or develop representative leadership within strong, accountable local organizations or coalitions that did not exist before, and that are capable of carrying on the struggle after we leave. When we succeed in this, we will work ourselves out of a job. Which is our goal. We were not as naive as this sounds. In fact, we used to joke that to the extent we were successful, it would be precisely those organizations we helped create that would one day run us out of town, our militant presence having become an embarrassment. Either so they could assert their autonomy or move to mend fences and enter pragmatic negotiations with the local establishment, which by that time would have no reason to like us. In fact, excellent reason to hate our guts. Then, who are we? 302. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. People young enough, free enough, as yet without the family and career obligations, which will surely come, and bad enough to be able to devote full time to the fight against racist injustice. But why? Because we may never have that degree of freedom or the opportunity again. But for whom? For our people, our parents who could not do it, and for our children who will not have to. And for how long? How long? Not long. Remember, free by 63, yeah, and still alive in 65. For as long as it takes, or as long as you can. Folks drop in, folks drop out, but the struggle goes on. Everyone's contribution is important. We say we work with people where they are. Some can give a month, some a year, some everything. Some will come to a meeting, others will go to jail. Some will slip $1 in your hand, others put up their house for bail. We work with people where they are from, each according to his ability. On nonviolence. Talking about SNCC principles. I mean, can we talk about nonviolence? What's to talk about? That ain't negotiable. We nonviolent, period. Yeah, but what does that really mean? At all times and in all ways? See, the other night I was at Mr. Steptoe's. When it got dark, the family brought out their guns. Asked me if I wanted one. What's SNCC's position then? What was I supposed to do? What does the organization expect? Long discussion. Conclusion: SNCC is officially nonviolent. This organization will not buy, store, or distribute weapons. SNCC workers will not carry guns. But we certainly cannot and will not be asking folks living in the teeth of the Klan to unilaterally disarm. You want to take that responsibility, to ask folks not to defend themselves? How can we? Fine, but what if they offer us a gun? Well, bro, THA's between you, Jesus, and your conscience. Do you even know how to handle a gun? Can you shoot straight? Do you help defend the home, or do you be nonviolent? That's entirely on you. That seemed right to me and most folk. But a few people wondered openly if that was in the true spirit of nonviolence. Dr. King says that the tactic of nonviolence without the spirit of nonviolence can be a form of violence. I also knew that I wasn't about to check on my people up in the Delta to see if anyone going out on the highway after dark was carrying something heavy. Especially after the terrorists sprayed Bob and Jimmy's with a semi-automatic rifle outside Greenwood. On red baiting and political respectability. People are reporting that liberal supporters are saying that they hear that SNCC accepts help from communists. That it is immoral to work with communists. Say what? What exactly do they mean? 303. Well, that we can't be working with certain unions, certain lawyers, and certain individuals. Well, like who exactly? A few names are mentioned. What? When I call so and so, they are always ready to help. Always. No questions asked. Or, man, she has always been our most dependable supporter, always helpful. Or, hey, that's who is handling my case in Alabama. Long, earnest discussion. Conclusion. We can't afford to be hostage to any such sectarian history. First of all, it just isn't right. Second, we can't afford it. What'd we look like asking folks for their political history and checking for ideological purity? That ain't SNCC. SNCC will work with anybody who supports our programs, shares our goals, honors our principles, and earns our trust. Period. Cheers, applause. That became our stated policy. It did not please the totalitarian liberals, and the CIA assets in the national media would continue to red-bait the organization. That was not only absurd, it was counterproductive. It merely increased our contempt for that kind of political litmus test. Whenever reporters would raise it to me, I'd tell them, hey, you don't worry about the communists, worry about SNCC. We way more dangerous, Jack. There is no question which may be the single thing everybody agrees on unequivocally that the person most responsible for this process was Ms. Ella Jo Baker. No question. Her mere presence was crucial to the dynamic and tone of these early meetings. She was so patient with us, very patient. She paid us the respect of taking us as seriously as she took the struggle. She was always clear. Always focused. I've never heard her raise her voice. And in return, our respect for this extraordinary woman was so unconditional that we would not even think of showing her the disrespect of raising our voice or swearing in a meeting. Her mere presence disciplined those meetings. When I think back on those times, I'm amazed to realize that Ms. Baker was then roughly the same age I am now. Amazing. The sharpest image I retain of Ms. Baker from this period, it's 1, 2, or even 3 in the morning. The meeting has been going all day. People are bleary-eyed, disheveled, sprawled out all over. Some 20-year-olds have even nodded off. And there's Ms. Baker sitting erect. She is wearing a dignified but stylish blue suit, stockings, and if memory serves, a small, elegant hat. She would not be out of place in church or at a NAACP board meeting. She seems quite alert and her eyes follow each speaker intently. But you can't really see her entire face because she's wearing a surgical mask against the thick cloud of smoke from the many chain smokers in the room. At the end of the meeting she's looking unrumpled, fresh, and still alert. Of course, a number of other adults supported and advised us. I've 304. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. Mentioned Bayard Rustin at Howard and Harry Belafonte's early and constant encouragement. At those early meetings another important advisor was a young history professor from Spelman, Howard's Inn, who wrote the first book and still one of the best on SNCC's early days. Then there were the local folk. In Mississippi, Amzie Moore was Bob Moses's great mentor, though I suspect that Bob's leadership style was patterned whether consciously or not on Ms. Baker's. The Reverend Ed King, a young, white clergyman from the Mississippi establishment, was a stalwart ally and was made to suffer greatly for his treason to the Southern way. Later, after I became chairman, Dr. Martin Luther King was helpful to me personally with advice and support. In southwest Georgia there was the remarkable King family, A.D. and Slater King. In Selma, Alabama, an extraordinary family of warriors called the Boyntons. And in Lowndes County, Alabama, Mr. Jackson and his family. But Ms. Baker was far and away our most influential advisor, a constant presence, counselor, and role model. She was in many ways the organization's principal architect. 4. Even beyond the internal culture, how we organized ourselves and related to each other, Ms. Baker's influence was profound and far-reaching. The organization's political orientation, moral outlook, and organizing principles owed much to her guidance. But this guidance was so natural, so gentle, and unobtrusive, as to have been almost imperceptible at the time. See, all her adult life, Ms. Baker had been an organizer. She had become very good at it. As a young woman she had been a traveling orator, traversing the South to set up local chapters of the NAACP. This, I believe, was back in the 40s. Later she would serve as director of chapters for the NAACP. This is when, I believe, her affinity and respect for people at the Southern grassroots really matured. After that she had been, in effect if not in title, the experienced organizing intelligence giving form to Dr. King's young SCLC. My impression is that Mrs. Baker was as disillusioned by the male chauvinism as by the hierarchical fixation on status in the leadership of both groups. Also by a certain elitism, and a bureaucratic disregard for the intelligence and ability of local people at the grassroots that fluid from those attitudes. So naturally Ms. Baker would consider it her duty to help this new, youthful organization in which she was so invested to avoid those tendencies. Because she clearly understood the danger of becoming that against which you are fighting, she was never doctrinaire. About the most inflexibly dogmatic statements she ever permitted herself were: "A strong people don't need strong leaders, and we who believe in freedom cannot rest." She never did. Ms. Baker never ever pulled rank, traded on the authority of her 305 greater experience, or wielded that authority to try to impose a direction on our youthfulness. That was just not her way. Nor did she adopt the transparently condescending liberal pretense to equality of "Kid, I don't know any more than you, we're all here learning together," which some teachers affect. She respected herself and us far too much for that. She knew way more than we did, and we all knew that. What she was our trusted advisor, our teacher, and an authority figure. No question about that. So naturally we took all our tough questions to her. But we never got a dogmatic, or in fact almost never, a direct answer. Usually she preferred to answer with another question and then another, forcing us to refine our thinking and to struggle toward an answer for ourselves. "Ms. Baker, should we?" Well, certainly you could, but what is the result you really want to achieve here? If you do thus and so, how do you think so and so is likely to respond? If you do X, what will that say about this organization? Then she'd be content to sit back and listen carefully as we wrestled with the issue, groping our way toward a shared understanding. I'm not sure that Ms. Baker always agreed 100% with every conclusion we reached. In fact, I know at times she did not. But I know she truly believed we had to make our own decisions so long as the process was open, inclusive, and rigorous. We all learned a lot about organizing. I know I certainly did from being around Ms. Baker. And it wasn't just process either. It was also substantive. Our definition of SNCC as a group of organizers, for instance. Or our faith in and respect for the local people. Our egalitarianism and notorious distrust of hierarchical leadership. A number of other myths about our organization need to be corrected, one hopes, once and for all. There's the question of whites in SNCC and the black nationalism that drove these good white liberals out. In the typically reductive, simplistic, media-driven version of history, SNCC began as an integrated group devoted to a mystical Christian vision of a communal beloved society, before the rise of an intolerant black nationalism ruined this interracial Eden. Or there's its opposite, an equally inaccurate revisionist version, according to which race relations in SNCC were never really all that good. The organization had always, from the get, been riven by racial/sexual tensions and jealousies, so that the apparent color-free harmony had always been just a myth. Some commentators even allege both at the same time. Gimme an ever-loving break. Both are equally pernicious. I believe I can shed some light here. As usual, the truth is far more interesting than that conventional piffle. If I say that SNCC was never an integrated organization, that no white Americans were ever on the SNCC staff, certainly not the field. 306. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. Organizing staff. That, if they joined, whites never survived in SNCC more than a month. That nationalism was no exotic import from northern ghettos, but indigenous to the southern communities out of which we came. That the organization was nationalist from its first day. You'd say, aha! There we go. THIRD either has completely lost it, is being deliberately provocative, or is crudely trying to rewrite history again. Afraid not. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Start with the beloved community. Honestly, I never knew what that meant. I always did have real difficulty getting my head around it conceptually. What exactly in practical terms did it describe? Of course, I understand that the term comes out of a race-free, Christian, pacifist vision of lions lying down with lambs and swords beaten into plowshares, and grounded in Gandhian nonviolent activism. I also know that it had currency among spiritual pacifists, the social gospel seminarians out of Nashville who had studied with the Reverend James Lawson. Nobody had any real objection to the term as I remember. But I certainly never used it and can't remember anyone from NAG ever doing so. Nor Ms. Baker or Mrs. Hamer nor any of our local staff, nor the local people from the communities for that matter. However, the Reverend Mr. Lawson is credited as the principal author of the very high-minded founding document coming out of the first conference. I believe the term beloved community first appears in that statement and was subsequently recycled. However, everything I understand about that meeting suggests also a realistic concern with practical political questions from the very first. Also a strong identification with the African liberation struggle from the get. Was I quite serious in saying there were no whites in SNCC? Aha, you say. So what about Jane Stembridge, Bob Zellner, Sam Shira, Dinky Romilly, Mary King, Casey Hayden, Betty Garman, Bill Hansen, Jack Minnis, Penny Patch, Ursula Junk, Mendy Samstein, Danny Leon, and a number of others? What were these guys? Tokens? Department store mannequins? Black folk in whiteface? Gimme a break. They were friends, allies, comrades, SNCC staffers, and brothers and sisters in the struggle. But, as usual, you're not listening. I never said no whites ever joined SNCC. So how could I say there were no whites in SNCC? Because upon joining us, those comrades stopped being white in most conventional American terms, except in the most superficial physical sense of the word. To start with, for these young white Americans even to seriously think about joining the struggle in the conditions that prevailed meant that they were unusually conscientious and socially aware young people. Then, quite apart from the danger, the ones who joined were whites who had no problem working happily in a black organization with black leadership and that worked mostly in rural black communities at considerable risk. That alone would separate them from the general run of their white countrymen then and now and entitles them to our respect. And, while all of us would be changed by the experience, our white staffers had at least 3 particularly attitude-changing experiences that white Americans almost never have: working with blacks in complete equality, being on the receiving end of white racial hostility, and being immersed in the highest expressions of black culture while meeting the black community at its very best. Thinking young person could avoid being changed by even one of these experiences, much less by all 3 together? Socially and politically our comrades of lighter complexion stopped being white. Hen. They experienced the full force of racist hostility from Southern white politicians, police, and public opinion, compounded by the indifference or paralysis of the national political establishment. Whatever class and color privileges they might have taken for granted were immediately suspended. At moments of confrontation they were at as great a risk as any of us, and as race traitors were sometimes in even greater jeopardy. Boy, best you hush yo damn mouth. For as I am concerned, you lower an any nigger, here. I'd shoot you easy as I would a rattlesnake. Or, the flashlight shines into the car and stops on a young white woman. Aha, now look a here. Gal, ain't you got no shame? Tell me somethin', wicca these niggers you sleeping with? Or I bet you doin' them all, huh? On the one hand, American bigotry at its ugliest. And on the other, just the opposite, the same cultural realities that were affecting and educating us all, the warmth, texture, language, style, music, spirit, and moral. 308. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. Strength of black Southern culture all brought together in struggle and resistance. This was a remarkably sharp juxtaposition. And it was exciting and transformative, a unique moment in American history, and we all were changed by it. Entirely a matter of perspective. Seriously. So I meant it, and as a sincere compliment, when I said there were no white people on the SNCC staff. Or that SNCC was never an integrated organization in any conventional sense of that term. You know the usual integration, a group of blacks adopting the attitudes, lifestyles, vocabulary, and values of mainstream American culture, hoping to become assimilated and begging acceptance in a white world. The movement SNCC, at any rate, was far, far better than that. In fact, the cultural dynamic was exactly the reverse of that melting pot model of integration, which was exactly the cultural imperialism we had fought at Howard. Integration meant black folk trying to become white. In SNCC, white folk became black. All of us, regardless of color, who struggled inside that organization were forever changed, by the times and by the experience. Being young, how could we not have been? So those of us within that circle of trust became family and remain so to this day. Because for a brief moment it had been possible to believe, and, in SNCC, it was as true as it is likely ever to be in this society, that race, class, and indeed even gender did not really matter. We had far more important external things to concern us. But this is America, and we would not be permitted to escape the society's crude realities forever. It would become clear that SNCC's spirit internally was like a dream within a bubble, a thing insulated, but only for a time, from the realities of class, color, status, and education in the larger society outside. You see this most clearly when you look at the fate of different branches of this family since the movement days. The difference between the lives and careers of the local staff, the Annie Pearl Avery's, Jesse Harris's, Willie Ricks's, MacArthur Cotton's, Randy Battles, etc., who were the real cutting edge of SNCC, and those of the educated middle-class blacks and most of the white members of the family once the high tide of the movement crested and receded in the South. But for a time we were not conscious of this. Why? Because if SNCC was, as the press took to calling us, the shock troops of the Southern movement, these local African youth were the shock troops of the shock troops. Enough respect. But after the heroic days, the issues of class, color, and education, which for a moment had seemed to disappear within SNCC, reasserted themselves in people's lives in the society outside. 309. Of all the remarkable and surprising people I met in the Mississippi struggle, none was more interesting and influential than Bob Moses. By the time I finally met Bob in Greenwood in the summer of 1961, he was already in my mind something of a legend. During that academic year he was to us, watching from Howard, not simply just the head of the Mississippi Project, but had become almost a symbol of the SNCC spirit. I mean, anyone who was doing the things we'd been hearing had to be not only a great leader, but more than that even, a show-enough hero. And of course, to look the part. I mean, you could always tell at a glance who the hero in a movie was, right? There always was that certain look. So you just know that this Bob Moses had to be larger than life, at least as dramatic and articulate as Bayard, as charismatic and physically imposing as Malcolm, and as eloquent and inspiring as Dr. King. At least, that's clear. So you knew I just could not wait to meet this paragon. So that morning we gets to the Greenwood office. Folks be coming in and out. Field secretaries, Sam Block, Willie Peacock, Do Wright, John Hardy, James Jones. Some local teenagers. Lots of energy and excitement. I met a lot of folks. But no Bob Moses. After a while I realized this and asked where he was. Man, I really want to meet that brother, you know. The teenagers nudge each other and giggle. Hey, he say he want to meet Bob. Titter, titter. Whatever was funny was lost on me. Hey, he be right back, man. You gon' get to meet him, sure enough. Giggle, giggle. In fact, here he come now. I turned to the door eagerly. But the only person there was this stocky brother I been talking to briefly. We'd exchanged a few sentences, as I seem to recall, about Camus's The Rebel. A quiet brother, almost nondescript in baggy overalls, a white t-shirt, and brogans. He had an open, roundish brown face with faint freckles and wore thick, round glasses that gave him a studious, even owlish appearance. His voice was deliberate, low-key, almost muted, but his eyes were focused, always intense, always serious, and kind. Everything about this brother seemed utilitarian, serviceable. Even the no-frills way he dressed. That was Bob. I hadn't realized who I had been talking to because Bob had absolutely no swagger about himself, no posturing, no ostentatiousness, no self-projection. Just this quiet, attentive seriousness to whomever he was talking to. His manner was always the same, almost self-effacing. Which does not necessarily mean humble because, as we know, ostentatious humility can and usually does mask the most outrageous of egos. But with Bob it was as though he were not at all interested in impressing you with his brilliance or importance. Or for that matter even what impression he was making or failing to make. In fact, quite the reverse, as if he were trying to transcend and efface his presence so as to concentrate on the problem, the idea. And to get you to move beyond the superficial and focus on ideas too. 310. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. Bob always listened, and the thing is, you could actually see him listening far more than he ever spoke. And whenever he did speak, whether in a meeting or from a platform, it was softly and thoughtfully, almost haltingly, as though he were deliberately screening all emotion and rhetorical flourish out. I cannot remember hearing Bob ever utter a slogan of any kind. Nor, come to think of it, raise his voice or issue an order. He had left a teaching job to come south, and in a basic way he remained a teacher very much in the style of Ms. Baker. Rather than giving orders or answers, he was good at defining issues, what became known in SNCC as raising questions. Usually ethical questions. It seems to me what we need to ask ourselves is, are we willing to endanger the lives of other people, the local people, who work with us? We are nonviolent, but do we have the right to ask Mr. Steptoe to remove the guns from his home where his family is sleeping because SNCC people happen to be there that night? Can we take away a man's right to defend his family? Just raising questions. As you have probably surmised, I came to admire Bob a lot. I mean a lot. He had been a doctoral candidate in philosophy at Harvard when we met. I was changing my major to philosophy. Bob's example of clarity and rationality influenced me in that decision. When I got to know him, we'd sometimes discuss philosophy. I remember one night in a Freedom House we sat up almost till sunup discussing a tough philosophical problem. That was Bob. He taught me a lot of philosophy. Bob was really, as we used to say, into existentialism, particularly. 311. Camus, believing strongly that we are what we do. Not what we say or what we might even think we are. But what we actually do. How we treat others. What we accept or condone for ourselves and others. What we resist. If you exploit others, you are an exploiter. If you oppress, you are an oppressor. If you sell out principle, you are a prostitute. It is only in the act of rebellion, not in talking or posturing, that you become a rebel. And there is a human moral imperative to rebel against all injustice. Simple enough, right? Well, try to live by those precepts. Bob really seemed to try and, far as I can see, still does. To the extent that Bob was a leader in SNCC, he was so by example, and his authority came from the respect that example earned from us. The other thing that was really important to me was this: you could not be around Bob long and fail to see how much he really loved our people and was totally committed to our liberation. Obviously our styles and personalities are very different. But as a young man and budding organizer, I was influenced by Bob Moses in fundamental and I think lasting ways. Many of us were, to some extent. Because, boil it down to gravy, Bob was, first of all, a phenomenal organizer. Thoughtful, smart, infinitely resourceful, and most important of all, effective. In Mississippi, with his ability to inspire and instill courage in all kinds of people, myself included, he was able to create something really remarkable. In fact, I missed the famous March on Washington because of Bob. We had gone up with the group from Mississippi, but then Bob asked me to come with him on the day of the march to meet with some radical white students who wanted to talk about how they could be involved. It was a big SDS convention, I think somewhere in Virginia, but I'm not sure. We didn't know what might happen in DC on the day, it could have proved dramatic. Yet I didn't hesitate a New York minute. I was just too honored to be asked by Bob to accompany him. I remember watching Bob talk to those white students and being just incredibly proud that this brother was our leader. Bob and I argued that activist white students, if serious, should come off the campus and undertake to organize poor communities of whites. If, for example, they would set up SNCC-like projects, say among the miners in 312. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. Appalachia, that could be the basis of an alliance, organized by students, between poor whites and poor blacks. The meeting was enthusiastic about the idea, but I cannot say what, if any, follow-up there was. The next spring, Bob would give me the greatest honor and responsibility I'd had in my young life. When he came to DC to organize support for the Mississippi Freedom Summer, Bob asked me to serve as director of the 2nd Congressional District during the Freedom Summer. I was moved, overwhelmed as much by the responsibility as by Bob's confidence. To be appointed to that job, and by Bob. I couldn't believe it. It's the summer of '62. The movement in the Delta has survived its first year. And well enough to spread out of Greenwood and into the small towns, rural areas, and plantations of neighboring counties. Indianola is the county seat of Sunflower County, home of Parchman Prison and 313. James Oliver Eastland, millionaire cotton planter and powerful Dixiecrat chairman of the Judiciary Committee of the U.S. Senate. The Fiat Delta earth is baking underneath the afternoon sun. It is hot and stuffy in the rickety, old retired school bus. The faces of the 18 or so people SNCC worker Charles McLaurin and some local people carry a sheen of sweat and fear. The police cruiser has trailed the bus since it left Indianola. The driver drives carefully, scrupulously observing the speed limit and all traffic laws. The cops continue to follow and everyone is tense. The local people are from the town of Ruleville. They are the second group from there to make the trip to Indianola to attempt to register to vote. The registrar has been abusive. The sheriff threatening. All have failed the test. Now they are worried, wondering whether they have not been foolish. Whether it was worth the risk after all. A siren screams and behind them blue lights flash. The bus pulls over. The driver is called off. The people can see him being interrogated. The fear is almost tangible. Without motion the heat becomes unbearable inside the bus. Then the silence is filled with a rich, powerful contralto voice, singing. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round. Turn me round, turn me round, turn me round. 'Cause I want my freedom, I want my freedom. And I want my freedom now. The singer is a shortish, rotund, brown lady named Fannie Lou Hamer. When she reaches the second stanza. Ain't scared of nobody. 'Cause I wants ma freedom. The lines are literally true because everyone has joined in. Mrs. Hamer would say later that she had burst into song to encourage the people's cause. I could see that everybody was afeared and I just didn't know anything else to do. That inspired burst of song and what happened after she returned home that afternoon would change Mrs. Hamer's life. Her boldness and the inspired intervention, not to mention the great resonant voice, had caught Charles McLaurin's attention. Was not this evidence of the grassroots leadership spirit that SNCC was committed to finding and nurturing in the Delta? At the courthouse the registrar had required Mrs. Hamer to interpret a section of the Mississippi Constitution about de facto law. She had 314. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. Failed, she said, because you know I knowed 'bout as much any facto law as a mule knows 'bout Christmas. She had also been required to name her employer. When Mrs. Hamer reached the Marlowe plantation where she'd worked as a timekeeper for 18 years, her husband, Mr. Perry Hamer, was worried. News of her aspiration to citizenship had reached the plantation before she had. The owner had been looking for her all afternoon. The bossman was succinct. Either Mrs. Hamer removed her name from the list of applicants or she should remove herself from his plantation. "Well, Mr. Marlowe," she said, "I didn't go register for you. I registered for myself." That night Mrs. Hamer sought shelter in the Ruleville community. Shortly thereafter, night riders shot into the house where she had been staying. According to K. Mills's excellent, very thorough biography of Mrs. Hamer. The next morning the boss told Mr. Hamer to tell his wife to come back home. Things would be like they always were. She replied, "That's just what I'm trying to get out of. Things be like they always was. I want change." Years later, Marlowe's son Dave said his father hadn't meant to throw her off his place. When she reached Ruleville that night, Mrs. Hamer went to the eating rights meeting. She said she had been thrown off the plantation and had no place to go. "I just thought I'd come on out here and tell y'all." Her friend Mary Tucker spoke up. "Don't say you ain't got nowhere to go so long as I have a shelter. If I ain't got but one plank you can stick your head under there too." And she said, "Thank you, Tuck." And Joe McDonald said, "If you ain't got room, I got room," and we just put our arms around her. That's how it began. Of course, Mrs. Hamer would become a symbol to a great many people across the nation. And I suppose, something of a symbol to us in SNCC too, but in a particular way. We knew and loved this stout, earthy, kind-hearted lady. Yes, she represented something important to us. But she did not merely represent an idea, some SNCC theory of grassroots leadership. The 20th child born into a family of sharecroppers, Mrs. Hamer was the grassroots, the local people's SNCC is always accused of romanticizing. I'm talking here about Mrs. Hamer's spirit. Her warmth. Her values. A fundamental decency and generosity. Her simplicity and absence of self-importance or pretentiousness. She simply embodied in her just plain folks way all the qualities and values we were coming to admire in the local peoples. She was smart and really funny, and by virtue of her history and experience, politically very astute. Unlettered though she was politically, she had a shrewd understanding of political and economic power. 315. And the injustice of its effects on poor folk in this country because she had lived it. She had been induced by the bossman to pick her first cotton at the age of 6, for candy. With no formal education beyond the 6th grade, she was powerfully and wonderfully eloquent. Though untrained, she was an artist, a great singer, and a very forgiving human being. Booked and scorned all her life because she was black, she was unfailingly sympathetic and helpful whenever she could be to the suffering of poor whites. This in spite of the history she told me. In her childhood, her entire family worked in the fields. One year they seemed to be making some progress. After a good crop her father managed to buy a pair of mules and a cow. They woke up one morning to find the animals dead. Poisoned by an envious white neighbor. The family never recovered economically. More than a symbol, she was day to day a real leader in her community, and as real to us as member of the family. And if she was also a symbol, she was a symbol of the best in our people, and the best of what SNCC wanted to think the struggle was all about. Simple as that. When white men in the Winona jail savagely beat 3 generations of black women, they had no idea how close they came to triggering a race war. Those were 3 of the most loved and respected of the movement's women. There were brothers in Greenwood who had the means and certainly the intention. Especially after Medgar Evers was murdered in Jackson the next day. That one was close, I mean narrowly averted, and I'm not talking hours. I'm talking minutes. Brothers were about to roll on that 2-bit jail. Maybe they should not have been dissuaded. The facts are well known. Our sisters had been returning from a voter education workshop. The bus stopped in a mean, ugly little town called Winona, and 4 of our sisters entered the white restroom and were arrested. When Mrs. Hamer got off the bus to inquire, she was arrested too. The cracker cop who informed Mrs. Hamer that she was under arrest kicked her as he did so. In her cell she could hear them beating the younger women. After I was placed in the cell, I begun to hear sounds of licks and screams, the sound of licks and horrible screams, and I could hear somebody say, "Nigger, can you say, yes, sir?" She never would say yes sir, and I could hear when she would hit the floor, "Them licks jesse zounden," that was an El Ponder screaming. She never said sir. After that I heard some real keen screams, real keen, and after that was when they passed my cell with a girl. She was 15 years old, Miss Johnson, June Johnson, the blood was running down her face. 316. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. Then they came for Mrs. Hamer. 2 black prisoners were ordered to hold her down and beat her with a studded leather strap. Mrs. Hamer asked, how could they do that, their own race? Turns out they could. The whites oversaw the work, threatening the black men whenever they appeared to lighten up. I began to scream and one white man got up and began to beat me in my head, telling me to hush. Another white man, my dress had begun to ride up high, he walked over and pulled my dress back down as they beat me. Then he pulled my dress back up and they continued to beat me. Mrs. Hamer came close to death in the immediate aftermath of that beating. She said that the night-long ministrations of Yvesta Simpson pulled her through. But whenever we talked about it, Mrs. Hamer would merely wonder how people who called themselves Christians could treat other human beings in that way. A question she managed to ask her tormentors before she was bailed out. She was still asking it with genuine bewilderment years later. Another day I'll never forget was when I drove Mrs. Hamer to a small town called Sunflower City. We had no sooner left the car and started walking down the street when a white man passed us going in the opposite direction. An ordinary-looking white man, bald head shining, wearing khakis. But Mrs. Hamer froze stock still and caught her breath audibly. Something strange happened to her face as she turned and glared after the man. The change was so sudden that I was startled. Her usually benign expression was gone, replaced by something I'd never before seen in her face and never ever saw again. This look of revulsion, contempt, and anger was so intense that I at first took it to be a sign of physical distress. A heart attack, perhaps. It couldn't be something totally out of character, like a hate stare? Mrs. Hamer. What happened? Are you okay? I cried. She took a deep breath and shuddered. That's Big Millum. The cracker who murdered that poor boy Emmett Till. That was the only time I ever saw anything other than compassion on Mrs. Hamer's countenance. Another thing I remember about Mrs. Hamer is her elation and joy when she returned from Africa in 1964. As I would quickly discover, these were families in which the parents had never surrendered. Had never accepted the limitations racism tried to impose. Who never allowed their kids to believe for a minute that their possibilities stopped at maid, cook, or cotton chopper for white folks. Parents who instilled and demonstrated self-respect, no matter how materially poor their circumstances. People who had been hearing about the bus boycott and Dr. King, the sit-ins, and freedom rides, so before we got there, they had been touched by the spirit of the times, even down there in what Bob Moses called the heart of the iceberg. So they knew or expected or hoped that the movement would one day be coming. But they also knew, in fact had lived the history. So these freedom riders, as they called us, if and when they came, would have to show them something real before they would jump out there or allow their children to. But, once that happened, look out. There would be no turning back. As the song went, I done pledged my life to the fight, and I never will turn back, Lord, I must go, I shall go. 319. I will go. To see what the end will be. What I learned from the younger generation was different. The Greenwood Project had not been started by Northern liberators but by two local college students, Sam Block and Willie Wazir Peacock, recruited by Amzie Moore. These two brothers first showed me the ropes, taught me the territory and how to go about organizing amongst the folks. For one thing, both Sam and Willie could sing more than a little and preach some too. Valuable skills indeed for a Delta organizer. They taught me much more besides. Sam had come into Greenwood first. All alone. People talked about that time with wonder. As soon as the whites figured out what Sam was about, they took action. First they threatened the old man who had rented him a room. Regretfully and almost in tears, he asked Sam to leave. Sam understood that since his cover was blown, no one in the community would dare shelter him and he wouldn't put them on the spot by asking. So he slept in an abandoned car for the next 3 weeks. But every morning he was out organizing on foot. That alone got my respect. But there was more. Next, they arrested Sam, I forget for what nonsense. The local judge ordered him out of town, adding that if he had good sense, he'd leave the state too. "No, Judge," said Sam. "You know I ain't about to do none o' that." As he was leaving the court, the sheriff put in his 2 bits, warning him as to how he didn't expect to see him anywhere in Greenwood again. "Wall, Sheriff, in that case I guess you just gone ha to pick up and go. 'Cause I'm sure not going no place." That's when the local folks got brave enough to give him shelter again. After that, Sam slept in a different house every couple nights. You can see why he was respected in that community, was ol' Sam Block. He and Willie inspired many of the young men of Greenwood, some of whom became SNCC organizers. I'd be spending most of my time with these guys. They taught me a lot, and I guess I taught them something too. You could say we learned from each other. George Green knew everything there was to know about car engines. He was into stock car racing. I think he'd had some training and wanted to be a race driver. He taught us those skills, high-speed turns and fishtails, and generally how to take evasive action at high speeds. You couldn't really call it defensive driving because it was essentially aggressive. George had me practice until I was fairly good, or at least competent at it. Later on, when SNCC began to get a few cars, George would soup them up so as to be able to outrun the Klan or, if necessary, the cops. In 1964, when I became district director for the summer project. 320. A band of brothers, a circle of trust. George fixed me up a car. I mean, my man fixed it. He souped that engine, reinforced the suspension some kinda way, and I believe even did something to the brakes. I'm not sure what all George did or how legal any of it was, but I was driving something very like a race car, a stone bomb. Despite the traveling I had to do that summer, I always felt real confident in that car. Even a little cocky. What with the Klan patrols, the cops local and state, and just your average redneck citizen with his rifle rack in the rear window, you always felt vulnerable on the highways. But with George's driver education and the bomb I was driving, I felt right secure, thank you very much. I knew nobody, cop, Klan, or whoever, could keep up with me unless I wanted them to. But it couldn't outrun bullets. By the end of the summer I'd have reporters gawking and exclaiming over all the bullet holes in that car. Thank you, bro George, and George, May Charles, my dear worrying mother, thanks you too. I was away on a speaking engagement, so Silas McGee was using that car the night the white folk shot him in the head. He recovered, but when I heard, my first thought was that seeing Silas in the car, the terrorists had shot him thinking he was me. I felt just awful. But then I realized that they probably hated Silas worse than they did me. The McGee boys, Silas, Jake, and the big paratrooper, Clarence, along with their mom, had seriously been waging a war of their own with a mob at a movie theater in Greenwood for weeks. That was one family that never took low for anyone. There was no quit in them. The more time I spent with the young people of Greenwood, the angrier I became. Deeply angry. I first noticed then something I've since seen again and again among our people all over the world, the criminal deprivation of opportunity, whether from racism, poverty, or both, and the waste of potential among our youth. You see such spirit, such curiosity, energy, intelligence, and real talent in our young people being denied the opportunity to develop. Incredible human potential being wasted by social injustice, and the denial of resources, nothing else. Where the society is underdeveloped and poor, it's bad enough, but in the richest, freest country in the world. But for a moment, even if in a limited way, the movement gave some young people the chance not just to assert their human and political rights, but to discover and express their talents as well. The best example of this from Greenwood was 15-year-old Ida May, whose mama ran a juke joint that was said to be somewhat disreputable. Ida, like other teenagers, used to hang around the office a lot. Bob Moses set her to work typing, something she had never done, and pretty soon she was, much to her own surprise, not only typing regularly, but listening, conversing, learning, and reading everything she could lay her hands on. Her bubbling. 321. Excitement over Richard Wright's Uncle Tom's Children was just unforgettable. She was blown away, she said. Not only was the book about black people, but black people in Mississippi. And it was written by a black man from Mississippi. She was just overwhelmed. I didn't ever imagine no black person could do anything so great. So I told her about Ms. Margaret Walker down in Jackson. She wanted to go to Jackson to talk to her. Maybe she did, I don't know. See, when Ida May was 12, she was doing domestic work for a white family. One day, the wife told her to take the husband a drink of water. When she brought it to the bedroom, the man pulled her onto the bed and raped her. At 15, by her account, she was an apprentice prostitute. When I saw all them SNCC workers coming through, seeing they was new in town, I thought maybe I could turn me some tricks. Then Bob put her to work. Seeing her intelligence and curiosity, a volunteer helped her get into a Midwestern college, something she had never even wildly envisioned. Some years ago, someone asked me whether I remembered Ida May Holland. Yeah, why? Because she is now in Dessa May Holland, Ph.D., one of the leading dramatists in the country and a professor somewhere in the New York University system, THAs. Why? Whenever I went back to Mississippi, I'd hear stories like that. Another was about a young girl from a sharecropper family who went to a freedom school and was inspired. She went on to earn a doctorate and was heading up a community health organization somewhere in the Delta. Or, the little brother from Holmes County who, as soon as he was old enough, organized the little town he came from and was elected mayor at 19. Oh, there are stories. And they were good to hear. But what about the thousands of others just as able? 322. Chapter 15. Of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. A harassed-looking Bayard strode into the office, visibly and dramatically agitated. "Here I am," he complained, "working frantically against all odds, tearing my hair trying to fashion a social revolution, and all you young SNCC Negroes can think about is ambulance chasing? I need you here. History needs you, here." Classic Rustin. Only Bayard could move in the same sentence from highly theatrical distress to grandiosity to an acid put down to emissary of history. That was one of the reasons why working with him was never dull. I think the date of that little outburst was probably June 11, 1963. It could have been no more than a day or two after the Danville, Virginia, atrocity. Bayard was then trying to negotiate the politics while beginning to organize the logistics of what would come to be known as the August 28 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Several friends from NAG were working on Bayard's staff for the mobilization. On June 10, one of the most methodically brutal police assaults on unarmed, peaceful demonstrators of the entire movement had taken place in the Virginia town of Danville. Earlier the Danville movement had appealed to SNCC for help, and we'd sent 4 organizers there. Young, brave Dottie Miller, Avon Rollins, Ivanhoe Donaldson, and Bob Zellner had answered the call for workshops in techniques and the discipline of nonviolent protest. After negotiations with the city authorities went nowhere, the Danville movement staged a march and pray-in on the steps of City Hall. It was chilling. Really outrageous. I mean, here was a group of peaceful, respectable, dressed for church demonstrators, thoroughly trained in the discipline and spirit of nonviolence, led by two Christian ministers kneeling in prayer on the steps of the Danville City Hall. For this act of defiance, the police unleashed fire hoses, followed by squads of cops. 323. Swinging nightsticks. It was nightmarish. Obviously the Danville police had been impressed by Bull Connor's tactics in Birmingham a couple months earlier. The police response had been swift and savage. I mean brutal, and coldly methodical too. First, blasts from fire hoses swept the people into the streets, tearing off clothes and rolling people along the pavement. Then, before they could regain their feet, a wave of cops and, I believe, deputized garbagemen, swinging clubs beat them where they lay. It was the worst systematic brutality we'd yet seen, not excluding Dr. King's Birmingham campaign, which had dominated the international headlines earlier that spring. But of course, the national media had not been in Danville. Naturally, as with the Freedom Rides, the immediate impulse on all SNCC projects was for folks to drop everything and rush to Danville to reinforce our battered brethren. We cannot and will not allow violence to, etc. Hence Bayard's ambulance chasing dig. It worked. Ed and Cortlandt did not defect to Danville, but stayed to help Bayard fashion his social revolution. That spring, a new organization, the Danville Christian Progressive Association, led by three prominent clergymen, the Reverend Lansdell Chase, the Reverend Lawrence Campbell, and the Reverend Alexander Dunlap, began to petition the city for relief, especially in education and employment. They asked for jobs as police officers, firefighters, meter readers, and clerks. They also mentioned streetlights, paved roads, and garbage collection in the African neighborhoods. Rebuffed completely, the ministers Dunlap and Campbell led a march on June 5 in which 200 people were arrested. That's when they appealed for help from SNCC. And that's when it got ugly. The police attack on June 10 left drenched and bloody bodies lying in. 324. Of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. The street according to Dottie Miller's field report. Of 65 demonstrators, 48 needed medical attention at the segregated hospital. When Danny Leon, the SNCC photographer, arrived at the hospital, it was by his account like a MASH unit. Wounded people were sitting on the floor in the halls. People with lacerations and fractures were lying on stretchers waiting to be stitched up. Foreman kept telling me to take close-ups of the wounds. I photographed a man whose shirt front was completely covered with his own dried blood. His broken arm was in a sling. Next to him stood his friend, one eye swollen closed, his head split open in two places, sutured shut, the swelling rose about 2 inches from his scalp. These people had been kneeling in prayer at City Hall. Before the march, 15 SNCC organizers had been sent into Danville. In her memoir, Freedom Song, Mary King describes a town on military alert, patrolled by local cops, state troopers, military personnel with helicopters, and a militia of deputized municipal workers, mostly untrained laborers and garbagemen carrying clubs. Fear and harassment were constant. Clearer, the last Confederate capital took its historical inheritance seriously. In fact, after SNCC called for a boycott of Dan River Mills products, the enduring presence of history there became manifest. When a local grand jury brought back indictments of incitement to violence and war against our workers, it was a capital offense based on a statute dating to 1832, during the panic in the aftermath of the Nat Turner Rebellion. This prohibited inciting the black population to violence and war against white citizens. The prosecutors did not see the irony. Had nothing changed in 130 years? But Danville was only one place. That summer of the march an estimated 14,000 people were arrested in similar nonviolent protests across Dixieland. Bayard's little performance had summarized exactly the ambivalence and the tension the movement was experiencing in the spring of '63. Bayard and the Venerable A. Philip Randolph had first raised the idea of a march that winter, December 1962. Their idea had been to focus all the energy and the movement's scattered resources on the national government, which had been dragging its feet. The Kennedy administration was entering its third year and had done nothing effective, at least that we could see. Then all that spring, nonviolent protests had been raging all over the South. Apparently spontaneously. International Ladies Garment Workers Union. 325. Communities were organizing themselves to engage the injustices and the humiliation that surrounded them. And I do mean all over the South. Black people were happening, Jack. It was a black nonviolent intifada. SNCC was getting daily requests to send organizers everywhere. Even up to within 40 miles of the nation's capital. Even before the request from Danville. Earlier that spring SNCC Atlanta had asked us to help train a spirited movement in a hardscrabble little town called Cambridge on Maryland's eastern shore. All spring semester, groups of us had been going from Howard every weekend to work with a sister named Gloria Richardson and her people in Cambridge. Cambridge was one mean town, but Gloria and her people were great, spirited, and serious. Reminded me a lot of folks in Mississippi. So, black people were happening, Jack. If you cared at all about your people, it was an exciting, hopeful spring to be alive and active. Now the bad part. SNCC was entering its third year in voter registration and had staked out the hard places. Those black belt counties in the delta of Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, and southwest Georgia. We had agreed that CORE could have Louisiana. We were working where Africans were in the majority and the vote could theoretically make a real difference. Which is why the repression was so desperate. As Mr. Turnbow said when I explained this, power seek tha weak places, water seek tha low places, but SNCC done seek the hard places, seem like to me. In every one of these places our staff and the local people had been seriously terrorized. And the federal government, the Justice Department, the FBI, those Kennedy liberals who had promised so much, where were they? Nowhere to be found. Worse even, for wherever we did see an FBI presence, it was rarely easy to determine which side it was on. The Atlanta office constantly tried to make sure the feds knew. We phoned, wrote, and telegraphed the Justice Department. We notified liberal congressmen. We complained to the press. All to little avail. To say we were disappointed in the administration and JFK's new frontier would be an understatement. Scratch disappointed and try betrayed and abandoned. Dr. Martin Luther King. C/O Southern Christian Leadership Conference 330, Auburn Avenue. Atlanta, GA. Please urge the United States Justice Department to conduct full investigation and apprehend those 326 of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing who killed unidentified Negro man in Goodman, Mississippi. Investigations also necessary on shooting of Mary Lane Burks and Vivian Hillett in Ruleville, Mississippi. Also shooting of Christopher Allen, Jack Chatfield, and Perthia Hall in Dawson, Georgia, and burning 2 churches in Davison and 1 in Leesburg, Georgia. A wave terror and Klan reactivity is sweeping southwest Georgia and Mississippi. Fear we cannot protect our field secretaries and potential voters without direct intervention of federal government. Charles McDougall, Chairman, SNCC. Which is why the idea for a march on Washington made sense when we first heard it in December 1962. Yeah. Let us unite and focus all this activity in one place. Let's bring nonviolent direct action to the seat of government. Sit-ins in the halls of Congress. Campouts on the White House lawn. Let them either enforce their laws and professed policies in the South or be embarrassed again before the world. Let the nation and the world see what we've been seeing. Who they going to lock up? Us. When they can't seem to lock up the Klan. By then I was ready to take my chances. I really wanted to sit in Senator Eastland's office. I know there were people around Dr. King and many in CORE and certainly SNCC who, with our supporters, could have turned out at least 2,000 hardened veterans ready to face jail in Washington if necessary. Hell, we were already getting our heads whopped, our churches burned, and our people shot while the national government did diddly. Let them arrest the movement on the steps of the Capitol before the eyes of the world. Course, not everybody felt that way. Bayard and Mr. Randolph's plan was to present a united front of the civil rights leadership. But Roy Wilkins and Whitney Young, the inside players, were having none of it. No, Sue. Bad idea, this march. Unwise. Untimely. Impolitic. No march, and certainly, Lord, no direct action. That would embarrass the president. Damage delicate relationships with supporters in Congress. Alienate powerful liberal allies. Anger the general public. Trigger white backlash. Utter madness, bad idea. Since we had seen precious little hard evidence of presidential goodwill or powerful liberal allies or congressional supporters, we wondered whether these so-called Negro leaders might not be having delusions. I mean, endanger the administration's civil rights bill? In 1962, the White House had been floating a moderate civil rights 327 bill as its legislative priority. And I remember this clearly when Congress reconvened that winter, January 1963, the media reported that the civil rights bill was now on a back burner. The administration's legislative priority was now a tax cut. Sound familiar? So what was there for the march to endanger? Besides, far as I was concerned, the bill was a red herring anyway. What was needed was not any new legislation, especially not a moderate bill, but some real political will. As in serious enforcement of the laws that already existed. Given the arguments of Young and Wilkins, the march idea was stalemated. It could go nowhere all winter long because Bayard and Mr. Randolph remained committed to a united front. Then came the spring. Birmingham police brutality and the specter of race war captured the national attention. Wilkins and Young began to feel a little heat from thousands marching in the streets. Well, maybe a certain kind of march, a carefully orchestrated and controlled gesture, nothing too militant or threatening, then maybe. And then presidential priorities began to shift again. In June, in fact the week after the Danville police atrocity and Bayard's little performance, President Kennedy addressed the nation in prime time. It was a good speech, no question. He talked for the first time about the moral issues in the implicit injustice of racism and with a new sense of moral urgency resurrected his civil rights bill. I should say a little more about that speech. It was announced that the president would address the nation on the question of civil rights. All three networks would be carrying the speech live and in prime time. Hooey. Either this was going to be important or else the White House and the media were hyping it so we would think it was important. It was also rumored that his wise men or most of them opposed the speech. In the climate of the time, that got your attention. So millions of Americans, white and black, tuned in. Given the administration's record, I was sure it would turn out to be just another cop-out. But I was surprised. It was accurate, clear, and truthful. The clearest, they said, since Lincoln's second inaugural address 100 years earlier. That's a long time for presidential silence, friends. I think this speech has to be what accounted for JFK's great popularity among ordinary black folk in the South. It was probably also what as much as anything else he earned him the enmity of whites there. But what did Kennedy actually say that night? He began by declaring civil rights a moral issue as old as the scriptures and as clear as the American Constitution. Simple and self-evident truths that no American president had had the vision to see, or the 328 of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. Courage to say, for 100 years? Apparently not, so he deserves that credit. Then when I thought he might ask us to be patient and nonviolent again, he addressed his white countrymen. If an American, because his skin is dark, cannot eat lunch in a restaurant open to the public, if he cannot send his children to the best public schools available, if he cannot vote for the public official who represents him, who among us would be content to have the color of his skin changed and stand in his place? Who among us would then be content with counsels of patience and delay? 100 years of delay have passed since President Lincoln freed the slaves. Yet their heirs are not fully free, from the bonds of injustice, from social and economic oppression. And this nation, for all its hopes and all its boasts, will not be fully free until all its citizens are free. Historic? Perhaps. Certainly. But it was no more than we'd been saying all along. In Jackson, Mississippi, that night after the speech, Byron de la Beckwith shot down Medgar Evers from ambush. Some days after the speech, JFK met with the national civil rights leaders who were now discussing the march with new energy to suggest strongly that any confrontation in D.C. would doom his legislation. Congress would respond ill to any intimidation. Any violence or disruptions in the streets of the nation's capital would only strengthen the hand of the racists in Congress. Would alienate and lose the goodwill of the American people, among whom he clearly did not include us or the people we worked with. So, another one of those tough political calls. Wilkins and Young supported the administration's argument. Bayard and Mr. Randolph, supported by the activists, did not want to abandon the march. Keep it alive if only as a threat. Finally they agreed to scrap the idea of any direct action or confrontation with the administration. It should be a giant rally in support of the administration's legislative program. Once the White House gave cautious, tentative approval, that was the turning point. Check it out. The very establishment that had been the target, the fully deserved target of the demonstration, was now giving permission? And then only if we promised to be good? Enter now the liberal establishment. Suddenly all kinds of powerful and respectable organizations found it possible to support the march publicly. Bayard had his coalition, but there would be a price. From now on everything, but everything, would have to be approved by them, or indirectly by representatives of the white. 329. House, the program, the speakers, the route of the march, the slogans, the signs to be carried, and of course, even the speeches. What, in fact, the Negroes would be allowed to say. At least in our case that was true. Thereafter this coalition, the so-called Big Ten, would take full credit for the passage of the Civil Rights Bill of 1964. Quite as if the hundreds of aroused communities, the thousands of demonstrators in the streets and jails, the fire hoses and police dogs of Birmingham, had had nothing to do with getting the attention of the President and Congress in the first place. And, most galling of all, was this self-righteous attitude, that by supporting the bill, they were bestowing a great favor on the Negroes. That we ought to be grateful to them for granting us rights that other Americans, even ones off the ship only last week, took for granted. Gimme a cotton-picking break. Which is not to say that Bayard and Mr. Randolph do not deserve honor and credit. They surely did. For their initiative and persistence had forged the alliance that made the march possible. And the march itself? It was a spectacular media event. The first real political media event of the 60s. That is to say, a political event choreographed entirely for the television audience. And, by the way, look again at the pictures. That was number 250,000 people as reported by the DC police. It had to have been at least twice that. Easily asterisk. Dr. King may indeed, as he said he intended, have subpoenaed the conscience of the nation with his great speech. Later, when they received the leadership, the Kennedys were said to have been moved by the dignity, peacefulness, and grandeur of the spectacle. And undoubtedly that river of black and white humanity flowing through the city to stand before the Lincoln Memorial had a certain grandeur. All true. A grand and moving spectacle. But it is also true that in cold political terms, the march changed nothing. At least in the immediate aftermath. Next day, business as usual. Cops all over the South were back to whooping heads and taking names with a vengeance. In the Congress, the Civil Rights Bill somehow managed to again fade into the background and out of discussion. Once more, apparently, a dead issue. So much for your powerful liberal coalition. A year later the BJI would pass. But credit for its passage belongs even more to Jervis Anderson reported, Seymour Purves, the march's publicity director, distrusted all police estimates of black political gatherings. I went crazy with that figure, he recalled. I was standing next to Randolph, and I leaned over to him and said, Brother Randolph, I happen to know there are at least 400,000 people here. But Randolph was a man of principle. He said it would be improper to announce a figure larger than what the police gave him. EMT. 330. Of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. Those 4 young girls murdered in a Birmingham church 3 weeks after the march. Or to the morally depraved racists who planted that bomb. Or maybe to Lee Harvey Oswald or whoever actually fired that rifle in Dallas 2 months after that. Yeah, tell the truth and shame the devil, 'cause, as they say, the truth shall make ye free. All of which is important to understand properly because a lot of mythology, folklore, and historical rewriting surrounds the subject. Even if we did not and could not have understood it clearly at the time, the political tensions that dogged the march from the beginning were not incidental. They were fundamental. And one minor event on the day itself would be prophetic, the censoring of John Lewis's speech. Which, according to the conventional wisdom of the establishment, had represented irresponsibly radical attitudes of a politically naive student element, which had always been disruptive of the movement and which later would destroy it. Utter nonsense. Let's be clear on that. First of all, when John's speech was censored, this so-called Grand Movement Coalition was all of 2 months old. Something cobbled together with the permission of the Kennedys. Bayard's coalition materialized only after the compromise resulting from the Kennedy meeting in June. Once Kennedy agreed, Tom Kahn told me, all kinds of liberal support miraculously appeared. The morning after, it was like a different world. I mean, for 3 years, all over the South and elsewhere, thousands of black people and conscious whites had been in the trenches, peacefully and nonviolently agitating for rights supposedly guaranteed to all by the Constitution. And we had been battered by the violence of the mob and the state. All this time the conservatives had attacked us relentlessly, as did much of the nation's media, and not just in the South either, the great liberal establishment had sat on their hands. True, they did not leap to attack us like the Southern racist and their Northern right-wing allies like William F. Buckley and Judge Bork. But they essentially stayed aloof, silent as the grave, unable, apparently, to decide whether black folks were actually entitled to the rights of American citizens or if their effort to gain them deserved their support. So where was all the moral leadership then? Where was the coalition? Hey, check it out. The march was their first public act affirming the 331. Basic moral right to simple justice for our people. Yeah. And they hung in until the Voting Rights Act. Then, as soon as we raised the call for black power, they split. Where have they been since and where are they now? Of course, there have been honorable exceptions, but in general? So don't talk to me about no liberals or the grand civil rights movement/coalition either. Okay. The response to John's speech was therefore very much a sign of things to come. Very much so. For that speech was no rabid diatribe of radical excess. Hey, SNCC had carefully put that speech together to accurately and truthfully reflect our experience. It may not have been pleasant, but it was all true. Maybe our experience was not so pleasant either, no American dream. So kill the messenger, shall we? John pointed out that even as he spoke, 9 of our people were under indictment in Albany, Georgia, not by Dixiecrat politicians but by the federal government. The very same Justice Department, he pointed out, that was unable to do anything about 4 field secretaries, all young students who, for peaceful picketing, were in jail, denied bail, and being threatened with death penalties in Americus, Georgia. Which side, he wondered, was the federal government on? He talked about hundreds of our people in jail for voter registration. He talked about the thousands of my people in the Mississippi Delta evicted from plantations or working for starvation wages, $3 or less for 12 hours of work. Would the Kennedy bill help them? Would it protect women and children from fire hoses and police dogs? Also, John pointed out, the glaring contradictions of the American political system, in which the party of Kennedy is the party of Eastland and the party of Javits is the party of Goldwater. Where, he asked, is our party? The party which will make such marches unnecessary. The future Deputy Minority Whip of the House of Representatives went on to deplore American politicians who build their career on immoral compromise and ally themselves with political, economic, and social injustice and exploitation. I'm sure John has not forgotten those words. The speech concluded with a direct appeal for more ambulance chasing when John called on Americans in the thousands to stay in the streets of every city, town, village, and hamlet until the unfinished revolution begun in 1776 is complete. I saw nothing unreasonable or objectionable there, do you? Still feel that way myself. The real question is, what kind of coalition are you in when you cannot even publicly describe your own experience or openly raise and agitate for your deepest concerns? So that whole speech issue can be seen in retrospect as a clear portent of things to come, the stifling restraints of premature coalition. 332. Of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. One other point of correction. History has it that SNCC was pressured into accepting censorship. Not true. SNCC made no concessions to liberal sensibilities or establishment pressure. John, Foreman, and Cortlandt did accept certain changes, but not in order to curry favor with the powerful or appease liberal sensitivities. Understood perfectly. He was between a rock and a hard place. But he was cool. He just went into the crowd and brought Mr. Randolph, who said to us, "Young men, I've waited 22 years for this. You young men accommodate an old man? I've worked all my life for this, that's why we negotiated a few changes. For had we walked out, as we were quite prepared to do, that would have been the headlines, SNCC breaks unity on march. Movement divisions exposed Euro just couldn't have that. Man, I just looked at that old gentleman. That venerable old warrior, at least 75 years old, who had fought for our people all his life. And here we were a third of his age. How could we do that to him? But I'll never forget. Mr. Randolph supported us on Africa. And on revolution? He said, nonsense. Revolution is a perfectly acceptable word, which I myself use whenever it is appropriate. End of argument. I've always felt that it was not really the language or even the ideas that were being objected to. And it could certainly not have been the facts. Those were indisputable. So what was offensive had to have been the tone and the spirit of the speech. I think it just wasn't sufficiently humble, and above all, it didn't sound grateful. You dig? Sounds crazy, you right, it is crazy. But for reasons best known to themselves, white folks seem to need and expect us always to be grateful. See, I'm convinced that it couldn't have been the actual changes, which, after all, were slight and subtle, that had been the issue. It was the idea that we had to submit to changes on demand. You could say it was both symbolic and psychological. Nonetheless, we went through the motions for Mr. Randolph and Bayard. You know the Boers in South Africa had a term in Afrikaans for that. 333. Attitude, Baskep. That was the guiding principle behind apartheid. Baskep, that which must be maintained at all costs. What it meant was unchallenged control, dominance, ownership, literally white bosshood, white supremacy. SNCC had encountered the idea all over the South, in the jails and the courthouses, on the plantations. I guess we met the northern liberal version of Baskep at the Lincoln Memorial. But it never has worked, not in South Africa and certainly not at the march. Because here's how Mr. Randolph opened the speeches in his keynote address. Let the nation and the world know the meaning of our numbers. We are not an organization or a group of organizations. We are not a mob. Nor are we a pressure group. We are the advance guard of a moral revolution for jobs and freedom. The revolution reverberates throughout the land, touching every city, every town, every village, where we are segregated, oppressed, and exploited. Revolution, a perfectly acceptable word. I myself use it whenever appropriate. The day before the march, the scene at the planning area on the mall was highly organized chaos, mind-boggling. An air of excitement, of anticipation, of feverish preparation for something unprecedented and major. But what exactly? In one area enclosed by a mobile picket fence, guarded by a detail of police, teams of volunteers at long wooden tables toiled busily away at a variety of tasks. Staff communicated with each other by means of walkie-talkies. Some teams were stapling poster board placards to slender handles. Volunteers from local churches were making thousands of sandwiches for box lunches. Others were packaging assorted merchandise, officially approved souvenirs, march mementos, pins, pennants, etc. for sale to the expected multitudes. Others were stacking official march programs with rules of conduct and the line of march and so on. A great many cops and city and federal officials, obviously under orders to be cooperative and welcoming, bustled about smiling and looking for ways to be helpful. Lots of NAG members were working. I found Ed and Cortland. Wow, I teased. All this sweetness and light, bro. It hurt my eyes. Y'all done got the federal government on our side at last, huh? Yeah, Ed growled. Looks so to you, do it? Wall, I hear they also got every cop in the district standing by. Capital ITIL police, federal marshals, they even calling dudes back from leave, ma man. Yeah, not to mention the troops massed with tanks and stuff just outside the district. And just in case, I hear they got paratroops on alert in 334. Of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. North Carolina. Be here in an hour if they decide they need M. Sweetness and light. Look more to me like terrified and ready, brother. Inside the work area there were government production teams, USIA, Voice of America, etc., posing the volunteers, shooting miles of film, interviewing workers. What does this mean to you? Why are you here? Smile now, this is going to Russia and Africa, they said. You couldn't have a demonstration like this in Moscow or Havana now, could you? No kidding, more than one guy actually said that. Aha, I thought, so that's the line, huh? American democracy at work. Forget the grievances that brought people there. A Cold War propaganda victory for the government and democracy. I can hear some of you, well, but isn't that true? Wrong question. Misses the point entirely. First of all, I didn't know then and still don't know what the march had to do with Russia or Cuba. Besides, I knew the newsreel films the government was fixing to distribute all over the world wouldn't include shots of the troops and tanks massed on the edge of the city or the paratroopers standing ready. Nor candid shots of civil rights workers inside the Parchman death house. So even before the issue with John's speech the next day, we were already uneasy. By what perverted reckoning does a protest against American inhumanity to black folk suddenly transform into an endorsement of the very system that oppresses us? Or the government that tolerates it? Gimme a bulletin Rick. Case in point. The morning of the march, news came that Dr. Dubois had died in Ghana. That grand old man who, almost single-handedly for 60 years the entire course of the century had been the intellectual architect of the struggle for our liberation in this country and the world was dead. Had he been in the country, would the coalition have afforded the doctor his richly deserved place of respect on that platform before the Lincoln Memorial? I truly doubt that. Related to which, a message of support and warm fraternal good wishes to the African American people in their struggle arrived at the march headquarters. It came from Chairman Mao Zedong on behalf of the Chinese people. Dr. Dubois especially had been greatly respected by the Chinese people and government as he was in many nations across the world, so that message may have been a tribute to the grand old man by the Chinese government. Now, whatever your politics, greetings to the righteous struggles of African American people from the head of state of the world's most populous nation are significant and should be received that way. Right? I mean, anyone presuming to speak for our struggle must be able to rec. 335. Onize this and find a way to respond with appropriate courtesy and dignity. That, as they say, ain't rocket science. Well, apparently not to Bro Roy Wilkins of the NAACP, who could have elected to remain silent, but did not. He chose to issue an insulting statement gleefully reported in the New York Times repudiating the chairman's message of sympathy, support, and friendship from the Chinese people. Now that, I thought, was extreme, not John's speech. It was rude, unnecessary, and ungracious. I don't recall the exact language as quoted, but I do remember the tone. It had to do with American Negroes knowing who our friends are not needing or appreciating support from international riffraff, communist dictators, and such. When and if, however, the Chinese people enjoy democracy, then maybe. Something like that. In SNCC we found that truly embarrassing. Not so much for what it revealed about the mentality of those Malcolm used to call the so-called Negro leaders, as for what it said about the puppet status to which they had been subjugated within the U.S. political system. A place for every nigger and every nigger in his place, as the Southern governor used to say. Some folks suggested that the brother had not really written that statement, that it may in fact have originated with the State Department or even the CIA. But, even if true, would that be better or worse? Your call. Talking about democracy. Earlier that spring, as the registration drive picked up momentum in the Delta, the authorities moved to crush its spirit by making a serious example. In the tiny rural town Oflota-Bena they arrested a group of workers after a voter registration rally. Then they arrested 15 more in Greenwood. These were all local youth, including some of Bob's first recruits from Ameet County Lawrence Guillot and 2 high school students, Curtis Hayes Mohammed and Hollis Watkins. The other workers arrested were from the Delta. Some of them served the time in the Parchman death house as we had. Others were sent to the Leffler County prison farm. And all for trying to register American citizens to vote. The important point is that these were all local black youth, who were consequently not protected by national media attention as the original Freedom Riders had been. Or by the Kennedy Justice Department. As a result, the thugs in the prisons felt free to torture them and did so. I assume they intended to send a message to other local young people to stay away from voter registration. 336. Of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. They tried to make them believe they were about to be killed. Or that some of their friends had already been killed. Some were hung by their wrists from handcuffs. They were all kept naked in their cells for 47 days. Another punishment was the hot box. This was a small zinc box completely exposed under the Mississippi sun in which you were kept until you passed out. All for registering voters. And our federal government knew that this was happening and was powerless to intervene? Gimme an ever-loving break. I was in Greenwood the day the brothers were released and I could see they were in bad shape. 01 Gio had lost 100 pounds. That wasn't Larry's best year. First the cops in Winona had beaten the bad out of him when he'd gone to see about Mrs. Hamer and the 3 women. Then 4 months in Parchman. Gio was funny, though. They say when he came back from the beating at Winona, face all swollen and bruised, he headed straight to the meeting that night. When his turn came to speak, he strode up to the front of the little church and stood glowering wordlessly at the people in a challenging way. The church became silent. Gio glared at the people. Then his fist shot out pointing at the people. Immanuel Kant, he thundered, wants to know. Do you exist? That's Gio, another bro who came early and stayed late. He is still organizing in the DC community. I think that just about all those guys just out of jail came up for the march. Jimmy Lee Pruitt was from Itabena. He was 18 years old and had passed out in the hot box. On the way to DC, the SNCC car he was in broke down in some small Carolina town. No mechanic would fix it, so they had to abandon the car. But Jimmy Lee gets to the march. The marshal stops him because his sign isn't authorized. Jimmy is stubborn, he ain't giving up the sign. It's his sign. The only one he came to carry. Finally, they have to refer the case upstairs. The head marshal listens to Jimmy and makes an allowance. He can carry his sign. The disputed sign? It read, "Stop criminal prosecutions of voter registration workers in Mississippi." Enough said. But it was a magnificent spectacle. Cambridge, Maryland might still be a nondescript, hard-bitten, little town some 50 miles or so from the nation's capital. It was also, during the spring and fall semesters on both sides of the March on Washington, Nags local Mississippi. Many brothers and sisters from Howard, and the Maryland black colleges, served their apprenticeship in grassroots. 337. Community organizing there. It was close enough so we could drive over on weekends. It was where many of us, Cynthia Washington, Cleve Sellers, Stanley Wise, Bill Winky Hall, Khalid Sayed, Muriel Tillinghast, John Baptiste, Reggie Robinson, and Johnny Wilson got to experience a protracted campaign and the emotional satisfaction of working with a strong, spirited community of black people rising up to face down their oppressors and refusing to back down. To get to Cambridge from DC you had to drive over the longest, highest bridge I'd ever seen. That bridge was kinda ominous. It was incredibly high and miles long, so that at first you felt like you were driving up toward the sky, and when it started to descend, that you might be leaving the known world for a region that time had passed by. Cambridge's social arrangements and attitudes were classic and reminiscent of Mississippi or South Africa. In this hard-scrabble town with a stagnant economy, working-class life was not easy for anybody and almost impossible for poor blacks. Although Cambridge was smallish, it sure had a well-defined ghetto. The dominant impression was not just of depression, but of neglect, rows of weather-beaten wooden houses already dilapidated and steadily deteriorating. In 1963, the population of the town was 14,000, of which a third was African. Unemployment among us was 29%, and much of what employment there was as in the Delta seasonal. So that 30% of our people who were employed worked for 30 weeks or less each year. 66% of all African families had incomes of less than $3,000. You get the picture. Some white working-class neighborhoods seemed almost as bad, but of course we did not enter those communities if we could help it. To compound its economic woes, the town was rigidly segregated and highly discriminatory. Municipal employment and city services, healthcare, housing, and education were either segregated or flatly excluded Africans. For example, the long-promised housing development for the African community, even though the federal government was providing the money, the mayor's office had twice managed to delay or postpone the construction. Blatant stuff like that. The white political establishment was not just entrenched in a racist past, but was outright hostile and arrogant about it. They didn't even try to disguise their racism. They were unwilling to concede anything to the movement, not even the appearance of respect. It was as though the very idea of having to sit and talk to their blacks who were suddenly getting uppity was an intolerable insult to their personal dignity and to the natural order. They were giving up nothing but hard times, Jack, and they didn't try to hide it. Inevitably, after talks got nowhere and the movement took to the 338th of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing streets, the police conduct mirrored the politicians' attitudes. That's when CNAC turned to SNCC, and as the closest SNCC groups, NAG, and the Baltimore students went in. The other distinct aspect of white Cambridge was a clearly organized faction that regularly used violence against the movement. Not just the loud, aggressive crowds that usually surrounded demonstrations. Those we were accustomed to. No, now there began to be regular reports of gunfire at night, shots into people's homes out of the night and physical attacks on blacks traveling alone or in small groups after dark. I have no proof that this vigilante violence was either organized or condoned by the authorities, but I saw no attempt to stop it either. In the face of the political hardline and police hostility, the black community felt exposed and unprotected. A group of African men under arms began to patrol the community at night. And soon, when the sound of random gunfire was heard at night, it meant that shots were being exchanged. That spring, tensions increased in the town. In one notable incident that June, the police appeared to behave both professionally and impartially. 2 white men had turned up shot on the outskirts or just inside our community. Later that same night some businesses owned by whites went up in flames, apparently torched. The next day, or soon thereafter, a mob of nearly 400 armed white men chanting racist slogans marched on the black community but were stopped by police blockades on every road leading in. Tension on both sides of the color line rose. By this time, I was down in the Delta, but a SNCC project staffed by NAG folks was in place in Cambridge. On July 14, carload of whites drove through the main street in the African community firing into houses. They ran into organized defense. Sustained fire was returned from various points, off roofs, out of windows, behind cars and trees, etc. That exchange of fire lasted more than an hour. Of course that got the attention of the national press, who were remarkably even-handed. The media duly reported Cambridge to be a war zone, lamented the breakdown in race relations, and righteously deplored the violence on both sides, that of the whites who had come through our community shooting and the blacks who had dared to fire back. Media indignation grew when, the next day, Gloria, the CNAC leader, refused to repudiate black violence. Actually, she had deplored violence and called for a serious investigation. She'd also affirmed CNAC's commitment to nonviolent protest. However, while she strongly condemned the invasions and the violence by the invaders, she pointedly declined to condemn the defenders. When 339. You are attacked by a rabid dog, she said, you don't run or throw away the walking stick you have in your hand. Which was enough to earn her a chorus of condemnation, totally spontaneous and well-informed, I'm sure, from responsible Negro leaders, as well as various liberal friends of the Negro, including the President of the United States. But Cambridge had gotten his attention. Even though, or perhaps because, JFK was clear that the violence showed that Cambridge had lost sight of what demonstrations were all about, his Justice Department suddenly sprang into action. The Attorney General called an emergency meeting in Washington on July 22 to address precisely the issues that CNAC had been trying without success to raise for half a year. Are we to believe that this sudden administrative urgency had nothing to do with the awful specter of an armed black community determinedly defending itself against white attack? Perhaps. Or with the March on Washington now definitely coming their way in a month? Perhaps. But a high-level meeting was hastily organized. I should say something about the Cambridge movement and its leader. The city of Cambridge in its political and racial arrangements was at once completely typical yet unique. One curious contradiction, Cambridge was, in terms of apartheid and black powerlessness, as racist and feudal as any rural Mississippi county or any Transvaal county town. In that way, it was typical. But unlike in Mississippi or South Africa, blacks in Cambridge could and did vote. Passing strange, at the dictatorship of the majority. The other anomaly was that the militant leader was a woman. And Gloria Richardson was a real leader. She was one tough-minded, tough-talking field general who marched at the head of the troops on every demonstration unless she was in jail. Gloria was another of the movement's many remarkable women. We liked her a lot. It is hard to believe that Gloria, a slender woman with shoulder-length hair and a café-au-lait complexion, was then in her early 40s, for she seemed much younger in style and spirit. In the fitted jeans she often wore, with her easy, direct manner, and in her passionate commitment to the struggle, she seemed like one of us. And in fact, reporters often mistook her at first for just another student. Yet the loyalty, respect, and affection with which the local people, at least those active in the struggle, regarded their leader was unmistakable. But she drove the politicians crazy. And she was accustomed to abusive phone calls and death threats nightly. Even some elements of the black community, the local NAACP leadership and the small class of local black professionals, found her too controversial, confrontational, and something of an embarrassment. 340. Of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. Why this should be so was curious, for her own family was of that class. She had studied theater at Howard and was a sorority sister there, an AKA, which should tell you all you need to know about her social background, and a lot about the social/racial history of Cambridge. Although blacks voted, our community there was powerless and seriously oppressed. Yet a small, snug class of colored professionals coexisted and seemed to have made their peace quite comfortably with things as they were. Gloria had been from that group. Not only were there lawyers in her family, her grandfather was a politician. He was the first Negro to serve on the Cambridge City Council, and he had held that position for 50 years. But to what end? Given the concrete conditions we found there, you could accurately say that Cambridge blacks must have had representation without representation. This situation seems to have been a direct result of the town's history. Up until the Civil War, the great majority of the Africans in Cambridge were enslaved, but a small community of free colored were permitted a few more rights than the slaves. They or their children could not be sold, and no law prohibited them from seeking education. The more I heard, the more it sounded like the coloreds in South Africa to me. As with all SNCC projects, the rank, file, and leadership in Cambridge were ordinary folk. And the organization was democratic, so the grassroots people doing the work were free to express long-suppressed feelings in the political discussions. Which they did. Gloria respected that and represented their decisions honestly. For this she caught a lot of flack from the white establishment and the press, but worse, elements of the now discredited old-line black leadership were not slow to join in the criticism. Tell the truth, God laughs. About a week after the famous Cambridge shootout, a high-level meeting took place in the Justice Department in D.C. When Gloria and her delegation arrived at the meeting, there were, to their great surprise, no representatives of the Cambridge city government present. Instead, they found members of the Maryland political leadership, the governor's chief of staff, the Maryland Attorney General and Assistant Attorney General, and a soldier introduced as General Geltson, commander of the State National Guard. Nobody from white Cambridge. Not a soul. Nada. These two groups were joined by Bobby Kennedy and Burke Marshall and a black gentleman in a suit. At the meeting's end, an agreement in principle was worked out between our side and the Maryland officials. It was a good agreement. All. 341. The previously non-negotiable injustices were addressed in a rational and fair way. It was agreed. 1. To begin the complete and immediate desegregation of public schools and hospitals in Dorchester County. 2. Construction of 200 units of public housing in the Cambridge black community. 3. Employment of a Negro in the Cambridge office of the Maryland Department of Employment and a second Negro in the post office there. 4. Creation of a Cambridge Human Relations Committee. 5. Amendment of the Cambridge Town Charter so that places of public accommodation could be desegregated. As I said, nothing ground-shaking or radically disruptive, in fact, quite reasonable and moderate. Our folks left that first meeting exultant, wondering what all the hassle and unpleasantness of the last 6 months had been about. Once there was the political will, previously insurmountable problems became quite manageable, right? The next morning a delegation from Cambridge, the mayor and key members of the city council were somewhat truculent, but agreed to sign on condition that CNAC would agree to suspend demonstrations. CNAC says no problem. As long as there is observable, good faith progress being made toward implementation, reasons to demonstrate will no longer exist. Demonstrations are, after all, not fun. People have better things to do, etc. Whereupon the Treaty of Cambridge was formally signed by both parties with some distinguished witnesses indeed. Well, I guess, as every schoolchild knows, wars are always and only concluded by treaties, right? The ordinary people of Cambridge were euphoric and very proud. This was real progress, more than they had really expected. More than in the last 50 years. And they themselves had done it. By standing up for themselves. By defending their human rights. It had all been worth it. The risk. The danger. There was some justice in the world after all. It was, the SNCC folks said, very moving. Our first clear victory. And the first unambiguous sign of the system working for us. As far as I know, those elements of the agreement that were the responsibility of the federal and state authorities proceeded in good faith. The goodwill of the town government officials was another matter. 342. Of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. They were victim to a sudden onset of democratic scruples. Suddenly, they announced that before the town charter could be amended, the change had to be democratically approved by a citizen referendum. Say what? The same citizenry, some at any rate, who'd been firing into our community. In the prevailing climate this seemed a transparent and cynical ploy to change the agreement after the fact. Gloria and CNAC screamed foul and the membership voted not to participate in any referendum on their rights. A decision that was widely and roundly criticized as at best bad politics and at worst bad faith, with Gloria in particular being singled out for great abuse. Hey, I thought the community was absolutely correct on the principle and the politics. Still do. First of all, the politics. Given the demographics and the intense racial polarization, the referendum could never have passed. No way. That's why they had it in the first place. Even had they wanted to, not enough whites could have summoned the courage to cross over. That was clear. And on the principle? Even if some whites would have crossed over, which if I would be prepared, and are you now prepared, to subject your fundamental rights and dignity as a human being to the whim and caprice of your neighbor's vote? No, you wouldn't. Nor will you ever be asked to. But we should. Come on, gimme a break. When, to no one's surprise, the referendum failed that fall, demonstrations resumed and were met with increased violence. Violence, in this case, in support of democracy. Think about it. This time, black folks were not only angry, they felt betrayed. Cambridge, Maryland, became a dangerous place. Soon martial law was declared and the town occupied by 400 National Guardsmen under the command of Brigadier General George W. Geltson. By the time we gather back at Howard the semester after the March on Washington, the situation in Cambridge is stalemated. The movement is dug in, but there is no progress at all to report. At every turn, the city government stonewalls. They aren't giving up an inch, and certainly not to a rabble of their uneducated field Negroes and a bunch of students and outside agitators led by Gloria. Gloria was holding the movement together with the help of SNCC staff, and students from NAG and other schools came in regularly to help with workshops, registration and petition drives or to march in demonstrations, but with no victories and little progress to report, local people were getting tired and discouraged. The intoxicating sense of progress and accomplishment of the previous summer was a distant memory. Ironically, the single thing that still united the black community and kept the movement strong was the presence of the National Guard, which cordoned off the black community every night. They were Sup. 343. Posed to be keeping the peace or even defending the community, but black folks felt besieged. The young guardsmen were, after all, armed Maryland white men. People in the community were certain that when off duty, the guardsmen fraternized with the local whites. Our folks didn't feel secure, they felt occupied, as in occupation, military. The next spring, the 1964 presidential primaries begin. George Corley Wallace, the rabidly segregationist governor of Alabama, national symbol of Southern white resistance, and candidate of the Ku Klux Klan, declares his candidacy. Not only that, but he's going to kick off the Maryland campaign. You got it in Cambridge. Talk about a calculated provocation, fishing in troubled waters. Outside agitators. Gloria tells us that Wallace, apparently with the full cooperation if not the invitation of the authorities, will be speaking to a white-only audience at a local skating rink. What is us's gon' do? She tells us that as far as the people are concerned, it's an insult and a deliberate challenge. They know we gotta respond in some way. Can they count on NAG support? So some of us Cortland, Ed, Cleve Sellers, Thelwell, and others begin going over to discuss strategy and help organize whatever action is to take place. Some people question whether the movement shouldn't simply ignore Wallace. That redneck demagogue be there for a night and he'd be gone. Yeah, but if we do that. Another of those interminable discussions. People have strong feelings on both sides. Once we get to Cambridge, however, it becomes clear that doing nothing is not really an option. No way the community could just ignore Wallace's visit. Not after Birmingham, and the 4 young girls in the 16th Street Baptist Church. Certainly not after everything people in Cambridge had been subjected to and are still going through. No way. They wanted the movement to do something effective. But what? There really weren't a lot of clear options. A bad hand any way you read it. Few real options, and as usual, no easy ones. But we had to do something. That was clear. Once we start organizing the community, certain other things become clear. People seemed proud of and fiercely loyal to Gloria. And they are embattled. I mean, by now it is not at all uncommon to see guns being worn and even offered. Now, don't you even venture out at night, they advised. And if you do, best you carry you something. Don't go out there without you got you a piece, son. Our rally is in a fraternal lodge and folks really turn out. A number of people from the Cambridge staff or community really ought to write down the details of our people's experience under this occupation, which went on for quite some time, well into the next year. There was nothing else quite like it in the entire movement. 344. Of marches, coalitions, dreams, and ambulance chasing. NAG folk, along with activist white students from area colleges and a couple of SNCC photographers from Atlanta, have come in. And of course the national media is out in force, looking for a sensational story. After the speeches the people form a line in the darkness outside the lodge. There are over 600 of us, but you can't really see everyone in the dark. The reality of marching in darkness through hostile white territory is suddenly very real and sobering. Gloria takes her place in the lead. A group of us, a lot of NAG women, are on that march from NAG, fall in behind her. We set out and march down Race Street, at most 5 blocks. Ranks of guardsmen in full battle dress, carrying carbines with fixed bayonets and standing in close order, completely blocked the road. A few carried enormous airfield searchlights. Behind them you can see and hear a large crowd of whites. Silently we march up within 15 yards. Gloria moves up and engages the general. It is so quiet we can hear every word. He orders her to disperse the march. "You have no permit," he says. "Does George Wallace need a permit?" she asks. She stands for a moment. A slender woman looking at a solid wall of soldiers towering over her. Then she pushes a rifle aside, tries to step through the ranks, and is immediately arrested. I believe a picture was taken at that exact moment that would appear on front pages across the country. Two brothers Gon Baptiste and Khalid Sayed go to her side and they too are arrested. When the general bellows at us to disperse, we all sit down. The troops begin to put on gas masks. We have expected that and carry damp cloths to protect our faces against tear gas. The standard drill is to get low, cover your face, breathe through the damp cloths, and wait for the gas to disperse. We are ready. No big thing. A SNCC photographer, Cliff Voss, moves up to get a picture of the troops in the masks. They grab him. I hold on to his ankle as the soldiers yank on his arms. Poor Cliff is airborne. Danny Leone gets a picture of that. And then this curious figure moves out of the ranks of the soldiers. He too is masked, has two large metal cylinders on his back, and a long, hollow metal tube in his hands. In Danny Lyon's immortal words, he looked like a vacuum cleaner salesman from outer space. Cleve Sellers recalls, a strange uniform. He looked like an astronaut. His uniform was iridescent, giving off a faint, eerie glow. From descriptions of the gases affected appears to have been an incapacitating chemical agent being experimentally developed for the military during the 60s. It seems to be the same gas used in today's military to neutralize the area around downed aviators before masked rescue teams are sent in. That night in Cambridge, one death, that of an infant in its crib, resulted from its use. EMT 345. The man with the canisters points the tube at us and a thick, wet, clinging cloud of white smoke billows out over us. The cloud envelopes those of us in front first, and after that I can see nothing. Instantly my eyes, nasal passages, throat, and lungs are afire. I cannot breathe. I remember thinking, this is it now, I'm dying. Then, nothing. I may have been lucky, for the next thing I remember is waking up in a hospital bed the next morning. I have no recollection of how I got there. I later learned that, in the total chaos, Cleve Sellers had found me lying unconscious and that he and some brothers had commandeered a car to drive me to hospital. I have no doubt, given my childhood respiratory problems, that those brothers saved my life that night. I can't tell you what went down after that because I was completely out of it. But others were conscious and what they described was total chaos. People choking, retching, trying to run away, and passing out. People screaming in fear and agony, vomiting and soiling themselves because they lost control of their bladder and bowels. Reports of guardsmen advancing on hysterical citizens, firing their guns as they came. Pure chaos and brutality. I mean, this was the kind of stuff that, if you were a segregationist and you believed it, gave you no choice. It clearly would be a patriotic act, a civic duty, to exterminate vermin such as we were alleged to be. Obviously, as in the case of Medgar Evers, some had already acted on that impulse. How many more deaths like that could we expect? 351. And this insanity was everywhere. I mean everywhere and at all levels. A steady stream of it came out of the governor's mansion, whether from Ross Barnett or Paul Johnson, his successor. In Washington, the Mississippi congressional delegation, led by Senator Big Jim Eastland, faithfully recited it into the congressional record and to fellow travelers in the National Press Corps. And all this was before the Summer Project announcement. All of which is to say that not many black voters, probably no more than maybe 300 total, had been registered in 2.5 years of hard work. And for those few, the black community had been made to pay a fearful price. That is how matters stood in August '63 when someone came up with the inspired idea of a parallel freedom election during statewide elections that November. Since every official avenue is blocked, why don't we just run our own election? A freedom vote? That's nuts. What good is that? Only the state can run elections. We can't be electing nobody our own selves. True, but we can show that if they were allowed, our people would indeed participate. So, what'll that prove? That and 50 cents'll buy you a cup of coffee in New York. Maybe. But it will also destroy Eastland's myth that Nigers are happy. They have no interest. Etc. Plus, even if it's only a mock election, it will give the people the experience of an election campaign and casting a vote for the first time in 80 years. See, we'll run a full campaign. Candidates, posters, rallies, meetings, the works. We'll take it across the state into counties we haven't yet been able to penetrate. Think of it as an organizing device. Doc Henry agreed to run for governor on a freedom ticket with Ed King, a white Mississippian, as lieutenant governor. The tactic turned out a great success. Our candidates traveled the state. Well, almost the entire state. Some counties and towns were still considered too dangerous. But after the election the movement had a statewide list of contacts, which became the basis for the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. On election day, polling places were set up in churches, beauty salons, barber shops, country stores, just wherever our people were to be found. There were even mobile ballot boxes in cars. And very important, it was a unified effort. The entire Mississippi staff along with SNCC organizers. 352. Summer '64, $10 a day and all the sex you can handle. From other projects and all our local community activists pitched in. It felt like an election. And except for the small fact that it had no official legal force, it was an election. Over 80,000 black Mississippians cast their first vote for a political candidate. Before 1964, the freedom election was the largest openly and conventionally political demonstration we'd ever tried in Mississippi. There were the expected harassments, arrests, a few beatings, and the usual stream of threats, but nobody was killed or seriously injured, and there were no bombings that I recall. A statewide campaign like this was unprecedented and stretched the staff thin. A young Stanford professor, Allard Lowenstein, volunteered to organize a group of student volunteers to come down and work on the campaign. Bob accepted the offer and 40 students from Yale and Stanford came into the state for the 3 weeks leading up to the vote. From all accounts, these volunteers made a real contribution in many ways. In others, it was a learning experience for them and us. Some things they did well. They had technical skills and some prior sense of what an election campaign entailed. That was good. But though they were supposed to have been briefed, some not all seemed to have no idea of movement reality. For their own safety and everyone else's, the local staff had to keep explaining brute reality to them. You could call it a mutual learning experience. The thing that was most instructive, though, was the violence. During the 3 weeks the volunteers from elite private universities were in the state, nobody local person or volunteer was badly hurt. I mean, despite this being the most visible, active, far-ranging, and provocative political activity SNCC had yet attempted, the level of violence had not noticeably risen. In fact, had seemed to diminish. Odd. Except, of course, that these volunteers, some of them anyway, were among the most well-connected young white people in the country. The true beneficiaries of the system. A few were said to be from extremely wealthy and powerful families. Some were the children of politicians, I think in one case of a U.S. senator. And naturally, the national media had followed them into the state. Also, there was suddenly a visible if temporary FBI presence at the rallies. Bob later explained to me, that was the first time that I realized that the violence could actually be controlled. Turned, on and off. That it wasn't totally random. I realized that. 353. Somewhere along the line, there was someone who, even if they didn't actually order it to happen, could at least send out word for it to stop. And it would, at least for 3 weeks. That was a revelation. That was one part of it. You can see why people have claimed that this freedom election was the model for the summer project. And it may have been, if not the model, then at least a precedent. But there had also been a real downside to the experiment. A few of the volunteers, not many but a few, were almost sent home. I'm not sure, maybe 1 or 2 were in fact asked to leave. Why? Apart from a misguided and dangerous sense of entitlement and class prerogative, acting as though nothing could happen to them, a few seemed incapable of respecting the experience and accepting the authority of local staff. Whether this was because the staff was black, young, or merely local, I don't know or much care. But it was antithetical to everything that was most important to SNCC. And it is also why so many of the local staff at first resisted the idea for the summer project. One of our best project directors was a brother named Dickie Flowers. He was smart, sassy, disciplined, and very effective. Dickie was well respected in SNCC. Foreman said that Dickie came to him quite distressed before the summer project. "Look, Jim," he said, "I'm the project director. You know I know what I'm doing. Yet when those volunteers were here, I all the time found myself saying I'd been to damn Morehouse. Jim, now you know I ain't been to MO House or no house." Apparently, as it turned out, even Bob himself had some quite serious reservations. In fact, in his usual manner, he'd at first held off taking a public position. Folks assumed this was to avoid undue influence and to allow the staff and community leaders to debate the pros and cons and arrive at their own decision. Which was only right. It would be a major undertaking and these were the people who'd have to make it work and ultimately to bear whatever consequences resulted. This, after all, in a state where just 2.5 years earlier most people had been scared to give a bed to a freedom fighter. Most churches afraid to open their doors to the movement. Now we were talking about housing 1,000 volunteers. But there was more to Bob's silence. Today Bob admits that at first he was not at all sure about the plan. Another one of those critical moments of decision in which we had no clear guidelines or precedents or guarantees. Another one of those learning to fly on the way down situations. But since it was unthinkable to abandon the local people we'd put in motion at great risk to themselves, and to whom we had given commitments, Bob knew we had to do something different. That spring semester, with the exception of the action in Cambridge, all NAG's energy was focused around the situation in Mississippi. It was still winter when we heard about Mr. Lewis Allen. We knew we couldn't let that go. So we decided we had to symbolically place the responsibility where it truly belonged, on the Justice Department. So we organized this march. We had this small coffin that we were going to carry through the march and then deposit on Bobby Kennedy's desk. A lot of folks were at that march, mostly SNCC supporters from the area colleges. There had to be at least 1,000, maybe 1,200, marchers, black and white. Pretty impressive. So there we were, a group of us parading the coffin at the head of the march leading down 16th Street to the Justice Department. Someone said, "Hey, there's Bro Malcolm." And sure enough there was the brother standing on the sidewalk reading our signs. He was by himself and we shouted at him to come join us. He merely smiled and shook his head. But I could sense that a part of him really wanted to. We gets to the Justice Department to find a line of cops out front. Before we can figure out what to do, the doors spring open and 2 security guys come out pushing wheelchairs, the occupants of which are 355. Dumped unceremoniously on the pavement. Tom Kahn and Cortland Cox had gone before us to Kennedy's office, and when they weren't permitted to see him, they had spontaneously decided to stage a sit-in. The wheelchairs were, I guess, Kennedy's nonviolent alternative to calling the cops. Then the Attorney General came down to talk with us. All I remember is how small, skinny, cold, and harassed he looked in his shirt sleeves. But neither I, nor anyone else I've spoken to, can remember a word he said to us that day. I guess we weren't smart enough to understand that it was history. After that march, and with the exception of the little excursion into Cambridge and the continuing food drive, our attention turned to the summer project. Once the project was decided, that was foremost in our minds. If SNCC, particularly Moses and the local people, were calling for 1,000 volunteers in Mississippi, we'd do our best to see they got 1,500. We'd do whatever it took. 356. Summer 64, $10 a day and all the sex you can handle. Bob made a couple of trips into D.C. testing the political waters for the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party challenge at the Democratic National Convention. On one of those trips he asked me to be coordinator for the 2nd Congressional District that summer. I was floored. I mean speechless, almost. Immediately, whatever reservations remained in my mind went on a back burner. Funny, huh? What caught my interest most was of course the politics. The national politics. The idea of taking a Freedom Democratic delegation into the Democrats' convention. The idea of bringing the struggle before the nation. Challenging and exposing the Dixiecrats' arrogance and racism before the whole world. That really got to me. Bob didn't even have to point out how central to the whole strategy the Delta would be, with its population being about 70% black. I was in and I was pumped, Jack. Had Bob and the folks in Mississippi asked me to organize West Hell, I'd have packed my bags. Yes, indeed. Specific roles flowed from our being at Howard and located in the nation's capital. One task was recruitment, which those of us on campus took on. The other major task had to do with the federal government, the liberal establishment, and the Washington press corps. Specifically, how to get their attention and the kind of government action that might save 357 lives that summer. That fell to the SNCC Washington office, which Bill Mahoney and Mike Thelwell had set up 6 months earlier. Let's talk about recruitment. SNCC wanted to have as many Africans as possible amongst the volunteers. There, NAG could help, for our members were experienced strugglers, veterans. For them, it would be another moment of truth, a time to stand up and be counted like Cambridge or the Freedom Rides 3 years earlier. So the Howard contingent was the largest black unit. That part was easy. The biggest problems we found recruiting additional non-NAG volunteers across campus were family and finances. Some Southern students' families just freaked out, Jack. I remember once 2 church ladies came to get their daughters and chased me with a shoe fixin' to beat my nappy head flat. Yes, they did. But the main problem was really economic. SNCC was asking people to bring at least $500 partly to help with living expenses, as their hosts would likely be poor, and partly to be available to bond themselves out of jail. A lot of our students not only didn't have $500, but needed to earn their next year's school fees over the summer. That excluded a lot of our people who really wanted to come. I mean a lot who really wanted to answer the call. SNCC was able to raise some scholarship money, but it wasn't nearly enough. It's hard now to realize just how precarious the financial condition of most of our students was in those days. Of course, it's being Howard, there were some very affluent Negroes. But they mostly weren't interested. The ones who really were interested tended to be poor. Maybe today it would be different. I sure hope so for the country's sake. Now more African students might be able to afford to go. But this financial reality in '64 would ensure that the majority of the student volunteers would have to come from the more affluent sectors of white society and private schools. By then, SNCC had about 6 really active centers of campus support across the nation. In addition to the SNCC offices in New York and in D.C., Ann Arbor, Chicago, Madison, the Bay Area of California, and Boston had active campus-based groups. All these bases turned their attention to screening candidates for Mississippi. The process was pretty similar everywhere. By the end of the summer, 700 students who had previously been sympathizers would now become activists on a very different level. In truth, we ended up actively discouraging many more people than we accepted. When folks would come in all bright and eager, we had to make sure they understood. First, you'd tell them war stories. Try to scare them to death. You do understand, don't you? It's entirely possible, very likely even, that not everyone who goes down will be coming back. Why would you want to put yourself in that situation? 358. Summer 64, $10 a day and all the sex you can handle. Hey, this is America, you can't mean. Yeah, Jack, we do mean. Maybe you best go think seriously about this. In many cases, that would be enough and you'd not see them again. For those who came back, it got rigorous. See, you had a clear general sense of what you were looking for. You could usually recognize it, but it was not easy to define in words. People at ease with themselves, in control of their lives. Sober, intelligent, self-controlled, disciplined folk who were clear on what they were getting into and why. People, we hoped, who could handle a kind of stress they had never before imagined, much less encountered. It was generally selection by elimination because what we didn't want was much easier to define and usually easier to spot. You couldn't have folks going for the wrong reasons. Folks likely to be a danger to themselves and everyone else. We had to find out who people were and why they thought they were going. No missionaries going to save the benighted Negro or martyrs looking for redemption through suffering. Be on the hard lookout for the stench of personal virtue. No mystics. No flakes. No kids in rebellion, looking for attention or to get back at mom and dad. No druggies, beatniks, or premature hippie types too irresponsible. Plus folks in Mississippi wouldn't know what to make of them. Nobody flunking out of school and looking for a place to crash. No self-righteous ideologues or zealots out to make a personal statement to the world. Tell me, what exactly would you be doing this summer if I didn't go south? A most important question. I'd say that we probably accepted no more than a third. We didn't insist on honor students, but that wouldn't hurt. You didn't have to be class president, or head of your sorority, but that wouldn't disqualify you either. Editor of your school paper? Let's talk. That you got on well with your parents would also work in your favor. We ended up with an impressive group of young Americans at their most idealistic. Interesting people, serious people, political activists, Peace Corps volunteers, seminarians. No pun intended, but in 1964 the country's best and brightest were headed for Mississippi, not Southeast Asia, and were genuinely to ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Y'all remember that? But it was a schizoid time, no question. Unreal. Because at the same time this was happening, another side of America, its worst and most hypocritical, was showing itself within the Washington establishment and the great state of Mississippi. And, the thing is, you could hardly tell the difference, except, and not always, in the style of their rhetoric. 359. Truthfully, by then I'd thought nothing further could possibly surprise or scare me so far as Mississippi was concerned. I simply could not even imagine that conditions there could worsen. Boy, was I ever wrong. Once the project was announced, reports from the Jackson office made it clear that a climate of intense war fever was being systematically ratcheted up within the state. You couldn't tell whether this was simply an official campaign designed to intimidate and scare us and the project away, or whether these people actually believed the stuff they were writing and saying. Either way, though, the evil stuff the state and the media were putting around was all that the Mississippi public was hearing about the project. Nothing else. It was an official and unchallenged incitement to mayhem. It's not just that, As soon as the project was announced, the violence and harassment increased. That they burned what was it, 5, 6 churches where freedom schools were to go. That was normal. Completely expected. No surprise. I'm talking about something qualitatively and quantitatively different from anything we'd yet seen. I'm talking about a deliberate, systematic, unchallenged campaign of disinformation put out by the local media, much of which originated with the governor and ran through the legislature, down to local mayors and petty politicians, drawing in every freelance racist in the state. Every day it was something more extreme and outrageous, and nobody in authority was challenging it. Here's what the population was exposed to daily, starting about in April. Tell me if this isn't fear-mongering at its worst, a calculated exploitation of people's anxiety and confusion to whip up anger and bloodlust. In Washington, we read the clippings and looked in vain for one voice of reason and moderation, or even of accuracy. The political rhetoric had suddenly taken a militaristic tone and a siege mentality, invasions, encirclement, and armed preparedness. A mood of unspecified jeopardy and insecurity. The media's standard term for the project was the invasion by thousands of degenerates and terrorists, capable of unimaginable debauchery and evil. All the more frightful because it was never really specific. And this never changed. Never. The Jackson mayor, Frank Thompson, who must have smelled stark naked political opportunity, led the charge. Every couple days he announced and vividly described some new security measure. First, he added 100 new cops to a force of 200. Then 2 horses and 6 attack dogs, whereupon he announced proudly that the Jackson police force is now twice as big as in any city of similar size in the nation. 360. Summer 64, $10 a day and all the sex you can handle. That apparently did not satisfy the mayor or reassure his constituency. He then announced in detail the purchase of weaponry. The cops got 200 new shotguns. Then a stockpile of tear gas and the issuing of gas masks to every officer was announced. The mayor purchased and posed next to 3 military troop carriers and 3 tractor-trailer-type vehicles to haul away demonstrators and 2 half-ton military trucks with mounted searchlights. He then announced that the fairgrounds had been converted into a stockade capable of holding thousands. At which point he pronounced himself satisfied. This is it, he assured the citizens. They are not bluffing, but we are ready for them. The invaders won't stand a chance. We can handle 25,000. Political leadership, Mississippi style. Oh, man, how could I have forgotten Thompson's tank? This grotesquerie was his pride of purchase, an armored 6.5-ton battle wagon complete with bulletproof glass, machine gun ports, and 4 or 6 built-in tear gas gun emplacements. That was the city of Jackson. The legislature was not going to let itself be outdone. The governor called it into emergency session, and the stream of legislation that emerged was equaled only by the heated rhetoric with which each measure was introduced. To prepare for the invaders, they doubled the size of the quasi-military state highway patrol and gave it emergency authorization in all jurisdictions. They too stockpiled guns and ammunition. They created mechanisms for a statewide dusk-to-dawn curfew. They outlawed freedom schools. Made it a crime to distribute leaflets. It was hysterical, but I can't remember all the craziness. They passed a raft of weird, clearly unconstitutional contingency measures just short of outright secession. All of which was, of course, duly and sensationally reported in the press. If this was the state's respectable leadership, what of its demagogue element? Hey, I couldn't detect much difference. It was equal opportunity self-promotion. That spring, 2 groups, the U7 Height Knights of the Ku Klux Klan and United Klans of America (EMT), launched competing recruitment drives across the state. Organizational competition? Sounds familiar, no. Their message? These invaders don't want equality, they want what you have, your homes and your wives and daughters. They coming into your houses, every white Anglo-Saxon Christian man better be prepared to arm himself. One group kicked off its drive pretty dramatically with cross burnings in 64 counties on the same night. They distributed bumper stickers, "You are in occupied Mississippi." 361. It was not reassuring to know that the population was being incited from every side. Nowhere in this frenzy was the slightest breath of reason and sanity to be heard. Sad, very sad. But in the circumstances, not unexpected. The thug element, whether inside a Klan mask or the governor's mansion, had completely taken over next door in Alabama. 6 months earlier a prominent, successful white Birmingham lawyer named Charles Morgan had publicly condemned the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing in which the 4 little girls had been killed. For this offense, he and his family were run out of the state, lucky to escape with their lives. So the echoing silence now from the forces of decency in Mississippi was understandable. But it was not reassuring. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Not necessarily. It was just that any slight difference that had ever existed between the mob and the state in Mississippi had completely disappeared. In D.C. we read these reports with amazement and alarm. That state, it appeared, was even crazier than we knew. And as far as we could see, the madness was not being reported in the northern media the way it ought to have been. Which put us in a strange place. On the one hand, we're getting more and more worried about our people already in Mississippi. At the same time, more people, obviously attracted to the pay and benefits, keep coming in to ask about going down. In Atlanta, Julian Bond and Mary King kept trying to get some national coverage of the Mississippi madness. The Washington office was trying to do the same with the Washington press corps. More crucially, they were desperately trying to get some signal, gesture, statement, something out of the national government. Some sign of moral leadership and an indication of concern. Something to signal the Mississippi politicians to cool it. There are all kinds of ways, public or clandestine, to do that. We would have been satisfied overjoyed just to hear someone in authority say that the education of children and the registering of American citizens as voters were not criminal enterprises. That the rights of American citizens engaged in these peaceful and legal activities would be protected by their government. But the only statement from any federal official was from the sainted J. Edgar Hoover, who announced that the FBI had no intention of wet nursing the project participants. Which, whatever the director's language had been, became this headline in Mississippi: Hoover, we will not wet nurse troublemakers. Talk about sending signals. Whether Hoover was speaking simply out of his own well-established racism or officially for the Johnson administration was never clear. However, that was the only statement from any prominent member of that administration, and no public correction was made by his alleged superiors. No disavowal, no reprimand. All that spring Mike Thelwell and Bill Mahoney wore holes in their shoes, trudging all over Capitol Hill talking to every congressman or congressional assistant who would listen. Could a group of congressmen call for a congressional hearing? Well, could they write a letter to the president? To the attorney general? Perhaps officially visit the state? Hold a press conference? Anything? Before more people got killed? Some congressmen were concerned and sympathetic, but, they explained, for some reason they weren't in the leadership. Finally, in desperation, the Washington office organized our own hearings on violence and voting in Mississippi. They got a panel of distinguished Americans, jurists, religious leaders, and intellectuals. They invited the press and public. Witnesses from Mississippi included Mrs. Hamer, Mr. Steptoe, Mr. Turnbow, Bob Moses, and Moody, and other local folk. The hearings got some press attention, and bound transcripts of the testimony and the panel's recommendations were circulated around official Washington. These distinguished Americans had concluded that on the basis 363 of the testimony, a dangerous but entirely avoidable crisis and potential tragedy was looming in the state. They called for reason and restraint on both sides and judicious preemptive actions from the administration. That too was ignored. I remain convinced to this day that the slightest intervention, public or private, indicating firmly to the Mississippi authorities that acts of terrorism and lawlessness would bring serious federal consequences would have saved lives. But that would have required a profile of courage from someone in the Johnson administration. I want to say that I don't know whether any private interventions, what they called in South Africa constructive engagement, were made to the Mississippi authorities by the Johnson administration. Or whether, as it looked to us, they merely stuck their heads in the sand hoping the impending crisis would disappear. If there was intervention, it couldn't have been very effective, because the media campaign to spread hysteria in the state had not lightened up as D-Day came closer. No kidding, that language was actually used down there. In about 2 weeks after school was out, there was to be an orientation at a little college in Ohio. FL% Stern College 4V, Beeman, Oxford, Ohio. The orientation was funded by Dr. Robert Spike's Commission on Religion and Race. Most of the students we'd recruited in D.C. felt it wisest not to go home for those 2 weeks. So after the dorms closed, a lot of folks ended up crashing at our place. Cleve and I decided we'd use the time for a little pre-orientation training to prepare the troops for what they would be facing. So our apartment turned into a mini Freedom House. It was good getting to know the new people. Getting folk to be upfront about their fear and their reasons for going. Only a few had ever been on a picket line and faced a hostile crowd before, but they were clear. Nervous, a little scared, but clear. It's our people, our struggle. It's time I did something. When we got to the little women's college, people were coming in from all over. A buzz of excitement, of expectation, was in the air. It was a first day of school kind of excitement. New students coming in, checking out the scene, meeting folks, wondering who all these people were. Except here was an electricity that college never had. I've seen accounts of tension between the volunteers and the veterans. The volunteers not feeling welcome. Mutual suspicion based on race. Staff being cold, almost hostile. All that stuff. That's not at all what I remember. No way. Was there tension? What'd you expect? Course there was. Were people nervous and edgy? Wouldn't you be? Was this based on race? Not really. I mean, yes, the Mississippi staff was mostly black, Southern, and poor, and the volunteers mostly white, Northern, and middle class. But so were many of the orientation staff, ministers from the National Council of Churches, and so on. So it wasn't as if these sheltered young whites were suddenly surrounded by alien black faces. In truth, many of the volunteers, like most white Americans, had never really been around black people in any significant way. And the Southern staff was not in the habit of assuming anything about strange white folk. And they'd had varying experiences with the Freedom Election volunteers. And there were a lot more white folk this time. A lot more. As more and more arrived, people were looking them over and wondering just how they would fit in. Given the climate they had left in Mississippi, people had a deep foreboding. But race per se was the least of it. So, was the SNCC staff standoffish and superior, excluding the eager young whites? Hell, no. The tension and discomfort folks felt would have been perfectly natural even if this were a school social, some ice-breaking freshman picnic. And this was no picnic. People were driving up in cars with plates from New York, California, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Vermont, Nevada, you name it, an eclectic mix of people. Volunteers, even when from the same school or city, were in many cases seeing each other for the first time. 367. So the volunteers, even when of the same class and race, were essentially a group of strangers. Not an especially comfortable situation for most young people. Add to that a certain inevitable anxiety. While the staff not only knew each other, they evinced a real closeness. An unspoken bond of shared experience that could seem, especially if you were real egotistic, a little exclusive. I think that a lot of the exaggeration about racial tension came from the media. They were of course all white and probably felt real discomfort in our black presence. The press also really contributed to this racial difference in their own inimitable way by making it immediately clear what story they had come to report. What and who, so far as they were concerned, represented the real importance of the event. They ran through the campus looking for photogenic all-American types for interviews. Some networks even selected subjects to follow up during the summer. I can't recall that a single staff or local leader was so selected. Nor even a northern black volunteer. Strange mentality, the American press. Why on earth would some 19-year-old suburban freshman be a more interesting subject than a Mrs. Hamer, a Jesse Harris, or a Mr. Steptoe, either in political terms or even for simple human interest? Boy, only in America. We from NAG bridged both groups. We knew the staff and had been working with white students in the capital area ever since the Route 40 demonstrations. Besides which, the volunteers were real familiar to me. They mostly looked and sounded exactly like the white kids I'd gone to Bronx Science with for 4 years. I recognized them immediately. For a couple of days we had an intensive seminar/crash course on the history and culture of the movement, the situation in Mississippi, and plans, programs, hopes, expectations, and rules of conduct for the summer. We had the usual role-playing, singing, film clips, and a succession of speakers. Bob Moses spoke, local folks and staff ran workshops. Perhaps because of the NCC influence there was a strong spiritual/ethical tone. The usual suspects. My old friend the Reverend James Lawson, the Reverend Vincent Harding, and Bayard all spoke on Christian pacifism. The volunteers seemed equally divided, some were quite spiritual and others were like me, basically political in their orientation. Then, the day before the session was to break up and we were to ship out to Mississippi, a representative of the volunteers' government, a lawyer from the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department, addressed the group. John Doerr was a tall, intense young lawyer, and the Justice Department's point man in the state. He knew the state, he knew us, and we knew him. He'd even paid some dues. His federal status did not make him popular with the whites or necessarily immune from physical attack. The day of Medgar's funeral in Jackson, Doerr had stepped between a crowd of angry, rock-throwing black folk and a phalanx of state troopers with drawn guns. He is credited with averting serious bloodshed that day. 369. And justly so. People in the movement thought of him as a decent man and honest. Certainly John Doerr was not the enemy. Problem was, though, he wasn't an effective ally in any visible way either. See, he'd come down to Freedom Days. He'd observe, interview people, take notes, gather evidence, then return to Washington leaving people with the impression/hope/expectation of federal action. But then nothing would happen. At least nothing that we could see. Folks didn't quite know what to make of that. Or more specifically, of him. Had he in fact reported and recommended the actions we'd been led to expect? And then been overruled by his bosses, Kennedy and Burke Marshall, whom we knew to have very political connections and agendas. Was Doerr an honest man caught up in a politically corrupted system? Or did he speak one way to us, another to the Mississippi politicians, and still another to his bosses in the Justice Department? Doerr, the classic insider/team player could not, or would not, say to us, "Hey, guys, there's really enough evidence and clear statutory and constitutional grounds. You know that. I know that. I made the recommendation and argued like mad for it." But Kennedy and Marshall shot it down. That we could have understood, and believed. But he never said that. I can't remember everything Doerr said in his speech, but judging from the volunteers' reactions, it must have sounded like a litany of federal impotence. What followed was a barrage of questions that proved he had not addressed their single greatest concern. Then someone asked directly, "What will be the role of the federal government in protecting our lives?" And the room became very, very silent. Whether Dore's answer was that the federal government will or cannot guarantee anyone's safety or cannot protect you, I can't recall exactly. Whatever the actual words, the message people took was that their government would be absent, not involved. That, so far as their government was concerned, they would have to take their chances with a hostile state, defenseless, precisely mirroring the situation of the black population of Mississippi for the last 70 years. You could feel a sudden, palpable deflation in that room. Then anger and disappointment. Bob Moses stepped onto the stage to stop the booing. "We don't do that," he told the volunteers, then said that he thought Dore was only being honest with us. Given what we'd been struggling against in Washington, I was not really surprised by Dore's remarks, but it did seem that so much else might have and should have been said. I have never been able to figure out why Dore was even sent, if that was all he was instructed to say. Was he in fact only a bureaucrat sent, as a matter of policy and strategy, merely to scare people off? Or, as Bob and others seemed to feel, was he simply being personally 370? Summer 64, $10 a day and all the sex you can handle. Honest. Having been left hanging out there so often, did he now feel he could not take personal responsibility for raising false hopes? Would not again mislead people with the kind of inflated assurances we'd been fed after the freedom rides? Well, whatever the motive, scruple or policy, the result was the same. A tragedy for everyone concerned. Remember now, the press had been in the room. Of all the speeches the press heard that day, that statement of Dore's became the story across the country. Frantic parental calls ordering their offspring home began to pour in. Could that have been the intent? If so, however, there would be other quite unintended consequences. Having received word that the deacon board of a small rural church in Philadelphia, Mississippi, that had agreed to host a freedom school had been beaten and terrorized and the church completely destroyed by fire, Mickey Schwerner, the core project director, was deeply concerned. He decided to leave the orientation early to be back with his people. He had left before Dore's speech. With him went James Chaney, a street-smart Mississippi brother who was a key organizer, and an idealistic young volunteer from New York named Andrew Goodman. Dore's statement, suitably dressed up for Mississippi consumption, arrived in the state with a vengeance, threatening the safety of our workers. I have no idea what the tone of the radio or TV coverage was, but I did see some of that day's newspaper headlines. Incendiary. The press leapt on Dore's remarks like a tick on a fat dog. Vindication. Fed tells invaders, "We will not protect you." Or no federal protection for invaders/commies or words to that effect. You could look it up. And that's only the headlines, the tip of the iceberg. They would certainly also have published commentary, responses from politicians to the report. Even more vindication. Praises for the good sense, however belated, by Yankees in seats of power. Finally, seeing through the web of communist deceit, the federal government was now signaling its intention to stand aside, freeing the good people of Mississippi to defend their way of life by whatever means necessary. I am certain that this could never have been John Dore's intention. In the middle of this campaign to demonize us invaders, this use of Dore's statement was criminal. And, in hindsight, predictable. It not only removed the only remaining restraint but seemed to imply federal license to murder. For some socially marginal good old boy, subject to months of demagogic incitement, that would have seemed a patriotic duty. And a clear signal. This was the media climate into which our three friends drove that day. After arriving in Meridian, they went to check on the folks who'd been beaten and whose church was destroyed and were never seen again, alive. 371. As I recall, we were training the second group of volunteers when we received the news. The three had gone to inspect the churches and failed to return. Periodically the reports were updated. A routine was in place. Immediately the staff had begun calling all the hospitals and jails in the area. In Atlanta, Julian and Mary King started calling friendly politicians and media people asking them to investigate. This kind of attention could save the life of workers being secretly held in jails. At first none of the police would admit to holding the three. Next day the police in Philadelphia admitted, well, yes, they had been arrested, but had since been released and had driven away. Most likely they'd left the state. A day later, a group of Choctaw hunters found the burned-out shell of their car in the Bogchino swamps. After that, Bob first told the group that we had to face that Mickey Schwerner, James Chaney, and Andy Goodman were in all likelihood dead. You could see how painful it was for him to admit that, even to himself. Of course, Mississippi politicians rushed to put their spin on it. The governor and the local sheriff, we all suffered with Bob, grieved for our three brothers, and felt helpless. It was a terrible, terrible few days. Could we even trust the government to seriously investigate? And the worst for me was not the fear, but the impotence. There had to be something more we could do to help the brothers. And for ourselves. For Bob. But what? I discovered that a lot us on staff were feeling that way too. Meanwhile the orientation continued. That at least was something to do. I really gotta say something here about those volunteers. I know it's been said, but I want it on the record. During the next 3 days they were impressive. Won my respect, yes, they did. Look it, man, it was heavy. First. 373. Of all, any sense of youthful invincibility they might have had was now history. Any feeling of security and preferment was long gone, Jack. This was no longer, if it ever had been to any of them, another chic undergraduate summer adventure. This was ugly. It was real. It was life-threatening. It was a shock. Welcome to the movement. Now you could see it in their eyes. At that point a wholesale exodus would have been natural. Anxious parents were burning up the lines, ordering, pleading, cajoling, bribing their offspring to come home. 1 or 2 parents personally drove out to retrieve them. One father, so I'm told, came, listened soberly to his son, shook his hand, hugged him, then drove off alone. What was truly impressive, and to tell the truth quite surprising, was how few left. At one point I recall Bob's being alarmed that no one was leaving. It seemed unnatural. When he spoke to us, he emphasized that people were not only free to leave, they should feel free. Leaving carried no stigma. In fact, it would be a perfectly rational, understandable human choice. Few, if any, takers. Why didn't more of these young Americans say, you know, this ain't really worth my life. I'm going home? I really can't say. And in a year or two, many of these same people would be denounced as unpatriotic cowards for refusing to go destroy a small country halfway around the world. Those volunteers earned my respect, yes, they did. The other extraordinary thing one could not help be moved by, the uncommon grace, courage, and dignity of the parents and families of the missing men. I mean, in the midst of their uncertainty and anxiety, in the midst of their loss and sorrow, these people displayed such courage, such clarity, and such dignity. They were just inspiring. There absolutely had to be something more we could do. The night outside was pitch black. I mean dark, Jack. Remember the line blacker than 1,000 midnights in a cypress swamp? It was sorta like that, and I was happy as a pig in mud. Very little traffic, so Charlie Cobb and I were gonna sneak into Neshoba County under cover of darkness. We had a mission, and in case we were stopped we had our cover story down pat. We were school teachers headed to Florida on vacation. We thought we were slick too. We even had some high school textbooks in the car to support that story. We also had $100 concealed under the floorboards. But unknown to either of us, a few pieces of movement literature, which should not have been there, were also in the bottom of my bag. So far as I was concerned, the darkness and the deserted road were all to the good. In Meridian we would hook up with 3 other teams to go into the county to find out what had happened to our missing comrades. 374. Summer 64, $10 a day and all the sex you can handle. In SNCC we didn't abandon our brothers and sisters. We didn't leave our wounded on the field. Even if we didn't succeed in finding our comrades or what had happened to them, we at least owed it to them to go look. Like me, Charlie had also initially been opposed to the summer project. He'd worried that the cost would be too high. Now we both were scared that this might be only the opening salvo, the first in a series of such murders during a long, bloody summer. Another reason why we could not allow this to be covered up. But in concrete terms, Neshoba was in the 3rd Congressional District, which by agreement was core territory. Charlie and I had worked the Delta, so we didn't really know the area, except by reputation. We were going into a place said to be a clan stronghold, violent and yard dog mean. We figured on one advantage, the local people, who, as with Emmett Till's murder, might have information. Things they'd heard or seen that they would not easily share with strange white men. We heard on the radio that the gutted remains of the station wagon had been found by a band of Choctaw hunters. What else might they have seen? Many Choctaws looked entirely African to me. We hoped maybe we could blend in with them on the reservation and take advantage of their knowledge of the terrain. Admittedly not a fully formulated plan, but we were again learning to fly on the way down. We were driving an old Buick with DC tags. It had recently been donated, had not yet been registered to SNCC, so nothing connected us to the invasion. I was driving carefully and we hadn't been stopped. Now under cover of the deep Mississippi darkness, we figured we were less than an hour outside Meridian. At the core community center there which Mickey and Rita Schwerner had set up, we'd meet up with the 3 other SNCC teams. We were just going through this deserted little town when the engine started to cough, jerk, and lose power. Charlie looked at me. I looked at Charlie. The car jerked and coughed. Man, we've gotta check this out. I'ma have to stop. The brother did not look happy. Maybe it's just a wire that's come loose. Yeah, but I still gotta stop. Well, if we must, pull under that street light up ahead. We sat for a moment listening and looking around. The street was empty. Everything was still, reassuringly quiet. Okay. We gotta be quick and get the hell outta here. 375. So we opens the doors and jumps out and come face to face with the Southern Belle. Talk about timing, Jack. Just as we swung the doors open and hopped out, we hear this frightened squeal. At that precise moment a white woman had stepped into the light. She takes one look, her eyes all big, her mouth hanging open, and takes off running into the darkness. We knew then we had to get out of there fast. We give the engine a quick glance. Let's keep going as far as we can before this car stops. If it stops, we can figure out what to do then. I do think it's too late, my brother, Charlie says. I look up and sure enough there's foot ashing lights bearing down. Turns out we were only a block from the police station. The cops are suspicious. Clearly on invasion alert. So, I takes the offensive. Officers, we're teachers on our way to Florida. We're having car trouble, but we'll be on our way in a minute. Oh, no, they gotta investigate. Investigate what? We've broken no laws. There's no reason to hold us, officers. They search the car and us. Then they consult. Search the car again. Take us to the station house. Officer, I know my rights. Either you have to arrest us or let us go. They arrest me. Turns out I've misplaced a letter of permission from the owner. So I'm arrested on suspicion of car theft. Charlie is told to go. Officer, I'm not leaving my friend, Charlie says. You aren't gonna separate us, I chime in. We both stay or we both go. I'm not leaving my friend. You will have to arrest me too, Charlie says. Boy. You must not know yo is. Best you get your ___ going before we get real mad. Charlie doesn't budge. We went back out a couple of nights. Of course, we never found our people. But we did find out a lot about ourselves and about loyalty and what real courage was. That old farmer, his wife, son, and 2 daughters whose church had been burned. They sheltered, fed, and guarded us. And their friends who drove us out and picked us up, knowing the risk to themselves and their families. I think Mickey Schwerner and his team would have been proud to see the loyalty their local people showed. But of course by then our brothers were under 30 tons of red dirt in a farm dam. And finding their remains cost the FBI a $30,000 payment to a Klan informer. Hey, we didn't have 30 pieces of silver, much less $30,000, and which Klansman was going to confess to us, even if we were offering $30 million. After a few nights we could see it was hopeless and getting more dangerous. Besides, our continued presence was putting our host family at risk. I really wish I could remember that brave family's name. So when we heard on the radio that the FBI had taken over the case and that troops had been sent in, it gave us an honorable out. Besides, we all had a project to go run. It was also becoming clearer that Mickey Schwerner, James Chaney, and young Andrew Goodman hadn't died entirely in vain. Yes, it was an absurd, ignorant, vicious waste of 3 good young lives. But the belated attention of the administration and the media presence that followed it undoubtedly saved a great many others. Only why did it have to come so late? And at such a price? The Democratic Party leadership had a chance to reach out to embrace the future, and instead they reached back to try to preserve a shameful past. This backward-looking racist response was among the flat-out dumbest political miscalculations the Democratic Party leadership ever made, and that's saying a lot for, the good Lord knows, they've made quite a few. And it sure came back to bite them big time, didn't it? We'll get to that. All the time we were searching in Neshoba, I had been thinking about my responsibilities in the 2nd Congressional District. In fact, I'd been 382. They still didn't get it? Thinking about little else ever since Bob had asked me that spring. I'd known I would need all the help I could get there. A movement is only as good as its organizers. I was confident whatever happened that summer that we'd have good, dependable organizers in the 2nd District. Even at Oxford I'd checked out the volunteers carefully. Listening to them, the kinds of questions they asked, what they said, how they'd said it, their manner, attitudes, their political smarts. How their spirit struck me. Whenever someone particularly impressed me, I'd get into a conversation with him or her. If my snap impression held up, I'd say, ask for the Delta. We can use you in the Delta. You'd be surprised how much you can learn about people from even a short conversation if you pay attention. I ended up recruiting some good folks there. Of course, the staff who would be running other projects were doing the same thing. The district office would be in Greenwood, my old stomping ground. That was great. I loved that county. We had a real base there, some strong families. And the young veterans who would move out in the rural to start new projects and teach the volunteers how to survive. These were my people. The project director for Greenwood would be Bob Zellner. 01 Goodhart, Cracker Bob, smart, experienced, and devoted, was almost certainly the only white person SNCC could put in such a crucial position. The local people accepted and trusted him completely. A Southern thing, I guess. He did a hell of a job on a very hot seat, as everyone knew he would. But the volunteers, most of whom I'd be meeting for the first time, were still the big question. How many would we have? How, in the crunch, would they fit in? After Oxford, I figured that if they showed up at all, that would be a big point in their favor. They would have made it through 2 tests. First, the tough recruitment screening, then the tension and excitement of orientation. So you knew they had courage. But having courage was not nearly the same thing as being able to fit into a movement culture in the black community of the Mississippi Delta. That would require discipline, humility, as well as the ability to adapt. How many Bob Zelnas can you expect to meet? Well, we'd see. But even there I had a big hole card, 16 volunteers I already knew well. These were experienced strugglers, who knew how to organize, and most of all they were black. These were the folk from Nag. 3 carloads had driven down from Howard to Oxford. I told Bob we were a team and he assigned them all to the Delta. So it would be a question of mixing and matching the elements, the local staff, Nag folks, and the white volunteers. 4 of us, Cleve, Ivanhoe, Charlie, and I drove up to the Delta together from Neshoba County. Ivanhoe was project director in Moss 383. Point. By the time we got to Greenwood, Cleve had decided to go with him. Charlie would be working with freedom schools all over, but I teased him that Ivanhoe didn't want him anywhere near his project since the night in Jackson Charlie nearly got Ivanhoe killed. According to Ivanhoe, 2 cops pulled them over, y'all them NAACP niggers, huh. Either Charlie had felt a professional respect for accuracy or resented the association. Well, actually, we're SNCC, he corrects the cop, who immediately goes off, but not on Charlie. He snatches Ivanhoe, throws him down, sticks a gun in his ear, and keeps shouting that he's gonna blow his head off, until his partner restrains him. In Greenwood, the scene around the office was indescribable. The community in the immediate vicinity was literally humming and buzzing with activity. Constant traffic. A busload of volunteers unloading. Local adults coming to welcome and collect their volunteers. Kids standing around gawking at the incoming strangers. Boxes of books and equipment for community centers and freedom schools being unloaded. The occasional carload of local white men driving by and shouting insults. The community looking at the arrivals, the rookies looking at the community. Every now and then a few more cars arriving. Each new group looking hot, rumpled, curious, and a little dazed. Excitement and anxiety, anticipation and uncertainty in every face. What was this place? Just what had they gotten themselves into? For most of them, the next 2.5 months would be the sternest test of their lives thus far. How would they do? This here was for real now, Jack. For the most part, I'd say they did just fine. For the overwhelming majority white or black it would be a life-changing experience politically and culturally. In Black Mississippi, the whites experienced at first-hand a side of America they'd not seen and could scarcely have imagined. They learned something about their country, about black culture, and about themselves. Their presence changed Black Mississippi, but clearly Black Mississippi changed them even more. They might have come for different reasons: adventure, idealism, even to write about it, but most went back better people than they came. That much, I'm sure of. In fact, at the end of summer almost 200 offered to take a year off and to stay on in the state. Truthfully, I hadn't anticipated that. Certainly not that many. It would create serious problems of too rapid growth and institutional identity for SNCC in 1965. In Greenwood, the first thing I found was more people looking for assignments than I'd expected. In southwest Mississippi the Klan violence was so heavy that volunteers assigned to Pike and Amite counties were at first held out and sent to the Delta. Check that out. The Delta? For safety? In a matter of days everyone had a project and a job. Folks were briefed on security measures, community values, Southern sensibilities, black and white, expected behavior, movement values, and shipped out. That was my job. One thing I remember, a rush of satisfaction when the car left for Tallahatchie County. You know, that vow I'd made to myself and bro Emmett Till. That night 2 years earlier when I first saw the bridge and highway sign to Tallahatchie. One day we gonna open you up. That for me was the real beginning of an amazing 10 weeks. more incredible stuff happened. And compressed into such a short time. My job as director, really a traveling troubleshooter, took me everywhere, I mean everywhere, across the Delta, county to county, project to project. I always emphasized security, discipline, and building political power. I visited freedom schools, spoke at precinct meetings and county caucuses, in churches, under trees. I was at freedom days and funerals. Everywhere. I saw a lot and learned a lot. About myself and especially the dangers and demands of leadership. It was the greatest responsibility and challenge I'd yet had. I was amazed at how people, especially when under stress, responded to a title. By virtue of being district director, I was seen as having instant authority. People were disposed to like and trust you just because. And to depend on you. Yeah, of course, they'd accept, even seem to need, firm decisions and instructions. But in return they also seemed to expect you. 385. To produce instant solutions to every problem. People depended on you to inspire confidence. You inspired confidence by showing confidence. Yeah, they expected clarity and decisiveness at all times. But the decisions had to be seen to be fair and intelligent. No stupid moves. No bombast, no empty guarantees, no overstated promises that you couldn't keep and which people knew you couldn't keep. You had to be credible. To keep trust, you had to perform. To keep authority, you had to earn it, over and over. To lead not by fiat but by example and work. Of course, some of my own rules I wasn't able to keep. We're not here to go to jail. We're here to do a job. Which cannot be done in a cell. Your duty is to stay out of jail if at all possible, okay. I ended up in jail 4 times. But, for the most part, I think I was able to rise to the demands of the job. Mostly it came naturally. First place, I really loved the job and the challenge. Then I was actually too busy to feel fear. A luxury I simply didn't have time for. So I showed none. And the confidence thing, there I was a true believer. Because I was genuinely confident that we'd succeed. I literally could not imagine failure. I guess people were able to feel that confidence. I simply could not imagine anything more important and necessary that I could have been doing. So of course my enthusiasm and energy were always high and dearly visible. To the extent I was successful, those were the reasons. Some things you can't fake. But mostly, we fed off the people, staff, community folk, volunteers, the kids. Sure, every day there was some new crisis or atrocity. But, also twice, 3 times a day there was something else to marvel at. Acts of courage, generosity, decency, even humor. Something more to admire and respect. It kept you humble and committed. You couldn't let folks like this down. Simple as that. Also, every organizer really needs a sense of humor. And trust me, there was a lot to laugh at. Innocent misunderstandings across class, culture, and race. The absurdity of racism. The dependable and amazing stupidity of the authorities. And of course, if you could make people laugh, especially at yourself and themselves, it really helped. After a while, that became second nature. As the summer went on, the parts of the job I found myself looking forward to with purest pleasure were my visits to freedom schools. These were probably the most unambiguous successes we had. I tell you, that summer I saw what real education for students and teachers could be and mean. It was a joy to see. As well as sometimes painful and angering. See, going into the summer, my emphasis was on the political. Heavily. Now, of course, I'd always understood the importance of education. That's clear. In Greenwood I'd spent a lot of time talking to June Johnson and her friends and the younger kids about their schools, about books, ideas, our history. So I understood and deeply resented the callous, criminal deprivation of education to black youth in the Delta. So I knew the schools were necessary. The idea was logical and appropriate. But I can't say I was real excited about it at first. But, boy, was that to change, Jack. Fast, quick, and in a hurry. Because forget the idea, the reality was something exciting. See, I'd known that the students would be turned on. How not? Learning all the things about their world, their country, and their history that the state's Bantu educational system deliberately kept from them, and especially in an uncensored, student-centered, creative classroom situation. So we'd made the curriculum political and cultural. A lot of Black and African history and culture. A lot of discussion of Mississippi politics, the challenge, etc. Exposure to a lot of poetry, plays, and music with strong encouragement to create and perform their own. So I knew the students would have to like it. But honestly, no way could I have expected the intensity of the enthusiasm, the excitement. By students and parents. In one school in the district, the day after school opened, a couple of teachers were awakened by a knocking on their door. It was dawn, not yet full light. The two women peer nervously out into the semi-darkness, afraid of what they might see. It was not the clan. Only their students grinning and calling on them to start school. It wasn't yet 6 o'clock. Mount Bayou was an all-black town. The policy of the school board in that county at that time, neither foreign languages nor civics shall be taught in Negro schools. Nor shall American history from 1860 to 1875 be taught. Enough said. EMT 387. Dear Mom and Dad. The atmosphere in class is unbelievable. It is what every teacher dreams about: real, honest enthusiasm and desire to learn anything and everything. The girls come to class of their own free will. They respond to everything that is said. They are excited about learning. They drain me of everything I have to offer so that I go home at night completely exhausted but very happy. Every class is beautiful. The girls respond. And they disagree among themselves. I have no doubt that soon they will be disagreeing with me. At least this is one thing that I am working towards. They are a sharp group. But they are undereducated and starved for knowledge. They know that they have been cheated and they want anything and everything that we can give them. I have a great deal of faith in these students. Love, Pam. Letters from Mississippi. Now I can't be sure of the actual figures, but my sense is that among the volunteers, women may have outnumbered men by quite a bit. Many on the staff saw that as a mixed blessing. Not through any fault of the women's, but because of the deeply ingrained, almost psychotic Southern male attitudes about white womanhood. Which, I'm afraid, most of the women volunteers were going to represent. This was cause for real concern, Jack. Young white women in the Black community would be seen as a provocation and a fluid ash point for violence. That was reality. A security risk to themselves and everyone else in communities in which lynching was by no means a distant memory. And in the climate of hostility folks could see being created. $10 a day and all the sex you can handle. Everyone was nervous on the woman question. One expedient was to try to hide the women in libraries and freedom schools as opposed to sending them canvassing door to door. Naturally, a few women complained initially about our compromising with racism and keeping them out of the real action. But it soon enough became clear that much of the real action was to be found in the schools. However, one dividend of the strong female presence was that we were able to open more schools than originally planned. Even then there was unmet demand. Down in Hattiesburg, where the 3 churches in which freedom schools were scheduled to go had been burned in 1 week, the schools opened a few weeks late. The teachers optimistically prepared for 150 students and prayed that half that number would turn up in defiance of the terror. On opening day they found themselves calling for 10 more teachers to accommodate the 600 would-be students who appeared. Remember what I said about those 40 acres and a mule? During this summer when I traveled all over the Delta, that had become clear. the serious difference that owning some land made to the spirit of the people. Those folks in Neshoba who helped us so much in the search? Landowning farmers. Time and again I would see the same thing. Any little community where people owned some land, whether in Holmes, Bolivar, or Leake County, the same spirit and community strength. The community called Harmony was such a place. All summer there'd been a struggle with the local power structure and the clan. Same old story. Harassment and resistance. All summer. When the county tried to close the schools by evicting the people from a community center they had prepared, they simply located the school in a church and built and guarded a new center. Then the county tried to open the Negro schools in the middle of the summer, a move intended to close down the freedom schools and avoid the court-ordered integration of first grade in the white schools. The Harmony community parents simply voted total boycott of the Negro schools. It went on and on all summer, a constant struggle. Harassment, resistance, and of course, education in action. I just loved going to talk about the movement or to conduct lessons in those classes *, but I also saw something that has stayed with me all my political life. All real education is political. All politics is not necessarily educational, but good politics always is. You can have no serious organizing without serious education. And always, the people will teach you as much as you teach them. Even with everything that was happening all across the state, organizing the Freedom Democratic Party was, of course, my priority, the real challenge. We faced not only the formidable task of explaining the concept the party and the challenge to the people, but a hard deadline by which a host of specific things had to be done. This party had to be organized statewide and a delegation selected by mid-August. Not only done right but scrupulously documented with records kept for the lawyers. Every smallest step required by the state and the national party had to be precisely followed and documented. In organizing terms, what exactly did that mean? Well, in the second * the book Stokely Speaks has a transcript of a class on black language that Carmichael conducted in one of the freedom schools. 391. Congressional district, there were what, maybe 22 counties? In each of those the smallest party unit was the precinct, maybe 4, 6 precincts per county. Because the Delta is literally one large cotton/soybean plantation and congressional districts are based on population, the second district had by far the most counties spread over a much larger area than any other. But that kind of evened out, because some of these counties had small populations and as few as 2 or 3 precincts. In each of those precincts we had to sign up members in this new party and get them to do 2 things. Try to attend the white meeting, then, being turned away, come to our own meetings. The time and place of which had to be advertised to prove that we were open to all. The precinct selects delegates to a county-wide caucus. From the county, officers and a delegation to the district convention are selected. Then from each of the 5 congressional districts, about 40 delegates to the state convention in Jackson where the delegation is selected for Atlantic City. Yeah, you say, but isn't that not more or less what happens in all 50 states? Gimme a break. In every state there is party history, infrastructure, experienced officers, full-time party employees, workers, an apparatus in place, and a familiar process that merely has to be activated every 4 years. And even with all that, the process is still a major undertaking. With us, none of that existed. We not only had to create it all, but given our insurgent status we couldn't cut any corners that might give the Democrats a technical out. And we had to create it among folk who had been kept away from political participation for over 70 years, and who were painfully aware of the risks involved. And to whom we could not, at least not in good faith, make any guarantees. So, tell me, after we do all this, then what? We certainly could not promise victory at the convention. But, you know, the people really understood that. No way to tell what them white folk liable to do, huh? But at least we can try. Make them have to do. 392. They still didn't get it? Something, right? And momentum slowly started to build. I spoke at a lot of those early meetings, night after night, one small country church out in the cotton fields after another. I always talked about political power in the Delta. Who had it? How they got it? How they used it? And how, praise the Lord, without any doubt, we were going to get our fair share. And the FD Peace Challenge was the first step. Usually I'd give my little speech and step back and watch the people begin to act politically. It was wondrous to see. In the midst of everything else that was happening, the staff had to maintain focus and discipline and follow this detailed process through in 10 weeks. Just thinking back, it really was quite amazing just to get it done. The staff and volunteers deserve a lot of credit for some truly amazing organizing in pretty trying conditions. No question. But, you know, the best work from the greatest organizers in the world, which we certainly were not, would have meant absolutely nothing, nada, squat, without some truly incredible community people. Not just brave, but hard-working, resourceful, dedicated people. Actually some quite ordinary, dry long-so folk who rose remarkably to the occasion. I think it was that summer, night after night, meeting after meeting, that I really came to understand where Ms. Baker's great faith in ordinary people came from. Her unfailing confidence in the democratic political instincts of the grassroots. I saw that time and again, and it was, well, inspiring. That's the right word for it. No, I'm not getting overly sentimental or too general here. Statistically, I know we're talking about a small percentage of the black folk in the state. So what? That only makes the ones that showed up even mo better. That's precisely the point. When you're involved in dangerous struggle for the people, assuming of course a moral struggle, you will always, be surrounded by remarkable people. The best of our 393 selves. Think about it, Jack. So whenever I walked into another precinct or county meeting, I just knew I'd be in the company of heroes. And the political instinct was wondrous to see. No one said, "You gotta balance the ticket." So many women. So many preachers, so many this or that. But you know, by the time we got to the state convention it was balanced. By the time we got to Jackson I was proud of the group from the 2nd District. The politically unsophisticated people in their collective wisdom knew who could be trusted. Who deserved the honor. Who had earned the right. Who had a clear head and strong heart. The delegation was a cross-section of service and merit, across sex and age, status or education. I mean, you had the old warriors Dewey Green, Sr., Amzie Moore, Doc Henry, Robert Miles, who'd kept hope and dignity alive during some long, dismal, savage years. The valiant women, the Mrs. Hamers, Mrs. McGee's, Mrs. Johnson's, mothers of struggle. And to the next generation, a few young college students, clearly intended to keep the struggle going. Distractions were everywhere, not just cross burnings, church bombings, drive-by shootings, the usual crap, but weird stuff you couldn't have imagined. Greenwood was the center. The national SNCC office moved to Greenwood for the summer, so there was a constant flow in and out. For instance, Bob and I had to handle security for visitors, Belafonte and Poitier, Dr. King, the politicians. Dr. King was my biggest headache. The Klan swore publicly that he wouldn't leave Mississippi alive. I had heard that his people hadn't wanted him to come. SNCC can't protect you, they argued. SNCC will get you killed. So I took it as my personal responsibility to protect him in the Delta. A matter of honor. He arrived escorted by carloads of FBI. I told him, "Dr. King, I know you nonviolent, but don't worry about a thing. An FBI car will be in front and in the rear. Your car be in the middle, and it will be nonviolent, no problem. But the cars immediately in front and immediately behind you, those'll be our people, Dr. King and us is going to be ready for anything. He didn't argue. We stayed real close every minute he was out and moving around. They would have had to kill a lot of us to get to him. And they would have paid a heavy price. Dr. King was cool. He talked about the need to build the party and left without incident. Not a peep out of the clan. That's something I take pride in. But guess what the most serious distraction in Greenwood was? Early in the project, the first Freedom Day, they arrested over 100 people, volunteers, staff, local teenagers, me. That was a distraction, yes. But the biggest problem Bob had trying to keep Greenwood from exploding was the Civil Rights Bill. That's right, passage of the Civil Rights Bill damn near brought the project in the Delta to a halt. Look, if there had been riots or street warfare in Greenwood, the national office and the district office couldn't have functioned. The volunteers would have had to be pulled out. The local Africans on staff would have had to make a hard choice or be caught in no man's land between the two warring sides. It would have been a show-enough mess. See, once that bill got close to passing, you began to see even more. 395. Carloads of white men, guns bristling, cruising the city. Some were flayed-out clan. Some were supposed to be deputized, armed auxiliary police. You couldn't tell the difference. People said they recognized Byron de la Beckwith armed and riding as an auxiliary policeman. In our community there was high excitement and discussion, especially among the youth. A pretty large group really wanted to jump in the white folks' face. To exercise their new legal rights. You really couldn't blame them. But we had to take the position, not now. Leave it for the time being. Now is the time to be focused. Work on the party. Stick to the plan. Be disciplined. Don't let the crackers distract you. The adults supported us in this, but the youth were restless. Of course I was uneasy with it. It was strange for me and Zellner to have to counsel restraint. Say what? Telling folks not to confront racism. Especially when they now had allegedly for the first time, the legal right to put racists in jail. Yes, indeed. Politics do require a lot of patience and a sense of irony, yeah. It do. But it was working. One faction, a loud faction of the youth, was real restless. But discipline was holding. Tribute to Bob, the project staff, and the community elders. Then an amazing thing happens. Exactly the last thing we needed. An outside group, all kinds of press in tow, comes through, intent on testing compliance with the new law. Dr. King and SCLC, right? No star, dead wrong. It's the national NAACP, Jack. Yep. The NAACP national office practicing direct action? Must be the revolution, huh? Talk about role reversal. Of course they don't consult anyone. Why should they, we the grassroots? So they streak through. And with their press and FBI entourage, of course, they get served. In places none of our folk could afford or think of going to. Upon which they utter platitudes to the press about a great and historic moment and split as fast as their cars will take them. After that, how we supposed to rein in the local youth? Best we could do was to try to keep it disciplined and nonviolent. Which is why my next arrest was at a local white cafe. Yeah, the Civil Rights Bill guarantees public accommodation. Uncle Roy gets fed and splits and I'm in jail again. Historic moment. After which a certain element of the youth simply refused to be intimidated. They started to jeer and exchange threats with the carloads of gun-toting whites. Guns were brandished and occasionally fired. Rocks and bottles were thrown. Then, one night businesses and homes in the community were shot into. Of course so was our office. We began to hear threats of retaliation in kind. Amid this tension, Bob and his project staff decided to try to organize the militant youth. Somewhere in all this the McGee family got involved. Silas McGee. 396. They still didn't get it? Decided he wanted to go see a movie at the La Flor Theater. They sold him a ticket, he entered and sat down. But when the movie started, some of the whites went crazy and the cops had to come and take Silas out after only 5 minutes of the movie. That's how it began. The rest of July was a running battle between the McGees, the theater, the mob, and the cops. A few days after the movie theater event, Silas was snatched off the street by a carload of Klansmen, who took him out in the woods. He managed to fight them off with a shovel and escape. But now the McGees were really mad. Silas and his brother Jake kept going back to the theater. 5 or 6 times. Each time when they tried to leave, a mob greeted them. One night a couple SNCC cars had to drive through the mob to retrieve them. The cars' windows were shattered and the McGee brothers were injured by flying glass. At the hospital our people were trapped inside by carloads of gunmen patrolling the highway outside. Finally, in the early morning, a reluctant sheriff agreed to provide an escort. If memory serves, that same night we held the Greenwood precinct meeting. Another night Jake and Silas went back to the movies, but this time when the mob formed, a towering, linebacker-built paratrooper in full dress uniform appeared and faced down a member of the mob. Turned out it was their older brother, Clarence, a decorated Korean War veteran on active duty at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. A trained American fighting man, taking leave to come defend freedom, democracy, the Constitution, and his younger brothers in his hometown. Then he got himself jailed for assault. That was the night Bob Zellner and Mrs. McGee went together to the jail to see about Clarence. Even today all I got to do is mention the McGees to Bob and his eyes and grin get big. Oh, man, I'll never forget that night. When this cop jumped in Mrs. McGee's face and shoved her. Oh, bro. I swear, that little bitty lady threw the fastest, prettiest straight right I've ever seen. Knocked that sucker clean down, flat on his back and woozy as a floozy. Yes she did. The McGees of Greenwood, warrior sons of a warrior mother. But it wasn't but a week or so after that when the Klan pretty near succeeded in stopping Silas for good. I was away and Silas was using my car to take people to a meeting. He was sleeping in the car when some night riders shot him in the temple. Give praise and thanks, the brother survived. But that was one shooting that really got to me. Silas, who I liked and respected a lot, was a year younger than me. That gives you some sense of the atmosphere in which the FDP was put together. So I don't care who or what you were, you could not help but be moved by the state convention in the Masonic Temple in Jackson. Just the 397 side of the hall. All these proud people sitting purposefully under their county signs, Neshoba, Leffler, Sunflower, Amite, Pike, Tallahatchie County. Just even the names themselves, every one resonant with memories of sacrifice, bloodshed, and struggle, were a mark of accomplishment and pride. When the Neshoba delegates walked in, the room stood and applauded. I guarantee there was not, could not have been, any state convention in the country that equaled ours in any way. Not in spirit, not in fervor, and certainly not in singing. Mrs. Hamer leading Go Tell It on the Mountain. Ms. Baker's keynote address, "We who believe in freedom cannot rest, until," Ms. Baker said, "the life of every black mother's son is as important as the life of every white mother's son." I looked at Mrs. McGee in the Leffler County delegation, then Mrs. Cheney in the Neshoba delegation. The people cheered Attorney Rowe when he outlined the politics of the convention and told them justice and history were on their side. Then the 44 delegates and 22 alternates to Atlantic City were selected. Once again I was amazed and impressed by the choices. That group represented generations of resistance and survival, true leadership and courage. Every strength, life experience, character, courage, wisdom you'd care to name, except maybe wealth and college degrees. I would have matched them person for person with any state delegation you could produce in Atlantic City. Look, by that August when we left the state to drive to Atlantic City to support the delegation, the staff, as Mrs. Hamer would say, was all wore out. All of us were physically exhausted from the sheer burden of all the organizing work. Many more of us than we knew then were totally burned out. Emotionally scarred, spiritually drained from the constant tension, the moments of anger, grief, or fear in a pervading atmosphere of hostility and impending violence. But we were running on hope and maybe faith. At least the local people were, those brave souls on the delegation and the communities that had elected them. They were the ones with the faith. Faith in what? In the truth. In the justice and decency of the American people, once they knew the truth. Once the president and the people really understood what we went through daily in Mississippi, they'd want to do right, wouldn't they? And by now the country, the good people, the decent majority had to understand what was going on. How could they not? 398. They still didn't get it? Hey, all summer the world press had streamed into the state and set up camp. Television, newspapers, magazines, the works. On TV, one Mississippi story after another. The people had seen their friends, their neighbors, their leaders, their children, their volunteers, all telling the story to the world. And the country had come in to see for itself. SNCC's Northern Support Offices had organized waves of visitors. Thursday was Parents' Day. Every Thursday, a different group of proud but concerned parents would fly in. Doctors and lawyers arranged to spend a week or two of their summer vacations with either the Medical Committee for Human Rights or the Lawyers Committee. Under the auspices of the National Council of Churches, groups of prominent religious leaders and clerics of all faiths and denominations came to observe. Congressmen and other politicians, prodded by conscience or constituent pressure, came through, looked around, and made suitably supportive statements at the obligatory press conference. Movie stars and celebrity entertainers dropped in, some even giving free performances in small, isolated country towns. That was what that summer was like in Black Mississippi. People had 399 been struggling there for years before we got there. In isolation with no support and little visible progress. Now with this project, the Mississippi movement had broken through. Conditions in the state were finally being exposed to national attention. So by the end of the summer, far as our people were concerned, the entire country had to know. The national Democrats, even the president. Why, honey, didn't he send his personal representative? Seems like the whole country, everybody and their mama had come, not just to the state but even to people's own insignificant, small towns. Weren't that something? Those three boys hadn't shed their blood in vain, no, Sue. So how could the Democrats not know? And when they got to the Democratic National Convention, if they met folk who still claimed not to get it, why then they'd be mighty happy to bear witness their own self. Tell it like it is. Be mighty proud to testify. That was their job. By now a great deal has been written about what happened at that 1964 Democratic Convention in Atlantic City. There is no need to tell that story all over again. The facts are on record. But what about their meaning? The process and the consequences? That's still in dispute. Some important aspects I've never seen explained, and I'd like to add my 2 cents to that kitty. For example, what was the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party really? It was a bold, creative response to the political realities that confronted us in Mississippi and the South. A desperation tactic, certainly. A political party? Yes, but not in any usual sense. As American political parties go, this one was absolutely unique. Who ever heard of any political party in which no more than 5% of its members could even cast a ballot? Yet it accomplished remarkable political results. And it was the single most incredible act of organizing in the entire civil rights movement. I certainly learned a lot from the whole experience. I remember when Bob first raised the idea that SNCC could organize a party with the black community that would be open to Mississippians of all races and would go to Atlantic City and try to challenge the lily-white regulars. Folks thought he was nuts. Or fantasizing. Just consider. Forget for a moment the hostility and terrorism such a party was likely to attract and just consider the sheer work of the organizing and self-education it would require. Not only would we have to learn and follow precisely the involved rules and practices of the local party, we'd have to find people in every beat, precinct, and county who were willing to present their black selves to every meeting of the all-white party. 400. They still didn't get it? And try to participate in selecting the delegation. Do you fully understand what that meant then? Our people knew who would be guarding those doors. It was a daunting prospect. This, folks, was the party of E. H. Hearst, the murderer of Mr. Herbert Lee and of Big Milam, who admitted killing Emmett Till. The party of James Zero, Eastland and Ross Barnett. The party of the local plantation owner and all the local blacks employers, of K. Landsmen, white citizens council members, registrars, sheriffs, and petty small-town bureaucrats who had absolute power over black lives and jobs. The party that had disenfranchised their grandparents in 1877 and had schemed ever since, using every tactic, law and terror to keep our people away from the ballot box by any means necessary. That was the party we would be asking our people to find the courage to confront. Then, if they survived that, they'd need to have their own meetings parallel and public at every level up to the state convention to select their own delegation. Then, assuming we accomplished all that, a way would have to be found to get our people to Atlantic City. At this time the Mississippi Project didn't have $500 in the bank, and SNCC paychecks like death, according to Shakespeare, would come when they would come. Then, while all this was happening in state, folks had to be working nationally to try to generate enough support within the Democratic Party so our people would not simply be dismissed and ignored one more time. The conventional wisdom, oh, man. What makes you guys think the party will ever recognize you as Democrats? Where's your charter? Or that they'll concede that this challenge has any legitimacy? It'll never happen, bro. And, that's if, and this a big if, why I'll even get that far. If, in fact, those po folk y'all setting up for God knows what even managed to get out of Mississippi at all. Never happen, Jack. Good luck. But I will say this, it bold. It's crazy, but y'all bold. And as usual, the conventional wisdom seemed right. It was impossible. Any rational person would not even have started. Forget danger, just the work. The massive organizing. The 1001 petty details, every one crucial that had to be attended to. Then the national politics. The job of education. The state conventions to be targeted, hoping the leadership would allow us to address the delegates. Finding reliable allies who could be trusted to represent our interests, the struggling, powerless black people of Mississippi inside the convention. We all know what happened. Look, there were no issues in that convention. No issues at all, none. Remember now, it wasn't in any sense a classic presidential nom. 401. Enacting convention. It was a coronation. That of King Lyndon, the great restorer. The only real issue being whom he was going to anoint as his running mate, and second, as it turned out, being what to do with us. The two were not unrelated. Remember now, John Kennedy had been shot down. WLZOE. Grief, uncertainty, and great anxiety across the land. Opening salvo of a coup? Right-wing conspiracy? No, not at all. Order is maintained. Into the Oval Office steps the big Texan, and the center not only holds, it doesn't even miss a beat. In fact, the administration seems to work better. The nation is relieved and grateful. Because, in memory of the martyred leader, the new president jawbones Congress, twisting arms and whooping heads, to get through the legislative agenda that had bogged down under Kennedy. Within the party, Johnson is supreme and the country is said to be grateful. Remember, very extremism in the pursuit of liberty is no vice. Goldwater had already wrapped up the Republican nomination. and as their convention had literally read the moderate wing out of the party and insulted, spat upon, and jeered at the 14 black delegates, more than half of that party had already been totally alienated. The few traditional Negro Republicans who had survived the right-wing capture of the delegates' election process were made to feel downright unwelcome. Jackie Robinson is said to have wept. Another said, "I now know what it felt like to be a Jew in Nazi Germany." He needn't have reached so far for the simile, a black person in Mississippi would have served even better. So all that Goldwater would carry into the election would be the far right of the nation, a large part of which was certain to be the white South. That's all, Jack. Nationwide in 1964 a small minority. Recall also that over the summer, the same week that our comrades' bodies were being dug out of that Neshoba County earthen dam, the Civil Rights Bill had been passed with LBJ's strong support over a Dixiecrat filibuster in the Senate. From that moment on, far as the Democratic Party was concerned, the racist Southern vote was long gone. In Barry G., the Dixiecrats had a Republican they could vote for with conviction, and as it would turn out, the first Republican Party they could embrace. Even we politically naive though we were said to be could see all that clearly. So how could the political pros, the Democratic heavies, not know this? From their behavior in Atlantic City, evidently they didn't understand or they refused to believe. Our lawyer at the convention was Joe Raw from D.C., a force in the liberal wing of the party, and he was instrumental in the challenge getting 402. They still didn't get it? As far as it did within the National Party. That's true, and one must never be ungrateful in politics. Initially, he opened some doors on the inside. That spring when Bob Moses had come to D.C. to talk to political people there about the idea of the convention challenge for the first time, just Raw's name clearly opened doors. We were in an initial meeting over at the Institute for Policy Studies with the kind of political people who would even come to a meeting with us at that point, the usual suspects, low-level congressional aides, a few labor union officials, some ADA types, mostly young progressives. Bob explained the idea for the challenge: the people from Mississippi go to the convention and challenge the National Party to renounce racism and exclusion. To become democratic. A long silence, then. Wow, bold idea, Bob. But hopeless. Never get off the ground. Long shot. Fajitabudi, the leadership will never. Then Bob says quietly, "Well, you know, I was just talking to Joe Raw-W hat, you talked to Joe. And he said he thought we could be seated. That there was a real chance of that." The meeting's atmosphere changed immediately, Jack. Immediately. It was now, "Oh, my God, Joe Raw said that? Really? He did? So Joe said he thought you could be seated, huh? Well, now, maybe we just better take another look at this, I'd been in D.C. 4 years and had never even heard of the guy. But when I saw the effect of just the mention of his name, I figured I'd better find out who this guy really was. After the meeting, Mr. Raw agreed to be the official MFDP lawyer for the challenge, and as a result we saw more doors beginning to open and attitudes among Democratic liberals began to change noticeably. And I mean noticeably. No one was saying it was a sure thing. Hey, it was still a long shot. But now it was a real jong shot, not merely a fantasy one. A world of difference in Washington politics. Now it was, if Joe Raw is your lawyer, there has to be more to this than meets the eye. Also, over the summer, Ms. Baker had moved to D.C. and, working with Northern Friends of SNCC groups, had managed to identify and cultivate some real support in a number of state delegations. So we were able to go to Atlantic City with some firm allies and strong advocates inside the convention. 403. And outside? Hey, we now had a real presence around the country because of the avalanche of press attention to the state of Mississippi over the summer. Besides, the convention had no real burning issue, and the press always needs issues, so naturally they came to us. We were a good story and we were easy to find and always available. On the boardwalk outside the convention hall, staff, local folk, and northern supporters had set up around-the-clock vigil. Volunteers on their way home from Mississippi detoured through Atlantic City, some bringing their parents. Occasionally the families of the murdered workers came by to stand with us. There were giant pictures of our 3 martyrs and the burned-out shell of the station wagon from the Bocchino swamp on display. The folks kept singing. Mrs. Hamer and Bernice Reagan came by to lead the singing, and members of the delegation came by to make speeches and thank the people. Visiting politicians came to pledge support. At times the crowd reached 3, even 4,000 people. Oh, we were a show-enough presence and highly visible. Every delegate going into the arena had to pass our vigil. It was all unusually powerful and moving, and many a delegate stopped, looked, listened, and volunteered his vote before going on in. You know where I was. You know I stayed on the boardwalk, Jack, talking to the people who stopped by. So I wasn't in on all the meetings and wheeling and dealing on the inside. But I remember someone brought a little portable TV so we could follow some of what was going on inside. I'll never forget what I saw on that TV when Mrs. Hamer stepped up to the mic before the Credentials Committee the day before the convention was to open. She had just begun to talk about her beating in the Winona jail when the network cut to a White House press conference. LBJ got on and announced some program or policy so trivial that I can't even remember what it was. If he was asked about the convention, the MFDP, or his vice presidential choice, I know I would have remembered everything he said. So either he wasn't asked or more likely didn't answer. Anyway, we never saw Mrs. Hamer's testimony, but that didn't matter. The Credentials Committee sure did. That was the situation the night before the convention formally opened. What happened that night and the next morning has been subject to heated debate. Distrust, suspicion, rumors, and accusations of treachery, sellouts, bad faith, and manipulation have flown back and forth. I warrant that there is no one person knows everything that went down. But I will tell you what I do know. But first a little background. After LBJ stepped up to replace Kennedy, the vice presidency had been left vacant, so as we neared the convention, the politicking among the various factions supporting different candidates was fierce. Of course, in the end, none of the warring camps had any real leverage on Johnson's decision. The president and the president alone would, at his pleasure, anoint his running mate. And on that point the famously poker-faced LBJ was silent and inscrutable as the Sphinx, clearly enjoying the growing anxiety of the aspirants. When the MFDP appeared on the distant horizon, the camp promoting Senator Hubert Humphrey for vice president was jockeying hard. And that camp was led by Joe Raw, our lawyer. So, was Mr. Raw's support of the MFDP purely an act of conscience, or did he see us as a possible pressure point in the larger campaign for his friend and ally Humphrey? Probably both. Inside the Mississippi movement speculation was rife. People said the reason the liberals literally picked up the MFDP and brought it into the convention, a convention otherwise without issues, was to use it as leverage, a negotiating card in the hand of the Humphrey supporters in the struggle for the number 2 spot on the ticket. It is easy and tempting to say, as many do, that those forces cynically used us to advance their real intent, then cut the deal and dropped us. They picked us up, brought us in, put us in play. Then LBJ says, "Y'all dragged this mess in. Y'all better fix it. Ruin my convention." And old Hubert can forget about the vice presidency the way Texas bullfrogs forget their tails, hear me. So they did. No matter how we'd gotten there or why, we knew that night on the boardwalk, that the convention as a whole still had to vote on our challenge. And that when they did, we would win big. Responding to heavy pressure from the White House, the majority would call for the seating of the all-white Dixiecrat delegation. As a gesture toward us, the report would include strong language declaring that no racially exclusive delegations would be seated in future conventions. That was supposed to be our victory. First, though, another vote had to be made. Congresswoman Edith Green of Oregon had circulated a minority report that proposed seating both delegations, dividing Mississippi's delegate votes equally between them, each delegate counting as half a vote. And the delegates from both camps, to be seated, would have to pledge their support for the national ticket in the coming election. Now, as I've said, the issue of votes was, in practical political terms, purely symbolic. The incumbent LBJ was going to be nominated by acclamation, so any division of the Mississippi votes wasn't going to make any real political difference. It was purely symbolic, but that was some heavy symbolism, Jack. The Green proposal was entirely acceptable to our people. They had no interest, despite the treatment they had received at their hands, in kicking the white Mississippians out of the convention. What they wanted was 406. They still didn't get it. Inclusion. Full participation as equals. As proud Freedom Democrats, the equals of everyone else in the convention. That, they knew, would be a historic political leap forward for Black Mississippi. Simple justice and on national TV. Course now, the white Mississippians did see the matter quite differently. There were congressmen, judges, all kinds of state officials, even a plantation owner or two on their delegation. These local, petty, white supremacist tyrants sharing a vote with their Negras. Political equality, even if only symbolic, and on national TV? No cotton-picking way, Jose. Apparently this prospect was equally horrifying to the party leadership. Those Mississippi Negroes could not be allowed to stampede the convention. They simply could not allow the minority report to come to a vote on the convention floor. They swung into action, Jack, overnight. Every one of our rock-solid supporters they could put pressure on they did. And, as we discovered, these were all loyal party activists, vulnerable at some point along the patronage food chain. What amazed us was how overnight the leadership could find the one person to whom a delegate could not afford to say no. One small businessman said that his banker called him at midnight, remember that crucial expansion loan. Another's boss called that promotion we've been discussing. One strong black lady from either the New York or California delegation, I forget which, was in tears. Her husband was up for a judgeship, his life's ambition. His sponsor called, she had a choice, us or her husband's career dream. And so it went. We needed 11 votes, went to bed with 15 firm commitments, and awoke the next morning with 6 left standing. There would be no minority report for the convention to vote on. Crisis control, LBJ style. Then came the famous compromise. I guess you could call it the Mississippi Compromise of 1964. The leadership knew it had to throw us something, a sop to our supporters, a public relations gesture. So the Freedom Democrats, we were told, would be given 2 seats at URG, which, as the people were quick to see, represented nowhere and no one. The leadership even named the 2 delegates Doc Henry and the Reverend Ed King. The rest of our delegation would be honored guests. And they pledged never to seat any lily white delegations in the future. They would create a civil rights committee on the Democratic National Committee to ensure this. That was to be our victory. Our people should take it, express joy and gratitude, and go home. Course it backfired. The white delegation, mortally offended at what I don't know, walked out in a huff anyway, calling on their Confederate brothers to walk with them. The local people of the MFDP. 407. Knew tokenism when they saw it. Maybe if they hadn't struggled so hard, risked and endured so much, and hoped so fervently, they might have gone along with the condescension. But as Mrs. Hamer put it, we didn't come here for no 2 seats, for all of us is THIRD. The MFDP rejected the compromise. Now, all of this went down on the morning of the opening day of the convention, and it caused a lot of confusion and rumor, and growing bickering between our allies and us. What with the crowds, the press, the camera crews, the politicians, the constant stream of bad information and misinformation, the scene looked to our people like Babylon and the Tower of Babel combined. All that our people really knew at this point was that their challenge was suddenly over. All these new friends, the good peoples, who had promised their votes were now not even going to get a chance to vote. Sure seemed like Mississippi all over again. Stokely, so this is what y'all calls democracy? No, Mr. Turnbow, it's politics, as usual. Wall now, sure tain't the same thing, now is it? No, Sue, it sure ain't. So what to do? We had a meeting. One of those Lugong SNCC style meetings. But this particular meeting was incredible. Outside, the press was restless, impatient for the story. Inside, the convention managers wanted a show of unity. The president would be coming in a day or so, and his advent needed to be seen to be triumphant. The white Mississippians were packing their bags, so it became important, for the appearance of unity, for our supporters watching on TV across the nation, that the MFDP publicly accept the compromise. Have a press conference. Declare victory. Grin. Show gratitude. So they called in the big guns. Suddenly the first in a long line of friends and advisors began to materialize. High UPS politicians, civil rights, and religious leaders started showing up to advise and explain political reality. That was a parade, Jack. A few I knew. Some I recognized, others I saw for the first time. Ruther, Humphrey, Dr. King, Bayard, I think Roy Wilkins, James Farmer, Dr. Spike, assorted congresspeople, religious leaders. A lot of rhetoric, high drama, and surpassing earnestness. For the party. For the president. For the country. We gotta have unity. All depends on you, the most important decision of your life, a great victory, be political. You gotta accept. For God's sakes, don't blow this. Some Dr. King, Dr. Spike, maybe even Bayard say, here's what we think, but finally, it's not our decision, it's yours. But mostly 408. They still didn't get it? Remember unrelenting pressure, you simply can't afford to make a serious mistake now. Many of the delegates were quite confused and uncertain. And who could blame them? This barrage of friendly advice and concern was probably too much. Ultimately self-defeating. Why were the people, only last week voiceless, faceless, powerless, now suddenly so important to all these VIPs? What could they really want? Why did they care so much? If this was such a splendid victory, why didn't it feel like one? The only faces the delegates knew and trusted were those of Bob Orgillo, the staff, and those volunteers who had lived with them all summer. And more important, their leaders, Doc Henry, Ed King, Mrs. Hamer, Mrs. Devine, Ms. Gray, Mr. Steptoe, Mr. Miles, Ms. Ruffin. I believe, rather I know, that if Bob or the rest of us had told them what decision to make, they'd probably have done that only because they trusted us. I answered any question about all that was happening as best I could, given the available information. It seemed to me that the most important thing was that those people leave there knowing that they, and they alone, out of their own intelligence, judgment, and experience, had made their decision themselves. Autonomy. They had earned that right. When Hubert Humphrey was introduced, heavy emphasis had been placed on his long support for civil rights, as a true friend of the Negro. In his appeal, Humphrey had mentioned the importance of the MFDP's decision on the nomination of the vice president. Mrs. Hamer was clear, the disappointment palpable in her voice. Mr. Humphrey, I've been praying about you and I've been thinking about you, and you're a good man. But are you saying you think that your job as vice president is more important than the rights of our black people in Mississippi? Senator Humphrey, the trouble is, you scared to do what you know is right. Senator, I'm going to pray for you some more. Humphrey had the grace to blush and was actually silent for a moment. I don't remember what answer he gave her. The peoples listened closely and politely, asked the important people a few thoughtful questions, and thanked them for coming. Then they deliberated carefully among themselves, took their decision, announced it, and gave their reasons. They had not come for 2 seats at large or to be honored guests. The compromise was not acceptable, so they would go home. 409. I was proud of my people, real proud. Of their dignity. Their clarity. Of the way they had stood up under incredible psychological pressure. The way they saw through the blandishments of the snake oil salesman. They had struggled too long and come too far to be chumped off like that. The Democratic Party could, and would it seemed, try to treat them the way the state of Mississippi always had. But they were certainly not going to grin and profess to be glad. They could have stayed in Mississippi and done that. I was also especially proud that among the strongest and clearest were my ladies from the 2nd Congressional District, the Delta. Course now, the politicians and the media saw it somewhat differently. Oh, man. In the name-calling, finger-pointing, and denunciations that followed, we heard and read endlessly how the apolitical SNCC radicals had cynically manipulated the simple, politically naive people into a bad political decision. Yeah. Gimme a cotton-picking break. As if the people, especially these people, were incapable of cutting through the rhetorical overkill to see that they were being shafted one more time. Yeah, the people running the attack on us were furious, but not, as they claimed, because we had manipulated the people. But precisely because we had not. They were spitting mad because we hadn't joined with them and used our influence on the people to help sell them a bill of goods. From the passion, the venom, the pettiness, and most of the media commentary, you'd think that we had somehow managed to ruin their convention, divide the Democratic Party, jeopardize the president's election, and splinter the civil rights coalition. Such nonsense, such utter nonsense. Help them, Jesus. I still don't think the decision made an ounce of political difference. But to our people, the principle was absolutely important. If we had gone into the convention as the little pets, the clients of the liberals, we came out as outcasts, shown-off political pariahs. Someone, I think Ivanhoe, said, "We're the new communists." You know how whenever black folk got fed up and took to the streets, you always heard talk about communist agitation? As though black people lack sense enough to know they're oppressed until and unless some communist runs up to tell them. That, according to totalitarian liberal opinion, was our role with the Freedom Democrats at the convention. First of all, the Southern racist vote had been lost long before the Mississippi delegation walked. So, had Johnson's managers allowed the convention to vote democratically, the Democratic Party would have lost nothing. Not a cotton-picking thing. But it would have gained much. It would have sent a powerful message of hope and justice to black folk, and of decency, principle, and fairness to the nation, particularly its. 410. They still didn't get it? Youth. A signal of encouragement, especially to a generation of idealistic young Americans of all races, the assurance that they had a political home within the system, a major party worthy of their respect. Instead, millions of the most active American youth were alienated. Instead of looking to the future, the leadership had turned back to try to embrace a messed-up past. A serious failure of vision, principle, and leadership that would come back to haunt the Democrats and the nation in '68 and beyond. And they still didn't get it? Second, the election, in 1964, Barry Goldwater's brand of ideological conservatism had seemed demented to the vast majority of the American people. It sounded exactly like the reckless, narrow-minded, chauvinistic, militaristic, neo-racist, ultra-capitalist extremist concoction that it really was. In 1964, Goldwater had but 2 chances, slim and none. Johnson's landslide victory was assured and near total. In the election, Goldwater would carry only a few western states and some of the white South. But that was yet to come. In 1964, Johnson did not need the Bubba vote. He could have gone with us and lost nothing. And, perhaps, gained the future. Leaving Atlantic City, the staff and the delegates were exhausted. But we didn't exactly limp back to Mississippi, our tails between our legs. No indeedy. In fact, the opposite. Many on the delegation were justifiably apprehensive, wondering exactly what reception would face them on their return. Would the night riders be rampaging? Homes burning? The state officials be seeking vengeance? The volunteers would be gone. So too the National Press Corps. And for whatever it had been worth, the big FBI presence in Jackson. So there was real anxiety. But also defiance and a certain pride. Yeah, they hadn't been seated, but they had not been ignored either, had they? Indeed, hadn't they forced the president and the nation to take notice? Yes, they had. And the whites hadn't been seated either. Or, at least you could say they hadn't sat either. Could even say they had been run off. So you could fairly call it a draw. Our people had fought them to a standstill. They hadn't given in and they sure hadn't given up. What we gotta do is go home and commence a building up the party. Keep on keepin' on. I was thinking sort of the same thing, but about the organization. 411. SNCC in Mississippi would now have to seriously regroup. It would have to reorganize and draw down from the unreal scale of Freedom Summer to a program sustainable with local staff and resources. Many of my comrades from NAG Muriel Tillinghast, Gene Weaver, Ruth Howard, Ed Brown, Cortland Cox, Ralph Featherstone would also be staying on. There was momentum in the community. We needed to build on it. But a lot of folk, truly exhausted, were on the verge of cracking up. In recognition of this, Harry Belafonte arranged and personally paid for a visit to Guinea. 413. Chapter 18. The Unforeseen Pitfalls of Success American Style. Stokely, whatever is going to happen with all you young people in SNCC? You all just going to keep wandering about, goin' from pillar to post with never a firm place to lay down your heads? MRS Annie Devine, MFDP Challenger, 4th Congressional District. The record will show that in the 1964 presidential election in Mississippi, Lyndon B. Johnson and Hubert H. Humphrey appeared at the top of a MFDP slate of candidates. So I guess we did end up running the only campaign for the national ticket in the state. We had this poster. Across the top in big letters, it said, 414. Vote. Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. For President, Lyndon Baines Johnson. For Vice President, Hubert Horatio Humphrey. Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, 2nd District. Mrs. Annie Devine, 4th District. Mrs. Victoria Gray, 5th District. I thought it a real good-looking poster. And I thought it ironic and audacious, boldly co-opting, as it did, the national ticket onto our MFDP slate for a freedom election. As best we could, we covered the entire state, not just the black community, with these posters. They seemed to have quite an effect. Judging from the way they were torn down, defaced, or riddled with bullet holes, our posters must have enraged somebody. We kept putting them back up. I figured 3 distinct groups were involved with the posters. The few moderate Democrats in the state removed them to reclaim their presidential ticket and so not to further alienate white voters. Moderate racists were content to scrawl obscenities, while the hardcore Bubba and old Billy Bob just had to reach for their pistols and shotguns. Most bullet holes were clustered around the top of the ticket. Voting with their trigger fingers. Ours were the only Johnson/Humphrey posters I remember seeing in the state. But for some reason our appeal to the national campaign headquarters for an appearance by either or both candidates at a giant MFDP rally in Jackson never received the courtesy of a reply. Odd, clearly bureaucratic bungling. We understood the heavy demands on the candidates' time, but couldn't they at least have sent Lady Bird or Mrs. Humphrey? Especially after we mailed them a few campaign posters as proof of our good faith and hard work. I figured for every poster we put up the ticket lost 5 votes. But, hey, we were loyal Democrats. At least they never asked us to take the national candidates off our ballot. Which was good because fortunately Johnson and Humphrey did win the freedom election. Which was all they won in the state, because Goldwater and Miller cleaned their clocks in the state-run so-called election. But it was hardly our fault that only 6% of our people could vote in that closed affair, was it? After Atlantic City, the atmosphere back in the Delta had been strange. I felt, after the pressure and intense discipline all summer, a kind of deflation. Objective conditions hadn't changed. If anything, they were more dangerous. Yet there was a limpness. Like a taut bowstring suddenly going slack, or a balloon collapsing as air escaped. But that was only within the organization. The mood in the community was quite the opposite. One volunteer said it was like a movie. Watching a large army breaking camp at the end of a campaign. Confusion, random movement, and a landscape littered with debris. His friends said, with greater cultural precision, that it reminded him of the last day of summer camp. Both perceptions had some truth. Except, of course, that in any halfway decent army frontline troops would be rotated out with fresh replacements coming in. We didn't have that luxury. The same old troops had to keep soldiering on. 415. It actually was quite an emotional scene, especially the parting of volunteers from their hosts and students. What was surprising, though, was the number of volunteers who weren't leaving or were leaving only to make arrangements with their parents and schools in order to come back. Even among those leaving for grad school or to start careers, you heard expressions of ambivalence or regret. Leaving was harder than expected. The job wasn't finished. Their students had cried. They had come to love their communities. They felt, they said, strangely guilty about going back to their real lives. The ones returning were the ones so affected by the summer's experience that they could not bring themselves to flat-out leave. So they decided to sign up, most of them for a year. That kind of commitment had certainly not been their intention in June, so clearly something had happened to them. That wasn't entirely surprising to me. I'd seen some signs in a few cases that this might happen. But the numbers were a surprise. And from some people I simply wouldn't have expected. Why did so many young, white Americans feel so strongly? I knew why I was staying and why my brothers and sisters in NAG were. But these relatively privileged and sheltered white youth? I've thought about that. It was not just the novelty or the excitement and the drama. It was something more profound, self-discovery. Hey, I learned something important about myself that summer too. We all did. I think these young, white Americans found and used qualities in themselves that they had not had to call upon before. Confronted situations they had never expected to encounter. Learned some ugly truths about their country and felt they had a chance to do something about it. Young people have an innate sense of justice. All they need is a chance to express it. I know that. But mostly, I think, they felt useful, needed, and truly appreciated. Many, I suspect, for the first time. And it felt real good to them. The deep human satisfaction of serving humanity and trying to make real change. Part of it too was stepping out from under the narrow social, political, and cultural constraints, the individualistic, status-seeking materialism and muted racism of middle-class America. The project had been a unique event in that respect. A situation quite abnormal in American social arrangements of race and class. Bringing together two strata of the society that were never supposed to meet in friendship and equality. And that never did again in quite the same way, so far as I am aware. But nobody in SNCC had planned for so many recruits. And all at the same time. How could the organization assimilate them? How could it turn them away? These were some of the most compatible of the group. Decent white folks, but white folk nonetheless. What would their status be? Would they be on payroll, therefore SNCC staff? How would that affect decision-making? The character of the organization? SNCC sway. 416. Was, whoever does the work participates in decisions. Clearly SNCC could not think of excluding the newcomers from decision-making, creating, in effect, second-class citizens without a vote within the organization. But what would be the long-term consequences of this sudden influx of bright, articulate, middle-class, young Northerners? I don't know that these contradictions were ever, or could ever have been, resolved neatly. The MFDP too was facing some self-evaluating. It may have been feverishly put together in 3 months, but it had a strong base. Across the state, it had a county-by-county structure under responsible, elected leaders who enjoyed the respect of their communities. The state executives were acknowledged movement leaders. So the party could really take root and grow. They had had a taste of battle and were ready for more. For them, Atlantic City was not a defeat, it was a revelation. They could carry the fight to the highest level and survive. And everyone, leadership and rank and file, was eager to keep up the pressure. But how? In politically normal circumstances, you'd build on that structure from the ground up and channel the enthusiasm into local races: beat supervisor, county agent, tax assessor, even sheriff, and so forth, gathering experience and training candidates. With a little help, the party could certainly have mounted effective local campaigns and gotten its political feet wet in that way, whether or not it won first time out. So why didn't the party do that then? Why was Guillot talking instead about another national campaign, and such a far-fetched sounding one? Simple. The MFDP was not even remotely in a normal political situation in one important respect. 95% of the party members could not vote. But with SNCC's help, the MFDP could run another freedom election. Challenging the congressional elections would again dramatize that small fact: the systematic denial of the most fundamental democratic rights of a citizen. The MFDP again making a way out of no way. I supported the freedom election mainly because it was action. An organizing tool. Something for the staff and the community to get behind immediately. Remember, the civil rights bill that had passed that summer had been eloquently silent on voting rights. That was the big issue left, and this freedom election was the first step in a larger strategy, the congressional challenge. Which was a really far-out, radical, legal, and low-percentage political strategy devised by the MFDP's new lawyers, Arthur Kenoe and Bill Kunstler, to project the question of voting rights into the halls of Congress. 417. The Freedom Democrats had decided to challenge, if possible, the seating of the Mississippi delegation to the U.S. House of Representatives. There were, however, some problems. The only people who could bring challenges were candidates who were generally challenging election results and claiming the seats themselves. Such claims are settled by a House vote, usually along partisan lines. Bear in mind that the 5 Mississippians were Democrats in an overwhelming Democratic House with a collective seniority of something like 235 years among them. So we're talking about unseating some extremely powerful, deeply entrenched Dixiecrat committee chairman. The strategic complexity of the congressional challenge was never properly reported or generally understood at the time. Perhaps because in many ways the rules of the challenge had to be as arcane, fluid, and insubstantial as the rules of the House itself, which are as notoriously arbitrary and unpredictable as the capricious, ever-changeable will of the majority. That's one thing I learned. In such matters, what is real, forget justice or legality, is whatever a majority says is real. The House is the only judge of its membership. So, for example, the right-wing canard that we were childishly asking or expecting the House to seat 3 black women from Mississippi purely on the basis of a mock election was a deliberate distortion that the media and our former allies obligingly picked up and circulated. Of course the House could have seated, should a majority have so chosen, the proverbial yellow dog. It had the sole power to seat whomever it chose. But we neither asked nor expected that. What we set out to do was infinitely more subtle, carefully researched, and politically sophisticated, even if as improbable. Listen, only claimants to a contested seat had standing to bring a challenge before the House, which the body could entertain or dismiss as it chose. Because the FDP had been able to run candidates in only 3 of Mississippi's 5 districts, we could challenge only 3 of the 5 congressmen. So although our 3 ladies Mrs. Gray, Mrs. Hamer, and Mrs. Devine went through elaborate motions of asserting their claim to the seats, even going so far as to present themselves to the door of the chamber on opening day and seeking admission, fully understanding by prior agreement that they would be turned away, it was all theater. Going through the prescribed motions according to the script. So our goal was never really to have the MFDP candidates seated. Nor did we ever plan to bring that issue to a vote. What we hoped to do was force a vote on a fairness resolution, which would set aside the state's election and hold the seats vacant while the challenge ran its course. In other words, a vote on the denial of the vote to Mississippi's black citizens and the illegality of its 418 electoral system. And we didn't expect to win that vote, if we could get it. Leaving the seats vacant would have been fair. It would also have been historic. For the first time since Reconstruction, the Congress would have denied representation even if only temporarily to a southern state for disenfranchising its black citizens. But we didn't expect it to. What we dared hope for on opening day was simply enough support from the floor against the vigorous bipartisan opposition of the House leadership and the Johnson White House so that they could not simply dismiss the challenge out of hand. For enough member support to keep the challenge alive and moving forward in the prescribed parliamentary channels. This was an elaborate process involving the gathering of evidence, committee hearings, and finally a full House vote on the committee's report. Nothing was written. It was all dependent on the will of the body, a matter not of law but of raw politics. Could we expect this white men's club to even permit a vote against 3 of its members who were heavily insulated by seniority and protected by the leadership and the White House? Also, Congress was a far more centralized, rigidly controlled arena than a convention. This new effort was therefore strategically far more complicated and at every point completely at the mercy of powerful, entrenched forces entirely beyond our ability to influence. Chances? Slim or none. Unless, of course, our upstart, inexperienced Washington staff, by now a pariah among the liberals, could perform miracles in the 2 months before Congress opened. Not very likely. Those were just our problems inside the Congress. Outside Congress, our erstwhile liberal allies in Washington were no longer even talking to us and were vigorously and gleefully denouncing the new challenge. Clearly we had failed to understand, they gloated. We still didn't see that the MFDP had reached the gates of the Atlantic City Convention only by riding on their broad and generous shoulders. On the strength of their patronage and influence. Well, we'd now learn. Capitol Hill was their territory. Without them to open doors, not a single congressman would even talk to us, they predicted confidently. No member would be found dumb or suicidal enough to try to lead our challenge onto the floor. And if one were found, the leadership would never recognize such a cockamamie scheme. And if it did, we'd be lucky to get more than the 1 vote from the lone member sufficiently deranged as to introduce the challenge in the first place. They couldn't wait for us to fall flat on our collective face and learn political reality the embarrassing way. What we were trying to do was totally impossible. Except for what happened on January 4, 1965, when the new Congress convened. When Congressman Ryan, our lone maverick, rose to challenge the seating of the 3 Mississippians, the Speaker did not at first appear to see him. Then some 60 members of both parties rose to their feet behind Congressman Ryan. Too many for the Speaker to overlook. It was insurrectionary, a mini-rebellion of the membership. The Speaker seemed astonished. Why does the gentleman rise? To challenge the seating. Congressman Ryan replied. The Speaker then had to ask the Mississippians to stand aside while the rest of the House was sworn. Consternation in the visitors and press galleries. First hurdle cleared. But that was only the beginning. Then Congressman Ryan, joined by James Roosevelt, offered the fairness resolution, proposing to keep the seats vacant until new, open, federally supervised elections could take place in the 3 contested districts. Representative Green called for a polling of the House, and again enough members rose to force a roll call rather than a voice vote. That was the second big hurdle cleared. Then, once there was a recorded vote, something totally unexpected happened. An astonishing 149 members of the House of Representatives found it necessary to vote to unseat the Mississippians. Of course we lost, and they were then sworn, but we'd kept them out for almost 2 hours and their seating would be provisional while the challenge ran its course in the House. On that vote, the leadership had come within 71 votes of losing control of the House. It's hard to say who was the more shocked, the Speaker, the Washington liberal establishment, or the Mississippi power structure. When those 149 members voted for the challenge, Black Mississippi was delighted. Truthfully, I was a little surprised at first. But I really shouldn't have been. I'd come to D.C. with 5 busloads of our people. Before Congress had reconvened, teams had spread out on the Hill trying to lobby members. The morning of the vote we had to do something with these 250 people. No way we could get them all passes into the House gallery, but they needed to be part of the action, to be doing something. But what? Then, someone remembered the underground passages connecting the various House office buildings to the House chambers. That's where we took the people. On opening day, as congressmen and their aides made their way through these tunnels, they turned a corner and found themselves passing between 2 lines of silent, working black men and women from Mississippi. The people, spaced about 10 feet apart, stood still as statues, dignified, erect, utterly silent. The double column of black people must have lined over 60 yards of the tunnel. On both sides. It was pure theater, bro. 420. The congressmen had come by in little groups, each group, a congressman and 1 or 2 aides, deep in conversation. They'd turn the corner, and for a moment the sight of our people would stop them dead in their tracks. We didn't move or say a mumbling word. Then the group would walk between the 2 rows, but now suddenly very silent. It's hard to describe the power of that moment. I looked into the legislators' faces as they passed. Most could not take their eyes off those careworn, tired black faces. Some offered a timid greeting, a smile, or tentative wave. Others flushed and looked down. All seemed startled. Some clearly nervous, even afraid. All seemed deeply affected in some way. Our people just stood there and looked at them. For these lawmakers using the tunnels that morning, that impassive, profoundly physical presence was an unexpected confrontation with reality. That grave, mute presence became the most effective and eloquent of testimonies. To those passing congressmen, the issue of Southern political injustice could no longer remain an abstract statistic, distant and dismissible. In the reality of the people's presence, that dismal history became tangible and immediate with an inescapably human dimension. As they went in to cast their vote for or against, those legislators would have to see and feel again the force of that black presence and those unsmiling faces. Of that I was convinced. I believe that many of the Democrats who voted for us may have been in Atlantic City and were denied a vote there. Under the steady, silent gazes of the people in that underground tunnel, their consciences were awakened and the Republicans remembered that they belonged to the party of Lincoln. I think the people's presence had a lot to do with those 149 votes. The liberal lobby, at least the faction led by Joe Raw and Clarence Mitchell, who had been bad-mouthing the challenge, could not quite hide their embarrassment and dismay. Yeah, we hadn't won the vote, but then we hadn't expected to. We'd prayed for 50 votes, hoped for 40, and would have been overjoyed with 30. Gimme a break, we weren't the fools they said we were. We'd gotten everything we'd hoped to get and more. Put that way, it sounds like a great victory, huh? Right. Let us be quite clear now. That is the kind of distortion that comes from insider thinking and insider politics. In those terms, the compromise at Atlantic City was also a great victory, right? The Mississippi congressmen saw this vote as a defeat. The liberal lobbyists saw it as an embarrassment. The MFDP lawyers, the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, hadn't supported us, but many church organizations within the conference had. I learned something from that. Not every congressional district in the country has labor unions. But they all have churches. And in those days, many of those churches had active social action groups, which had supported us. Unfortunately, most of these church groups seem to have been infiltrated and hijacked by the lunatic right in recent years. Very unfortunate for the country. What we did have going for us was a widespread popular indignation across the nation. The volunteers, their parents, friends, and all the people who had come through Mississippi that summer. Delegates who'd been denied a vote in Atlantic City, and simple decent citizens who'd been outraged and shamed by each new revelation. The MFDP Washington office, working with the Friends of SNCC Network, had done an incredible job mobilizing these popular forces to bring pressure on the House membership. And, as the vote showed, it had worked beyond the expectations of all the media experts and Beltway insiders. If the Washington liberal insiders were embarrassed, the Mississippi power structure was traumatized. I mean traumatized, Jack. One of the challenged congressmen was reported to have experienced a slight heart attack and was under doctor's care. He recovered. Our beloved state has been betrayed, thundered the Jackson Clarion Ledger. 149 members of Congress voted to deny 3 of our duly elected representatives their seats, and the state of Mississippi 3/5 of our representation in the U.S. House of Representatives. Unthinkable. Shameful. 423. The governor hastily circulated a letter to all state offices, voting registrars, law enforcement, judiciary, everybody, urging restraint, courtesy, and a cessation of violence, at least while the state was under this cruel spotlight of congressional scrutiny. See, the size of the vote meant that the challenge would now have to go forward in Congress. The seating of the 3 was provisional. Only the fairness resolution vacating the seats had been voted down. The state officialdom was shaken. I mean in serious shock, Jack. The governor, the senators, the challenged congressmen, and a bunch of local officials meekly accepted subpoenas from MFDP lawyers, numbers of whom had volunteered to come into the state to take their depositions. The MFDP were informed that their lawyers would be more than welcome in the courthouses, the state house, even the governor's office, for that purpose. Mighty hospitable of y'all, gentlemens, said the MFDP executive. Mighty kind. But y'all be right welcome in our community too. Be mighty obliged if you'll come on over. They didn't want their people to have to go into those state buildings and courthouses with their histories of white power and black humiliation. Going there might intimidate our people. Let's see if we can't get them over on our territory. We've been going to them for years, hat in hand. Now let's see if they won't come to us. And they did, Jack. These suddenly chastened white Mississippi politicians and their lawyers came, polite as you please, to the Masonic Temple or to small Delta churches, packed to the rafters with their black fellow citizens. I said, now look at this. Southern chivalry, Jack. I mean, it was courtesy titles all over the place. Yes, sir, no, madam, Mr. This, Mrs. That. Man, the people's had them a field day. Some claimed they'd racked their brains for questions to ask, just to hear that white man say yes, ma'am, or no, sir to me one more time. The MFDP and their supporters kept that challenge going through the Congress for 9 months. By September, the voting rights bill was in committee. The final vote dismissing the challenge was in September. So technically, the MFDP lost. The challenge was dismissed. But I tell you what, it helped pass the Voting Rights Act. In fact, quiet as it's kept, the congressional challenge was a major factor in the passage of that important legislation. A lot of the members who had voted to dismiss the challenge sent earnest letters to constituents trying to justify their vote. They were, they explained, firmly committed to the voting rights bill, which would finally take care of this national disgrace once and for all. Consequently, they argued, it seemed unnecessarily disruptive to kick 424 out any sitting members at this time. That was their out on the challenges, but the Voting Rights Bill passed. After Mr. Lewis Allen's murder, Bob had said that we needed something bold to jumpstart the Mississippi movement. Well, you could say, Freedom Summer did that in spades. But with some unanticipated long-term consequences for the organization. A project of that size is bound to have consequences, but whoa. People who said Mississippi ain't never goin' be the same were right. But only in specific ways. In Black Mississippi certainly, some oppressive carefully constructed and brutally enforced psychological barriers had been breached forever. Once the people saw their friends and neighbors on TV publicly fighting the white power structure of the state to a standstill, that genie was out of the bottle forever, Jack. But in hard political and economic terms, conditions were, of course, still as grim as they ever were. That work remained to be done. But what really and fundamentally would never be the same was SNCC. Whether or not we fully understood that then, it was true, SNCC could never go back to being the organization/family it had once been or perceived itself to be. The organization would have to change. Our understanding of ourselves would have to change. Both internally and externally the organization would need to face a whole new set of issues and decisions, and not only in Mississippi. But the extent of that would only gradually become clear as we began to assess our new circumstances. And that at a time when, emotionally drained, the staff was not really in the best shape for that kind of fundamental decision-making. Internally SNCC was in flux. Over the summer, Mississippi had commandeered organizational attention and sucked in staff and resources from other states. Our projects in Alabama, Southwest Georgia, Arkansas, and Cambridge, Maryland, had almost been placed on hold. Even the national office had been moved from Atlanta to Mississippi. And now many of the key people were in Africa. Organizationally then, SNCC was temporarily disintegrated. And in human terms too. Some of our most experienced fighters, bone-tired and burned out, needed to drop out for a while. They usually very responsible people began to float between projects or off on their own. Others, no less stressed, were doggedly running in place, trying to hold the pieces together and maintain some order and direction in what was almost a vacuum. 425. Then too there was the matter of scale. SNCC now had a heightened presence and visibility nationally. As a result, the organization would soon be confronting unfamiliar problems of growth and affluence, success, American style. What terror couldn't accomplish, a temporarily fat bank account might? Only in America. Thanks largely to heroic efforts of friends of SNCC groups in New York and California, SNCC, for the first time in its existence, had some dollars in the bank. At least to us it looked like some very long bread, Jack. Someone said over 250 grand. Unreal. That ain't SNCC, man. Unbelievable. But true, for a hot minute. But overnight the staff, which means the organization was fixing to double in size. Overnight, Jack. Say what? Add almost 200 new people to the payroll. How could such a huge new obligation ever be sustained? As it turned out, the cost would prove the least of SNCC's problems where that was concerned. There even was serious discussion about hiring a professional fundraising agency. That was rejected. Too corporate. Too potentially corrupting. Fundraising should stay political, the way it was with the Friends of SNCC. Then too SNCC now owned property, a fleet of new cars, the famous Sojourner motor fleet. A building would come later. Now that's a story. How did SNCC come by some 23 spanking new light green Plymouth Savoys? A Kremlin subsidy channeled through Fidel Castro, as the Klan and some Dixiecrat congressmen maintained? The way we got them was actually exactly the opposite: American market capitalism in action. So, How did SNCC come into possession of 23 brand new, mid-size, medium-priced products of the American automobile industry? The United Auto Workers fronted for us, that's how. As part of its labor contract, the union was entitled to purchase product at cost. A progressive, mostly black UAW local in Detroit bought the cars and sold them to us. What amazed us was the numbers. The retail price of these cars to the American consumer was, I believe, something like $3,600. SNCC paid almost $800 each, or about 2/10 of the sticker price. That apparently was what they cost General Motors to build. So 8/10 of the sticker price was inflated by merchandising, advertising, middlemen, and corporate profits? I couldn't believe those figures. But we got the cars. Getting them at all, and at that price, seemed miraculous. But with SNCC drivers, keeping them running and insured turned into a major expense and headache. Someone in Atlanta went and painted the SNCC logo, black and white, hands clasped, on the sides of the cars. The field staff who would have had to drive those targets in the Deep South were outraged. As was the insurance company, which Fiat out refused to. 426. Insure any car flaunting so provocative an insignia, so off they came. Keeping track of the cars was another question. I wouldn't be at all surprised if in some southern rural counties the last survivors of the Sojourner motor fleet were still hauling passengers. Just like in the Third World. I'd sure like to think so. Course every project wanted one of these babies. Prior to the SMF, what we'd had, and been glad to get, was old family cars that were just about on their last oil change. In progressive families, when it came time to replace the family car, instead of trading them in, the owners would send them to SNCC, pleased that Old Faithful would be devoting whatever mileage was left in its worn pistons to the cause of freedom. But these new cars, Jack. After George Green and his boys got finished souping them up, the Klan cars didn't stand a chance out on the highway. Luckily, the insurance company didn't know about that. Also, with our new prosperity came the beginning of a new press scrutiny, which became much critical and most times flat out unfair. It was, I now see, the opening salvo of the generation gap that would characterize press coverage of the politics of the late 60s. And it wasn't just a re-evaluation of the organization. As though to compensate for the praise they had been so free with during the summer, elements of the national media now began to re-evaluate the SNCC volunteers in an ugly way. Maybe, after all, they were merely spoiled, overindulged, rich white kids looking for a black experience. Which, by their definition, had to be sexual. I found this to be all-round insulting, to our people as well as to the women volunteers, and transparently stupid. Maybe the prurient racial/sexual hang-ups that we'd associated with Mississippi cops and the Klan were really a national sickness of white American culture after all. I mean, gimme a break. Why on earth would any affluent, young, white college woman, intent on a summer of sexual adventure across the color line, choose a destination with a violent history, hostile natives, high risk, crowded and primitive living conditions, little privacy, hard work, constant tension, and a nervous host community vigilant for and intolerant of any sign of sexual impropriety? Over places like the south of France, the village scene, or some Caribbean tourist trap where they could have their black experience in relative luxury, safety, and exotic surroundings. Almost 30 years later we were at a reunion/conference in Hartford. There, veterans of the movement were rehashing all aspects. On one especially good panel, I thought, SNCC women black and white talked about their experiences. I was pleased to see that what they remembered and understood was exactly what I remembered. Then, at some point, this white guy, a psychologist as I recall, gets up and says in effect, "This is 427. All very interesting. I'm married to a summer project volunteer myself. And there's one important thing I haven't heard discussed all conference: the sexual exploitation of white women. The movement people, staff and volunteers looked at each other in silent amazement for a minute. Then everyone started laughing or whooping at the guy. Yo, man, go ask yo wife. Hey, come interview me, I'll tell all. It was disheartening. Hindsight is truly wonderful. Looking back, things tend to seem so much clearer that you feel like a dummy for not having seen them in the first place. That fall, winter, and spring, I remember pure chaos within the organization, as though too much was happening too quickly. But it's possible that it could have felt more like chaos than it actually was. Because, in hindsight, I can see patterns behind all the motion and confusion, a certain logic and inevitability that was not at all clear at the time. As I've said, there had been rapid changes within SNCC. Also, the country's political landscape was shifting seriously. There were, though we could not have known it, the beginnings of some unprecedented, extraordinary developments in the political culture of the country. We in SNCC would find ourselves at the center of much of this ferment, having to try to deal with both the internal and the external at the same time. This period, as I can clearly see now, was only the beginning. This fast-forwarding of events would continue over the life of the organization. Bob Moses used to say that in the movement time was compressed, that in Mississippi we lived a normal year's experience in a month's time. Well, that escalation was fixing to go national on us. From the beginning, SNCC had needed and was able to define itself as it went along. Now, at the end of the summer, the need for this kind of self-evaluation had become crucial. We needed almost constantly to assess our changed situation, our resources, our direction, and our will. We needed general agreement on changing goals and direction, as well as on the programs and policies that would get us there. Hey, no problem, call a staff meeting. That's always worked in the past. So when folks got back from Guinea, that's exactly what we did. 3 or 4 times. But the staff meetings sure weren't the same. The earlier staff meetings were relatively small. Then people tended to know each other, have similar experiences and a common vocabulary. People who worked 428 in offices sat in with the field staff and left feeling deeply involved at a frontline level. Given time enough, we could usually reach something approaching a consensus and leave the meeting with a feeling of closeness, agreement, and direction. It wasn't easy, but it had been possible. And most important, everyone left with a sense of unity and of participation, of understanding, and having contributed to how and why a given policy had evolved. Now a staff meeting was a very different animal. Veteran staff would arrive as usual from Southwest Georgia, Alabama, Arkansas, to find a multitude of new faces, the Mississippi Volunteers. Then Northern staff from the New York and Washington offices would arrive. Then first-time volunteers and staff from Friends of SNCC in California, New Jersey, Michigan, Boston. These were from college towns. People who had worked hard, sending money, support, publicity, and volunteers into the South. Most were serious people with a long-term political commitment to the work of the organization who had earned the right to participate fully. But among them there had to be some faddists, getting on the bandwagon of what they saw as the newest hot political thing going. And, I'm afraid, 1 or 2 must secretly have been in government employ. SNCC had no mechanism for handling meetings of this size and composition. SNCC's usual process of decision-making became unworkable. A recipe for confusion. Yet, the moment you say that, you gotta think again. Because some of it was creative confusion. But much was just that, confusion. But the issues were real enough. And the internal needs of the organization were alarmingly real and constantly changing. What and who is the real SNCC? With this large, diffuse group, how do we handle decision-making? Obviously by vote, but who can vote? More important, who cannot? And who's going tell them you ain't got the right? How do we structure and administer this sprawling organization? Can SNCC staff be fired? If so, who can do it? And by what process? I can't believe we're even asking a question like that. What does that say about what SNCC is becoming? What we need to be discussing is program. With the passage of the Civil Rights Bill, what should our political program now be? What happens when the Voting Rights Act is a reality? One group, led by Jim Foreman, mostly black Southern staff and most NAG folk, argued for a more centralized administrative structure, clear and enforceable policies, and greater accountability from staff. I agreed in principle, but the devil was in the details. Besides, I couldn't really think of anyone in SNCC with either the desire or the personality to impose that kind of bureaucratic control. Another group, the Freedom Highs, were opposed on principle. That's nothing but a bureaucratic coup. Creating an administrative hierarchy. Come on, that's not SNCC. That's the NAACP. SNCC is free. 429. DOM of ideas and conscience. The only way we can continue to do what we've done is by being free to do what the spirits say do. Bureaucracy will crush life and creativity out of SNCC. The discussions went downward from there. An awful lot of time and energy went into these debates, which only grew more divisive and heated. I remember some long, inconclusive, and frustrating meetings in which the only thing that became indisputably clear was that the present system simply wasn't working. Some very smart and intellectually forceful people were in those meetings. All kinds of position papers, analyses, and proposals got circulated and discussed. A few were prophetic: the question of the Vietnam War, and student responsibility to oppose it, the status of women, and a women's movement. But some were strange, Jack. One argument for full participatory democracy called for all SNCC staff, volunteers, and community people to constitute a permanent and continuous decision-making body. All staff. Unemployment was high, but most community people had jobs or work. Presumably the sole purpose of SNCC would now be the process of making truly democratic decisions. Who then would implement them? Jesse Morris answered with a proposal for a powerful decision-making executive committee with membership to be limited to black Southern staff with less than a high school education. Folks didn't know exactly how to take that proposal. Jesse was a bright, enigmatic brother, and one could not always tell how serious he was being. Jesse is the brother who came up with the idea of the Poor People's Corporation to provide income to people being displaced. The PPC taught crafts and supplied materials to unemployed people and sold the products in PPC stores in New York and California. Jesse organized that operation and kept it going for years. SNCC had clearly outgrown the old ways, but the conventional alternative that sounded more and more like a hierarchical bureaucracy was none too appealing either. It was frustrating for everyone. But it was most painful for the Southern field staff, for those young Africans whose lives had been given new meaning and possibility by the very movement that their courage and sacrifice had made happen. Now what was this debating society with so many new, strange-sounding white folk and its array of little cliques and alliances forming and reforming? They wanted back the SNCC they had joined and created. The audacious SNCC with the clear sense of direction and purpose they'd come to know. I'm talking about the Mary Lanes, Curtis Hayes Muhammads, the Annie Pearl Averys, the Peacock Brothers, the Randy Battles, Jesse Harrises, Hollis Watkinses, the Willie Rickses, and so many others who had been our shock troops and the soul of the organization. 430. I don't think I'm exaggerating all this, but I am compressing it a lot. Besides, the fractious atmosphere I'm describing was almost only at those meetings where the entire organization came together. Out on the projects the work went forward more or less as usual. This period of internal unclarity happened at a crucial time in the history of the movement, and for SNCC as an organization, the worst time possible. Things were changing rapidly. For one thing, though we found this out only later, our heightened political visibility had earned us unwanted attention from a new set of enemies. Apart from the alienation of the older generation of liberals who should have been our allies and defenders, the feds had begun continuous and hostile surveillance. The FBI started plotting to neutralize us and actively infiltrating agents to that end. Apparently even military intelligence was involved. So now the federal government was picking up the dirty work that the Mississippi Sovereignty Commission and the Alabama Anti-Subversive Agency, the so-called Red Squad, had been doing rather ineffectively all along. By the end of spring, for a number of reasons, I would ask to transfer out of Mississippi. Having graduated from Howard, I was now a full-time SNCC organizer. Like so many other SNCC parents, my mother was eager for me to get into graduate school immediately, if not sooner. No way. I knew my life's work would be the struggle for my people's liberation. However, Mississippi, where I'd served my apprenticeship, was clearly not the best situation for what I thought was now necessary. After he returned from Africa, Bob Moses seemed to be withdrawing. As leader of the Mississippi Project for 3 years, he'd endured unrelieved pressure. Incredible pressures. His example of resourcefulness, tenacity, and humanity had made him a kind of political and spiritual guru to the staff. Something else. 435. He had certainly never sought. Each new murder, beginning with Mr. Lee's, up to the Neshoba killings, had been another moral and psychic shock to his spirit. The emotional and physical demands of being the steady rock holding up the weight of the summer project had upped the emotional ante. The behavior of the political establishment and the liberals was another bitter lesson. Through all this, Bob always seemed to accept responsibility for everyone's staff, local people, the volunteers. So I could understand, as we all could, how the brother might have reached the limit of human endurance. How any human being would need to lay that burden down. I think we all felt deeply for the brother. He was loved. But we could do little, for Bob was a very private person. One night he came into one of those staff meetings and said he was not, and had never sought to be, a leader. From that moment on he wanted to be considered merely another field secretary. To emphasize that, he was no longer to be known as Bob Moses, but Robert Parris, his mother's maiden name. Then, most startling to everyone who knew him, he said, as though to finally lay to rest the baggage of his old identity, that he would no longer talk to whites. Then, leaving a troubled silence behind him, he walked out of the room. And eventually out of sight and contact. Later I heard he was in Africa, where he would spend 10 years teaching in a village school. That affected me deeply. I felt a responsibility to carry on the work Bob had given so much of himself to. But in Mississippi? Not necessarily. Now, up to this point, the MFDP was without a doubt the best, most fully realized example of SNCC's organizing vision. Seeing ourselves as catalysts for strong local organizations. Not building empires or seeking to perpetuate ourselves institutionally. Organizers who brought technical resources, information and training to communities and then left. The idea being to leave behind us strong, representative grassroots organizations with indigenous leadership. Communities capable of carrying on the struggle in their own interests. As I said, we used to joke that to the extent we succeeded, those very groups we'd helped develop would be the ones who would one day have to invite us to leave. The trick for us would be to recognize that day coming one day before the people did. With the party in Mississippi, I thought I could see that time approaching. But it wasn't simple. On the one hand, they did have a solid base and strong leadership. They certainly were capable of charting their own direction independent of SNCC. The congressional challenge, for example. But they were a young organization with no full-time support staff. That was us. Clearly we had to provide any technical support they requested until they no longer needed us. But doing so without pushing our ideas of what their best interests were or their programs ought to be could be tricky. The relationship was ambiguous, with real potential for tension. The party was at the same time independent and dependent. Fiercely independent in policy making, yet materially and technically dependent in practice. 437. And even though I had completely understood the tactical necessity of its organizing itself as the Freedom Democratic Party for the convention, I felt that on the local level this was a serious contradiction. How could Africans even think of integrating a party with the racist history of the Mississippi Democrats? That to me was premature. With a potential base of 45% of the population, should black folks in Mississippi and the South not be building strong, independent voting machines? Machines that, if not capable of electing statewide candidates outright, could at least determine who would not be elected. SNCC was in the Delta or in southwest Georgia and the Alabama Black Belt in the first place because of the numbers. It seemed to me that once the right to vote was achieved, the 4 million Africans in the South needed to organize separate parties truly responsive to their communities. Later, with those statewide organizations functioning properly, coalitions and alliances would undoubtedly be necessary, possible, and productive. But initially I thought it would be a disaster to allow the new black vote to be co-opted into the existing racist parties. Absurd. The MFDP was one model, but we needed at least a second one. As someone famous said, let 1,000 flowers bloom and 1,000 schools of thought contend. Right? Right. In Reconstruction the black vote was concentrated inside one party under white leadership. We all know what happened. So I was looking around outside the state. 438. Chapter 19. Selma. Crisis, chaos, opportunity. The Negro meets no resistance when on a downward course. It is only when he rises in wealth, intelligence, and manly character that he brings on himself the heavy hand of persecution. Frederick Douglass. Looking back, 1965–66, Lowndes County, Alabama, was a turning point for me, and for SNCC. As soon as the lawyers finished deposing our people and the state officials in Mississippi for the congressional challenge, I figured it was time to move on. SNCC was in transition and I sensed it was time for me to try a somewhat different direction. But leaving my people, old and young, in the Delta was harder than I'd foreseen. I hadn't honestly expected the outpouring of warmth and affection, I mean the extent, and so openly and emotionally expressed. Stokely, so long as I got me a roof over my head in this here Mississippi, you got you a place to stay. And if it ain't but 2 chicken wings in the pot, you know you got one, Mrs. Hamer said, and I heard variations on that everywhere I went. Even from a few places that I hadn't really expected. It would have been really hard had I been leaving the movement or even the South. But I was only going across the state line into Alabama. Alabama. Whoa, boy, now that was a tough one. I'd been talking to Foreman about setting up a project where I could implement certain ideas coming out of the MFDP experience. Where SNCC could use the things we'd been learning in the Delta. We decided I should check out Alabama. I had one more SNCC national staff meeting. I'd been on my way to report for assignment to Silas Norman, the Alabama project director. I'm almost certain it was on the way to that meeting that I heard it. On the car radio. 439. Former black Muslim leader Malcolm X has been shot and killed. I can't remember who all were in the car, but we listened to the report in dead silence. Who had killed the brother? The report said the shooters were black. That one had been captured. Yeah, sure, I thought. How convenient. I didn't for a moment believe that. It wasn't the whole or the true story. I knew that. Instinctively. Then it began to hit me. Malcolm dead? How can that be? That warm, vital, truth-telling, strong-hearted, force of nature black man? Dead. They whoever did it made a bad mistake killing that brother. A real bad mistake. Then I wondered how far the thing stretched. Who else might be next? Since his return from Africa, Malcolm, now free of the political and ideological constraints of the nation, had been reaching out to movement leaders. There had been at least one high-level secret meeting. I knew that. Some of us had been talking about a role for him with SNCC. The voting rights bill was coming. I knew we in SNCC would have to begin looking seriously to the ghettos in the north, for the kind of grassroots organizing we'd been doing in the south. Malcolm would be key. We weren't sure how it could work, or if such a thing was even possible, but it wasn't as strange as people seemed to think. Malcolm had always been respectful and supportive of us in SNCC. Of all the civil rights groups, I knew he felt closest to us, to the SNCC spirit. Hey, after a long talk with Malcolm, even John Lewis had come back from Africa sounding like a Pan-Africanist revolutionary. It had been SNCC who had invited Malcolm to Selma, when he spoke in the Brown Chapel. Sure, his presence there had upset some people, but the grassroots Africans in Selma had been really responsive. Also, man, a month or so earlier, when Mrs. Hamer and a group of Delta teenagers had gone to Harlem, we'd arranged for the group to spend some time with the brother. He made a hell of an impression. The youth came back elated, just elated, talking about nothing but Malcolm. Even good Christian Mrs. Hamer had a crush. Stokely, he's so handsome. I asked Ture about written accounts that local Southern blacks had been turned off by Malcolm's Northern nationalism, that only the few Northern militants in SNCC had responded to Malcolm's message and posture. Ture's response: I wasn't there. I was still in Mississippi. But of course I followed it thoroughly. I followed the SNCC grapevine, and if you look at the films, they have films, the crowd went wild. They're lying, the films are there, they speak for themselves. There's a film of Malcolm speaking in Selma and you can hear the crowds go wild. I studied that film. Even Malcolm would never forget. That's the speech where he said, I'm not telling you to do anything you wouldn't think of doing yourself, so I've not told you anything new. And the Africans went wild. But anyway, that's just trying to rewrite history. EMT 440. And so kind. Almost the same things she had said about Sekou Toure. Malcolm and Mrs. Hamer had spoken in a church where his introduction had been so clear and respectful, so lovingly respectful of Mrs. Hamer. He'd challenged a roomful of Harlem militants. Y'all brothers always rapping about how bad you are. All that talk. Well, this little lady here's bad. She can teach you all of us about courage and struggle. Now they'd killed him. Like his friend Lumumba. Though I can't recall who else was in the car, I distinctly remember saying that those killers would regret this. That killing Malcolm was a bad mistake. See, Malcolm was the only figure of that generation, the only one, who had the natural authority, the style, language, and charisma, to lead and discipline rank and file urban youth. The only one who commanded that kind of respect. Over and over you saw it. Time and again. Many times you saw a crowd of angry Africans fixing to tear the place up, and the only person who could reason with them, cool them out, was Malcolm. That was because the masses knew and trusted him. Now they'd killed him. Bad mistake. Even though the media was saying that the shooters were black, I assumed that the government, New York Police, FBI, which had him under watch 24/7, was at the heart of it. I still think that. There's entirely too much about that assassination that's never been satisfactorily explained. Who would find the old Alabama law that would be key to how we organized in Lowndes County? Alabama could have been Mississippi all over again, and in many ways it was. Enter Lowndes County and you back in the Mississippi Delta, Jack. Miles of cotton plantations, a huge black majority, an aging population, serious poverty, and serious political and economic oppression. The same Wild West ambience, whites in cowboy boots and Stetsons wearing handguns with rifle racks in the pickup trucks. No difference visible to the naked eye. But elsewhere there were important differences. Alabama had much larger cities and heavy industry, unheard of in Mississippi. The earth around Birmingham had deposits of coal and iron ore. Pittsburgh, my Takis, what Birmingham at that time really reminded me of was Johannesburg, South Africa, black miners doing the most dangerous and dirty work for a fraction of the pay of white miners, many of whom were trained in explosives and racism, once militant and progressive unions now hopelessly compromised, a racist, capitalist establishment referred to locally as the Big Mules, a history of violent class warfare, and an instinctively violent police force, used in the 30s to break unions and bust workers' heads, now content to brutalize the black movement. Rigidly segregated, this was South African-style apartheid. P.W. Botha would have felt right at home. Wonderful town, Birmingham. But that was not my destination. Selma was a different place. Very different. No less oppressive or brutal, but so very different. For one thing, I really liked that African community. See, if I'll say that racism in Selma was as ruthless, the segregation as complete as any I yet seen, but that the black community was more together psychologically and culturally a proud community than many I'd seen, it must certainly sound like a contradiction. But that was the Lord's truth. Could be that the strength was a consequence of the severity of the racism, or that the oppression was so severe because of the cultural strength of the Africans. Or both. Whatever the case, many movement people have said that Selma PEO 442 PLE were the most African blacks in the South. I could see exactly what they meant. The community was poor and economically oppressed, true. But it was also self-contained and self-sufficient with businesses and black professionals, and strong in black religion and culture, with even 2 tiny church-affiliated colleges, Lutheran College and Selma University. On first entering Selma, my distinct impression was that I sure enough was back in antebellum Dixie. The 20th century seemed to have missed Selma, a small riverfront town/city on the Alabama River, almost completely. Visually, it seemed to exist in its own time cocoon, a time warp. Eerie. Jack Minnis's research explained some of what I was seeing. During slavery, Selma had been the commercial, merchandising, and processing hub of the surrounding cotton belt, the Alabama Delta. Hence the rows of huge, weathered, old, wooden warehouses with long wharves jutting out into the river. The only evidence of modern technology being the infamous Edmund Pettus Bridge across the river into Dallas County. Of course, in primitive, antebellum capitalism, one of the most lucrative commodities was African bodies. A large part of Selma's commerce was the importation of Africans for the surrounding plantations. Shiploads of Africans passed through Selma, the area's largest slave market. The features and culture of Selma's black population reflected that history. Whites, of course, had their own peculiar sense of history. They never forgot that during the Civil War, the town had almost completely been razed by Union troops, a goodly number of whom were said to be black. And, especially galling, that during Reconstruction, their former slaves had sent an African to the U.S. Congress. And when I read that Nathan Bedford Forrest, Confederate icon, slave trader, terrorist, and founder of the KKK, had lived in Selma, much about white attitudes and actions in Selma became much clearer. Selma's whites were obsessively determined after the humiliation of Reconstruction that black power would never again raise its nappy head amongst them. Period. So it didn't surprise me to find that they proudly claimed Bull Connor as a native son. Or that they were equally proud that theirs had been the first Alabama town to establish a white citizens' council. Then there was Bull Connor's local imitator, Sheriff Jim Clark, whose contribution to modern crowd control was a mounted posse whose equipment of choice was the bullwhip and the cattle prod. This posse was said to include members of the landed gentry, no doubt combining fantasies of the Confederate cavalry with the slave patrollers. And I had thought Mississippi was crazy. 443. The city was in Dallas County. In 1961 my old friend Reggie Robinson from Baltimore had scouted Selma as a possible SNCC project. In 1962 we sent in the first field secretary, the Reverend Bernard Lafayette. The night Medgar Evers was murdered, the Klan sent an assassin after Bernard. Bernard maintains to this day that his nonviolent discipline and demeanor saved his life. I suspect that his nonviolence might have been aided considerably by the neighbor who ran out, shattering the silence with his shotgun. I was surprised to read that one of the things SNCC launched here was a bus boycott in 1964. A bus boycott in L964, well, a bus driver had shut the door on a pregnant African and dragged her to her death beneath the bus. But now the issue was the vote, and for reasons already stated, the Selma resistance was fierce. The one thing SNCC did not have to do in Selma was identify and develop grassroots community leadership. As I said, this was a self-contained community, and its Dallas County Voters League had a mighty impressive group of leaders. Some proud, fearless black leaders who, against all odds, had never quit and never backed down. Enough respect. They were mostly professional people, ministers like the Reverend Mr. Lewis and the Reverend Mr. Reese, Dr. Jackson, who I believe was a dentist, tough-talking, indefatigable attorney J.L. Chestnut, and of course, the president, Mrs. Amelia Boynton, a former teacher and widely respected leader. A word about that family. Mrs. Boynton was a gracious, elegantly spoken lady. A teacher deeply committed to her people's uplift, Mrs. Boynton had been president of the Dallas County NAACP. When the NAACP was outlawed in Alabama, she didn't miss a beat. She merely led the membership into the Voters League and became president of that. She was demure, highly cultured, and quite unintimidatable. The entire Boynton family were warriors. The plaintiff in the Supreme Court case Boynton v.S. Virginia, which integrated interstate bus travel, was her son. Her husband also had been a highly respected leader, who managed with the ingenuity of his widow to continue the fight literally from his grave. When Mr. Boynton danced and joined the ancestors, an injunction against the congregating of more than 3 Negroes, the language was 3 persons, but it meant us EMT was in effect in Dallas County. No kidding. But crowds of people were certain to come pay their respects to the fallen leader. So the announcement of the memorial service for Mr. Sam Boynton said quite prominently, memorial service, voting workshop, and rally. When my time comes, that's the kind of memorial service I'd like to have. Stuck in their antebellum time capsule, Selma whites did not welcome the passage of the Civil Rights Bill of 1964 any more than the ones in 444. Greenwood had. In Selma, the immediate effect was to increase the intensity and meanness of their resistance. This was the situation into which SCLC came. SCLC had always maintained that the local leadership invited them in because SNCC was in over its head. That's self-serving nonsense. Over our heads, huh? The Selma black community had always celebrated a community holiday, the Emancipation Proclamation Day, which, of course, was not an event celebrated by white Selma. Dr. King was invited to give this day's speech. I've always suspected that, like the guest who was invited to dinner and hung around, SCLC solicited a longer visit. With their traditional hit-and-run tactic, they were always in need of a new arena, and which Southern black community could refuse Dr. King? Especially an embattled one, like Selma. Now we would have had no problem working with SCLC had their approach been compatible with SNCC's values. Especially since the first organizers they sent in were Diane and Jim Bevel and Bernard Lafayette, all former SNCC folk, who ever since Parchman Farm during the Freedom Rides had been paying serious dues in struggle. We understood each other. The problem was in the SCLC approach of massive, temporary mobilization and press agentry as opposed to creating powerfully organized communities capable of sustaining political struggle. Organization versus mobilization was always a serious problem, because every day-to-day tactical decision was affected by the strategic approach. Everyone. SNCC had steadily and purposefully been building on the base already in Selma. Yeah, the resistance had been crude and brutal, but that actually helped the growth of the organization. We were expanding the organized mass base. Something viable and ongoing. Here comes SCLC talking about mobilizing another 2-week campaign, using our base and the magic of Dr. King's name. They bring in the cameras, the media, prominent people, politicians, rat-tat-tat, turn the place upside down, and split. Probably leaving most of the strongest people sitting in jail. That was the issue, a real strategic and philosophical difference. Try explaining that to the press, good luck. Hey, our approach minimized their role, but SCLC's entire strategy centered around the media. So of course stories about young SNCC organizers, jealous of Dr. King, began to appear nationwide. Which, as I'm told, are still being recycled by historians. Nonsense. Utter off-the-wall bull and nonsense. Nobody was jealous of Dr. King. We respected him. But we did have principled and tactical disagreements, that's all. And Dr. King understood and respected that. He never ran to the press with any of that nonsense. Others in SCLC may have. But Dr. King, never. 445. Here's where the stuff hit the fan. We, jointly with the Dallas County Voters League, organized a Freedom Day at the courthouse. Dependably, Sheriff Clark went nuts. He actually physically assaulted Mrs. Boynton. The story spread like wildfire in the community. Pictures on TV of Mrs. Boynton being thrown around and dragged by her neck. The idea, much less the sight, of this genteel, impeccably dignified lady whom everybody respected being manhandled by that redneck barbarian was the last straw. I mean, folks were riled up, Jack. The next day Clark pushed another black lady on the line. The wrong black lady. She was big, strong, and mad. She refused to move, saying, "Ain't no one scared of you, Clark." He grabbed her, she hauled off and slugged him. I mean really slugged him. Some folks say more than one time. It took a bunch of deputies to hold her down while Clark busted her head with his nightstick. The Selma teachers, you heard me, the teachers took it on themselves to march as a group on the courthouse a few days after that. In black Southern communities, the teachers are both middle class and vulnerable. None of us had ever seen a group of teachers, so identified, do something like that anywhere else. That's what I meant when I said Selma was a special community. All their students were thrilled. Just so proud of their teachers. All of which suggested to SCLC that the perfect thing to do with all this community momentum and energy was to organize a march to Montgomery, some 50 miles through the most backward and violent country in Alabama. To do what? Petition the governor, a certain George Corley Wallace. Gimme a break, Jack. You know there is a saying among engineers, if all you have is a hammer, the whole world will look like a nail to you. That was SCLC exactly. SNCC was moving in an entirely different direction. SCLC was depending on the federal government all over again, something we were over and done with. To us, that had gotten real tired. Then also, it involved SCLC's calling in Northern supporters to march with Dr. King. Not only did that bypass the local organizations, it was a provocation to violence. SNCC had already finished with that one too. People think of the Selma to Montgomery march as being for voting rights, which, of course, in the larger sense it was. But the real catalyst, the immediate trigger, besides Clark's behavior in Selma, was the murder of a very decent young brother from a respected local family. Actually, immediately before the march, there had been 2 murders, both of young men active in the struggle, Sammy Young Jr. and Jimmy Lee Jackson. 446. The first murder was of Sammy Young Jr. over in Tuskegee. Sammy was 21 years old, a Navy veteran, and one of the Tuskegee students working with SNCC. The gas station attendant who, without any provocation at all, shot him down for attempting to use a white restroom, walked. I'm not even sure if he was ever charged with any crime. It was then that SNCC issued its first anti-war, anti-draft statement January 1966. We also began to say publicly that until our lives were protected and our rights respected at home, no Africans had any business fighting America's wars. Period. And that was even more true when they were clear-cut imperialist wars like Vietnam. No young Americans, Africans, or no, should fight that kind of war. We should not, in Dr. Du Bois' famous words, accept from America equal right to do wrong. The next murder, the one that triggered the march, was that of a brother named Jimmy Lee Jackson, in Perry County, neighbor of Dallas County. When SCLC joined us in the Selma campaign, the violence of the resistance hardened into a standoff in Dallas County. So Dr. King and them tried to spread the campaign out into the surrounding counties. Try as he might, though, one county Dr. King was never able to get into was Lowndes. It was incredible, but SCLC could not find a black church in Lowndes County, not one, that would offer a pulpit to Dr. King. Can you believe that? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., no pulpit. Actually, Bevel did tell me that there was one. But Dr. King never made it. On the day he was supposed to preach there, the pastor who'd extended the offer came into Selma, weeping, Bevel said, living eye water. He'd been run out of the county. By the Klan, right? No, Jack, by his deacon board. That's right, the deacons of his own church ran the reverend out. I've got to admit that when I heard that, it did cross my mind that Lowndes County might not exactly be the most strategically hospitable place for our next project. But of course it had been the terrorists. We later found out that the Klan had terrorized the deacons into running off their pastor. SNCC had done some organizing in Perry County, where people trying to register had encountered the usual violence from the mob and the state. But Perry County people were strong, Jack. The most memorable was one old farmer, Mr. Cager Lee. He and his family were just stalwart. One strong African family. Those people just kept on keeping right on going, back to the courthouse. Whenever a group went to register, there they were. Jimmy Lee Jackson was Mr. Lee's grandson. An SCLC preacher came to speak one night at a Perry County church, and when the people left the church after the speech, the state troopers ran amok, just chasing and whooping people everywhere. It was a police riot, pure and simple. 447. When a trooper attacked his mother and Jimmy Lee stepped between them, the trooper just shot him, twice. Jimmy Lee Jackson died a few days later. Of course, there was no investigation of this murder either. It got cursory press attention nationally and, despite SNCC's efforts, no response from the federal government. To the media and the national government, the lives of Southern Negroes Jimmy Lee Jackson and Sammy Young Jr. were apparently expendable. With the proposed march to Montgomery, we had predicted, and dreaded, chaos. A bunch of media hoopla and confusion. But truthfully, we expected nothing like what we ended up with. In the end, we had not one march but three. Or more accurately, the march, after two abortive attempts all within 2 weeks. It was madness. The first and last one are the ones in the history books, but the middle one had the greater political effect internally. That first attempt, Bloody Sunday, lives in infamy in the video archives of the world. On that Sunday afternoon, the gathering was pretty big but still a local affair. About what you'd expect for Jimmy Lee. People were still stirred up behind the murders and Jim Clark's violence to our women at the Selma courthouse. Those present were the Selma leadership, people from the local African communities around Selma, and the local activists mostly young, with a lot of Tuskegee students. And those SNCC organizers who felt they were morally bound to stand with the community. All along, George Wallace had been issuing pronouncements, one after the other. He was not going to allow any illegal march in his state. Jim Clark and the Selma politicians were saying the same thing, while over in Lowndes County, the Klan had made it known that the march would enter their county at its own risk and anyone fool enough to come in would not leave alive. The first question was whether the march would even be allowed to leave Selma, and if not, how exactly did the state and local cops plan to stop it? My real concern, though, was what would happen once it got into bloody Lowndes. What security was SCLC planning for the people it was fixing to lead in there? Or, were they going to place their hopes on the intervention of the good Lord and the federal government? Or perhaps in agape, the redemptive power of love? No, sir, I did not support this move at all. Nor did SNCC nationally. Hey, trying to distinguish between the Alabama cops and the Klan was, as we say in Africa, choosing between black dog and monkey. The security of our people was my concern. I did not see that being properly addressed. Which is why I could not support it and did not march. John Lewis, representing, according to the press, SNCC, co-led this 448 attempt. Of course we know what happened, Bloody Sunday. On the Elmont Pettus Bridge the marchers were met with overwhelming force. Al Lingo's stormtroopers were as usual ruthless, but relatively disciplined. It was a controlled brutality, reminding me of Cambridge, Maryland. The massed state troopers first fired tear gas canisters into the marchers, who were tightly packed on the bridge. Then the troopers advanced in a solid phalanx, swinging nightsticks and axe handles, breaking heads and limbs, systematically pushing the marchers back across the bridge and into Selma. The marchers' eyes streaming, some bleeding and dazed, they broke ranks and were trying only to escape, trying to get off the bridge. The march had been turned around. It was over. Period. Had they left it at that, the state of Alabama might well have gotten away with their brutality one more time. But, as usual, racism is its own worst enemy. The racists found a way to rescue an ill-advised movement strategy that was on the verge of total failure. We can only suppose that Jim Clark and posse, not to be outdone by Lingo, and on their own turf, just had to claim their share of the glory and bragging rights. Just when you thought the whole sad and distressing debacle was done, here came the Confederate cavalry charge. I mean just running over and into the people in full view of the TV cameras, rebel yells clearly audible, using their long clubs and bullwhips on defenseless black heads. The gratuitous brutality and unconcealed racism in that footage, flashing across the nation and around the world, succeeded in embarrassing even George Corley Wallace, let alone the administration in Washington. Even Southern segregationist congressmen found it necessary to appear in the media distancing themselves and the decent, God-fearing people of my state from this deplorable behavior. After everything I'd experienced, everything I'd learned in the movement, I'd considered myself beyond illusion. No longer capable of being surprised at anything racism might do. But this atrocity surprised even me. 30 years later I still find myself naturally Bloody Sunday rendered, at least for a New York minute, all doctrinal and strategic differences moot. For many in SNCC it was déjà vu all over again, the freedom rides revisited, the violence cannot be low to stop the movement reflex. That Sunday night the scene in Brown Chapel was like a wake in a MASH unit. Everywhere you could see dazed and bandaged people, but also a real undercurrent of determination, but mixed with a different kind of anger. Some folk seemed to embody the spirit of the song We'll Never Turn Back. 449. We have hung our heads and cried. Cried for those like Lee who died. But we'll never turn back. Others were, for the first time, talking openly of getting guns and taking lives. But there were also new people in the chapel. People who had never marched or demonstrated, and who had had no intention of doing either, now turned out. This time we going to Montgomery. They show can't kill us all. The next few days were true chaos, motion, excitement. SNCC staff started to come in with local folks from all over the South. So did media from what looked like all over the world. Dr. King pledged to personally lead the next march, set a date, and issued a national call to conscience for his fellow clergymen to join him on this historic crusade of conscience. The clergy responded in numbers, Jack, black and white of all faiths and denominations. Ever since Dr. King's letter to the American clergy from the Birmingham jail, an activist spirit had manifested itself in the national religious community. People of faith began to pour into Selma. For two of them from Boston, a Unitarian minister and a young Episcopal seminarian, this would be their last Christian witness, at least in this world. Secular Northerners, also angered by the brutal images on the bridge, answered the call. Now there finally was federal intervention, though not the kind SCLC had envisioned. The state of Alabama, temporarily relinquishing its states' rights rhetoric and posture, went into the hated federal court seeking an injunction against the march. Which they got. The court, naming Dr. King and other leaders, issued an order enjoining the movement from marching. Go figure. The SCLC leadership, maintaining that the federal government was its ally, were reluctant to violate a federal court order. But the people they had invited and pledged to lead kept pouring into Selma by the hour. With their marching shoes on. It was a show-enough mess. SNCC folk and many Northerners were saying that neither Southern violence nor the federal courts must be allowed to stop the people's right to free and peaceful expression. Crisis of conscience time for SCLC. On the actual day, the crowd was real large. Immense. Local folk in numbers, Jack and the Northerners, mostly clergy in clerical dress, the church militant, and SNCC veterans all formed up behind the leaders. Dr. King and a host of prominent figures led the line, and they set out over 450. That bridge 1 mo time. On the other side, a massive military formation of the state's police machinery, in what looked like battle dress. Now what, Jack? Does the state dare brutalize these visiting dignitaries the way they did the local Africans? And will it be, this time, with the explicit mandate of a federal court order giving them color of law? Will the feds finally make an arrest in Selma, this time of Dr. King and the nonviolent marchers? And, let us not forget, the whole world is watching, or will be once this footage airs. It was very different, but this march got no farther than the first. It got to the center of the bridge and turned back, non-violently. So you know that was anticlimactic, Jack, for everybody. But the disappointment from the visitors and even anger was palpable and understandable. Here they had dropped everything at SCLC's urgent summons and rushed down. Hey, these were not movement folk, accustomed to a life of quick adjustments, suddenly changing plans and surprises. Then too, for most of them this was the most daring and dangerous step they had ever taken. They wanted and deserved to be proud of themselves. It was also their first experience of the excitement and moral intensity of the movement, and they wanted to contribute, even to risk something for a clear moral cause. They wanted confrontation. So you know there had to be some serious letdown and conflicting feelings, Jack. First, inevitably a natural human relief at being spared a trampling under the horse's hooves, perhaps a broken head or worse. And 451. Then, of course, immediately followed by embarrassment at the relief they were feeling at having been spared the confrontation they had sought. Folks were confused, let down, and leaving. Dr. King had thanked them profusely and asked those who could to stand ready to return. The Reverend James Reeb had just finished placing his bags in a car for the trip to the Montgomery airport. A couple of colleagues, reluctant to waste the trip, told him that they had arranged to stay over for a few days. Impulsively he retrieved his bags and joined them. The group went to supper in a black cafe and, after eating, left the cafe and took a wrong turn into White Selma, a small but fatal error. Passing a bar, a known clan hangout avoided by local Africans, they were attacked. The Reverend Mr. Reeb, clubbed in the head, died in a car en route to a Montgomery hospital. Another good man's life taken senselessly. the tragic and ironic aspects of which, of course, were not lost on the media. The media were also feeling cheated. They had had neither their march nor a repeat of Bloody Sunday, so where was the story? Well, the visitors' small mistake in direction gave them a story to pounce on. The media had their story and the movement another martyr. So much of a story in fact that LBJ was moved to send a message of condolence to Mrs. Reeb, with a government plane to transport the widow and the corpse home. Which, of course, was no more or less than ought to have been expected from the leader of any halfway civilized country. But the Reverend Mr. Reeb's tragic and senseless death had not been the first movement-related murder in the area in a matter of weeks. The march had been called, remember, in response to a local African man's murder. Where was LBJ's and the nation's response then? Editor's note: during this campaign in Alabama, the level of violence directed at clearly identified religious figures puzzled us for a number of reasons. The first attack was, of course, on the clergyman in Selma that resulted in the Reverend Mr. Reeb's death. This was followed, after the march, by the murder in Lowndes County of Mrs. Viola Lioza, a devout Catholic laywoman, though she was not so identified by her killers, one of whom happened to be in the employ of the FBI. Later that summer in Hayneville, 2 white clergymen were gunned down in the presence of witnesses. Immediately after firing, the gunman had reportedly put his weapon down, walked over to the courthouse, and placed a call to Colonel Lingo, head of the state police. 452. "Al, best you get on up here," he announced, "I just shot me 2 damn priests." At the trial, despite this admission and the testimony of eyewitnesses, after less than 2 hours of deliberation a jury returned a verdict of not guilty. But even before this second incident, some things about the murder of the Reverend Mr. Reeb seemed culturally dissonant. In the Washington office we'd tried to puzzle this out. Understood that the Selma March had a much larger, more highly visible and identifiable representation by white clergy than was usual in the movement. Also understood that this contingent, conspicuously displaying vestments and insignia of the church, intended their presence to be seen as a Christian/moral/religious witness against local racial attitudes and social practice. Further understood that this public repudiation of the cherished Southern way of life by white officials of the church would be a severe shock to local sensibilities. In effect, a clerical rebuke to the Southern version of the natural moral order. What seemed dissonant to us was not merely the lethal violence directed against clergy, but the willingness of the public to condone and tolerate it. This from people accustomed to describing themselves as honest, God-fearing Christian folk and referring to their region proudly as the buckle on the Bible Belt. That was puzzling us until someone from the Alabama staff sent us a page from a local newspaper with a note. A revelation. I can't remember which staffer had sent us the newspaper page, but the accompanying note said that it explained much of what the staff had been seeing all during the march. For example, one of the most common signs waved by hecklers had been "Rent your priest suit here. Thursday no we gotta be some badass nigras, bro," the note said. To walk all damn day wet and cold in the rain, mess around all night, then be up at 6 to hit that road again. I wish. The accompanying news story must have been seen locally as correcting the default of the Northern Press Corps. As I recall, it was a tabloid-sized center spread. I assumed it was from a small-town weekly somewhere in the vicinity of the march, but it could just as well have been from the Sunday magazine of a local daily. It was presented very dramatically as the findings of a reporter who claimed to have infiltrated the march and was now exposing its inner workings. Unshaven, scruffy, and sporting a civil rights button, our man nervously slipped among the marchers only to be surprised at the casual acceptance, even goodwill, with which he was received. Emboldened, he first worked his way close enough to a group of nuns so as to overhear and later join their conversation. His second surprise, the ladies' conversation did not display the gentle spirituality one would expect from brides of Christ. In fact, he was horrified, as much by the demotic coarseness of their language. 453. as by the vulgarity, irreverence, and anti-Americanism it expressed. Much of which, he said, was not suitable for reproduction in a family newspaper. Soon the women revealed the obvious: they weren't really nuns at all, they confided proudly, but unemployed new LBRK actresses, hired to parade down the highway in religious regalia. Next, as I recall, he walked with two jolly, avuncular, middle-aged priests who, no surprise, also turned out to be hired actors. Throughout the day he reported being constantly offended by the marchers' casual and uninhibited familiarity across lines of age, race, and sex. But alas for the poor fellow, it was to get much worse. That evening he entered a large tent where a hot meal awaited the group. After the meal, off came the costumes. Out came the playing cards, the whiskey, unspecified drugs, and loud music of a decidedly unspiritual character, which inspired sexually suggestive interracial dancing. What followed, led in general lasciviousness, exhibitionism, and looseness of language and behavior by the erstwhile nuns, could only be hinted at, being best left to the reader's imaginations. Not having the stomach to witness the debauchery that was clearly a building to an orgy of some sort, our man sneaked away to file his report. I truly regret not having saved that page, since the foregoing has had to be reconstructed from memories now 4 decades old. But I can vouch for the accuracy, if not of every detail, then certainly of the broad plot and the prurient tone and tenor of the piece. I certainly remember the outrage and despair I felt reading it. If they believe this, I thought, then there's nothing they might not do. I some hardscrabble fundamentalist Christian segregationist, I could easily see myself feeling a moral duty to exterminate the kind of human vermin willing, at one fell swoop, to violate the purity of the race while dishonoring the symbols of the faith. What I was amazed at was the calculated cynicism and cunning, the unerring precision with which the writer had targeted and exploited every last one of the most fundamental and primitive of local biases and sensitivities. I've since seen identical techniques utilized in the very same way. These teachings were described in a program called Destabilization and Psychological W's L'Affaire, developed by U.S. military intelligence. Given subsequent disclosures of the FBI's disinformation campaign against the movement, which heavily involved the placement of fake news stories with cooperating editors, one has to wonder about the actual provenance and authorship of this story. Whatever the source, I believe there can be little question about its brutal effect. Then too, the rape unto death. Some reporters accompanying the march had been accosted by a group of local white youth. Why, the locals demanded angrily, wasn't the northern press reporting the real story? What story? The young white woman everyone was talking about. The one who on the first night, 454, had been raped by so many blacks that she had fallen into a deep coma. Rushed secretly to a Selma hospital, the poor girl had died that morning. Why were they, as white men, conspiring with the march leadership to suppress that story? EMT. All this time we had a lot of discussions. I had definitely not been for having no march, bro. Too many serious contradictions. But I didn't think it politic for us to oppose it publicly either. We were between a rock and a hard place one more time. At meetings, I had advocated my position, at first a minority of one. We should not get in a position of fighting Dr. King publicly, I said. We should try to see how best to use the situation. There is no way we can stop this march. Exactly what we dread, the chaos, disruption, is going to happen anyway. And when the marchers leave, as they will, we'll have trouble and a deflated community on our hands. Either we are capable of trying to create order out of that, or we leave Selma with them after the march. For those who stay, that will be our task. If you can't shoulder it, get out of the way. If you can, let's get it on. But there's nothing you can do about the march. I said, the people of Dr. King, don't oppose him. We need to figure out how best to use the march and to pick up the pieces afterward. Eventually people began to take that position. Then confusion, Atlanta put out a statement that SNCC was not participating. Then they said that staff as individuals could follow their consciences. Then Jim Foreman came to Montgomery and called for night marches, in effect competing with Dr. King for media attention. I strongly disagreed with that one also. All told, it was not our finest hour. John Lewis, our chairman, was clear. He was going to march. Not as chairman of SNCC? People asked. Well, he said, he was also on the SCLC board. Folks wondered just what that meant. One brother in the meeting, Bob Mams, had supported John's position on marching. But after that Sunday meeting where I was advocating my position vigorously, Bob began to approach me closer and closer. I kept advocating. This march is nonsense, but we can use it. Finally Bob asked me exactly how I proposed to do that. So we talked it out. And he too, after a while, said he wasn't going for that marching stuff either. Especially after that second one where hundreds, if not thousands, of people had ultimately felt confused and betrayed. 455. I asked Bob what he was going to do. He said, "We going into Lowndes County together, bro, I'm with you." I said, "All right," and that's what we did. Bob Mance and I worked that march, Jack. Me and Bob were in it from the beginning. We organized Lowndes County together. We became real close during that entire campaign, shoulder to shoulder, like brothers. Closer than brothers. In fact, Bob's still there in Lowndes, an elected official. 456. Chapter XX. Lowndes County. The roar of the panther. Ever since getting to Selma, I had been looking more and more closely at Lowndes County. It seemed more and more a logical place for the ideas that we were developing out of the MFDP experience. Once you crossed the infamous Edmund Pettus * bridge in 10 miles, you were in Lowndes, and once you finish Lowndes, you in Montgomery. The precise march route. But as far as struggle was concerned, Lowndes was a wasteland, terra incognita. Hey, there had been strong, organized struggle in Montgomery. The bus boycott had shocked the world and produced Martin Luther King Jr. Selma, mean as that place was, had seen serious struggle. But in Lowndes, nothing, nada, squat. And the way people talked about the place, you could understand why. So as far as movement was concerned, this was virgin territory, bro, with no organizational rivalries to deal with, precisely because it was a terrorist stronghold. Which, of course, was a problem, but also in a strange way, an advantage. Crisis equals opportunity. I asked Minnis for specific information on Lowndes. I discovered it was even worse than folks were saying. One of the poorest counties in the nation, it was feudal, Jack. It actually made the Mississippi Delta look advanced. About 80 families owned 90% of the land. Of a population of 15,000, 12,000 were Africans, not a one of whom could vote. Hear me, not one. Half of our people were below the poverty level, most of the other half at or barely above it. Mostly agricultural day laborers and sharecroppers. Fully half of the women commuted to Montgomery for housework at $4 a day. Many of the men also worked in Montgomery. Sounds like South Africa, huh? And talk about rural. The largest town was Fort Deposit, the Klan stronghold, with all of 1,300 people and the largest concentration of whites. I'd say almost 50-50. The county seat, Hayneville, a place I'll never forget, was even smaller. We concluded. Actually, Confederate General Edmund Winston Pettus. 457. Therefore, that bloody Lowndes afforded every opportunity we were looking for. So with the march, how did we turn a negative into a positive, as C. Ture would always advise me later? Well, Highway 80 traversed the length of the county. We knew that there was no way the march could go through without the aid of local people strong enough to let them pitch their tents on their land. People brave enough to come out, cheer them on, offer a little food or some water, etc., etc. So what Bob Mance and I did, we trailed that march. Every time local folks came out, we'd sit and talk with them, get their names, find out where they lived, their address, what church, who their ministers were, like that. So all the information, everything, you'd need to organize, we got. We told them we'd be back. I promised them the movement was coming to Lowndes. That Lowndes County was going to have its own movement. Of course they were skeptical. Didn't really think we'd be back, you know. That's when we first met a brother named John Hewlett. Another man was with him, didn't seem to believe us. He wasn't at all convinced. He said, "Young fella, you one o' them nonviolence folk, huh? And you reckon on coming back? Wall, in this county, turn the other cheek and these here peckerwoods'll hand you back half of what you sitting on. If you do come back, you all gon' have to find a different way to come in here, young fella." I told him we were coming back, by any means necessary. He just looked at me and smiled. When the march left Lowndes, so did we. Bob and I returned temporarily to Selma. March got close to Montgomery and all these preachers, politicians, and celebrities came streaming in to march into Montgomery on the last day. We missed all that. Many were well-meaning, conscientious people, strong movement supporters. But others were organizational types who wanted to be able to say, "I marched to Montgomery with Dr. King." And they still be saying it today too, Jack. Every time I hear that I laugh. If everyone who claims that they'd marched with Dr. King had marched, the tail end of that march might just now be entering the city limits of Montgomery. But when we went back into the county, people remembered us. We already had good contacts across the length and breadth of the county. You have any idea how long that would have taken as an organizer? Without the march? Dr. King handed all that to us on a platter, and we took it. Hey, as soon as we arrived, we got a house. We just walked into a house. "Here's where you will stay. Here's where you'll eat. These folk will look out for you. Here's the guns that will protect you." I'll never forget that. 458. That's the reason Lowndes County went so fast. Within 1 year we had that county completely organized. In 1 year.